schedule. Like I said, we've only got 2 matches today, but they're 2 absolute bangers. Quarterfinal spot on the line. Gambit will be taking on Vikings first, followed by, I was going to say Tens versus Scream, the long-awaited battle, but Team Liquid versus Sentinels. And this matchup, you know, everybody has been waiting for this baller for a long time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we wanted it all the way back at Reykjavik, right? But we barely missed out on that, and we will get it. So Tens versus Scream, but it's not just Scream. I think Liquid has come out as one of the strongest contenders for the championship title. I'm very excited to see that match. I want to see Sentinels bounce back and fix some of the things that we saw in their opening game.
Yeah, they're so strong top to bottom. The Liquid looked so good, so dominant. They have for some time since Navera came over. I have a lot of faith in this team. Sentinels, on the other hand, right, not nearly as clean, not nearly as dominant as maybe we're used to seeing them be. I think some of that's mental fortitude and other things. I think the talent's there on the Sentinels. They just need to kind of get their heads on straight, and I think they'll be A-okay.
EMEA on top. I'll take it, you know. But
look, one of the reasons we're so harsh on them is because we expect greatness from them, and they're just wasn't there in the opening match. That's all. That's all.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean EMEA
like
on
what
top.
you're saying.
That's not what it means.
I have to just make that leap, you know. No one else will otherwise. But I will say that, you know, you spoke about Fnatic a little bit, and I want to talk about Fracture, because this is the new map coming into the tournament. We didn't really have an idea how it's supposed to be played. So far, Vala, are you pleased with the stuff we've seen, or do you want to see more?
I am very, very pleased with the stuff I'm seeing out of Fnatic specific, right? They have one of the most unique ways to play the map that I've seen so far, and it looks nigh unstoppable, specifically Durka and the way that he takes tower, but their defensive sides are so strong too. I think they have the keys to champions in general with their unlocking of Fracture. Everybody else is playing so soft on it, but the only teams that look comfortable playing it is Fnatic, Cloud9, and Vision Strikers. Everybody else, obviously we haven't seen them yet, but they're also banning it for some cases. Like, there's only a couple teams that look okay to play just based on the entire thing alone.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams came into this map pretty confident, especially the Vision Strikers, and you could see that Fnatic just had a much better read on the map, how to play it. You know, King tweeted that he was having an incredibly difficult time with that B tower side, holding it down, trying to keep the pressure, particularly from Durka at bay. He just couldn't do it alone. Normally, King, a pretty good Killjoy lockdown player, you can expect him to hold a site alone almost for you, or at least buy you a lot of time. He wasn't able to do any of that. It was extremely difficult for him to keep up.
I think there's something that I thought about coming into this tournament. There's 3 things that I need a team to do in order to win the tournament, or at least be in shape to win the tournament. Number 1, unlock Fracture. Super key. That gives you an advantage in the veto straight up, even against a team like Liquid, who is first banning it. Second, the form, right? They need to look good. But then third, they need to be playing in a way that is meta-defining, I think. Team Liquid have that one checked off. Fnatic, maybe not so much, but maybe the Fracture is enough of a win for them that'll be perfectly fine.
I do want to ask you really quickly in terms of the maps about having Fracture unlocked, because if you're going to go up against a team like Vision Strikers and Fnatic at this point, they're so strong on 3 other maps as well. Yeah. So do you ban Fracture, or do you ban like Icebox?
Well, that's just the thing, right? That it doesn't really matter whether you play it. It just matters that you're good at it and people are scared of you on it, right? The other map, sure, you could be good on Icebox, but people aren't going to take that and be like, oh, we can't play this against you because we're prepped on that. We played it for ages at this point, right? Fracture is a different story. This is new to people. They're not comfortable playing against somebody who is good on that map yet.
Yeah, and it's tough because you're not exactly sure like what agents to bring. Like the Vision Strikers, right, just brought the agents they're all comfortable with, basically. It's all kind of their main agents that they're able to bring to the table, so they felt very confident coming into this. They did scrimming well with it, but it wasn't really able to stand up to what Fnatic brought. And it wasn't just the comp that Fnatic brought. It was the strategies. It was the set plays. It was the combination of utility that they brought in. And frankly, they were just out. I think they had kind of out-mentaled Vision Strikers at that point. To be completely honest, I saw a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes from the Vision Strikers during that game. So regardless, I think, yeah, I mean, it's good to show that you're really powerful on it, especially for Fnatic. Nobody's letting that through anymore.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get to see more Fracture today. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Vikings and Gambit. Welcome back, everybody. Let's dive into our first matchup of today, Vikings versus Gambit, and start with Gambit. Now, coming into this tournament, a lot of high expectations, but did you expect them to drop a map in their opening game, and how much does that influence what you think about them right now?
I mean, look, Team Secret, I think a lot of people underrated in a way. I probably underrated them myself even. I didn't think they'd take a map off of Gambit. I thought they could push them. I mean, again, they're veteran players. They're an older group of players compared to some of the others in this tournament. But yeah, I think Gambit is kind of usually off to a slow start. Yeah,
but I think that's a problem. I genuinely think that's a problem because you continuously cast doubt about whether they are that championship level team that they showed us in at Masters. So the fact that they are repeatedly struggling against teams that we do not expect them to struggle at, even no matter what the form of Team Secret was, is certainly a scary thing.
Well, what would you like to see from them today, Bala, that you feel like we didn't get to see when they faced Secret?
Yeah, I just feel like they were getting caught off guard in ways that they really, really shouldn't, right? Their default heavy style in the past was something that everybody would commend over and over and consistently. You had Dubstep walking down mid and taking out Nats in the back line. It felt like even Nats started off slow. I want to see them all come out to a strong start and 13-0 right off the bat, not waiting for Breeze in the next map. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'd like to see Redguard just get a little bit more comfortable in his play calling a little bit sooner. One of the things that made them so special at Masters 3 was kind of their ability to be flexible, to be adaptable. The whole time I was watching them, all I could think about was Bruce Lee. Like his metaphor is always, you're like water, right? It's just you conform to any situation, to anything, because they were known for being a very default heavy team, like you were saying, but they were able to dial up a lot of aggression at really good times. Those kind of things, they eventually got the hang of it, once they got past the first map, but I'd like to see it, start a little bit sooner this time.
Redguard could be a waterbender.
I think he's an airbender. I think he's an avatar, possibly.
No. I'm an airbender.
Sure.
Okay, it took me a while to get that. But speaking of water, Icebox here, Bala, what went wrong? What was the thing that you felt like let them down?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure yet, but I think it's a big problem. And I've been saying that a lot on 2 different occasions right now, but Icebox, I mean, you could see some of the results that they've had recently, and this isn't all their results, mind you, but these are scary games if you're a Gambit fan, because we just saw the loss against Team Secret. We remember the overtime against Crazy Raccoon to get out of groups, and then there was the 100 Thieves game as well that stopped them from moving to playoffs first. So there's plenty to question about whether their Icebox is still world class, because that's what it was when we head into Berlin. And I don't know, maybe it's the comp that needs to change, but something needs to happen, or they're going to have to start potentially banning it against some of the higher tier opponents.
Yeah, I think they're pretty hit or miss on it sometimes recently. It feels like, yeah, they barely beat Crazy Raccoon. They beat Vision Strikers, and it wasn't, the best one for them, but it isn't as consistent. Clearly, they kind of lost a grip on it. A lot of teams seem to have lost a grip on Icebox out of the big regions, right? Yep. NAEU seem to have really lost a grip on how to handle these other teams. This is where a lot of the quote-unquote lower tier regions are getting their bread and butter, where they're getting their work done. So I think there has to be some reassessment of what's going on in that map. A lot of teams are kind of coming up with some crazy unique strategies with how to use the Sage Walls, where to put down the plants, how to get set up for their post-plant setup. Fnatic did a great job disrupting the Vision Strikers, for example, with one of their post-plant heavy styles. But yeah, overall, I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to approach this, if it comes through.
I mean, I hope that's like the Fracture effect, maybe. They've been cracking on Fracture and maybe not doing as much homework on Icebox, but one player who's always going to be consistent, the Berlin Masters MVP, the guy that showed up and got an ace in his first match here at Champions, the man on your screen right now, Bala, Nats. I mean, people question whether he's still going to be as good as he was at Masters. Do you believe that he can have a similar performance here?
I think he can. I just think he needs to, once again, he needs to come out strong because consistently in the last couple of weeks, I mean, in Red Bull and so far here at Champions, it has been slow. On Icebox, he was one of the reasons why Team Secret had to wait into that match at all. When it came to Breeze and Bind, of course he did show up. Bind is his playground. I still think no matter how often you've been watching his setups, it's hard to stop.
Yeah.
It's like really hard to stop.
I think with him, some of it is probably also that people are targeting him. You know what I mean? Like, people have to be looking at him and thinking, okay, we got to save our Sova utility for Nats when he's, you know, behind a toxic screen or inside a poison cloud or God forbid, inside that Viper's pit where he's almost unbeatable. You have to have something available to make sure you can track him down and isolate him and take him out, because if he's allowed to do what he wants, he's just an unbelievably disruptive force.
Yeah, well, Gambit, they are here at the qualification match after a 2-1 win over Team Secret, and this is what Chronicle had to say about the squad.
Hello, I'm Chronicle, playing for the team Gambit Esports, and I'm a pretty cool guy. We managed to improve so hard and we won Masters and now we are on the champions. I don't feel like so many pressure about that. Every team, like before every match, preparing to their enemies, and it's pretty obvious. I know that every team would like to knock us out from this tournament, but there is no pressure about that. Thank you to our fans who is supporting and cheering for us. I hope we'll never disappoint you on this tournament. И также всем русским фанатам огромное спасибо за то, что вы за нами следите. Это нам дает огромную поддержку в плане морали и прочего. Надеюсь, мы вас не подведем.
Yeah, anyone, you want to translate that last bit for us?
No, I do not.
You probably said the exact same thing, because that's what I've been hearing from Gambit players over and over. No pressure. We don't really feel much. This should be, you know, a same old tournament for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go up against Vikings today, who, again, in a similar position where they don't feel any pressure. I think they probably have even less pressure, especially when it comes to the expectations. But in this group, right now, Paper Thin, they have a great chance of getting out.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing that the teams from their region are showing up to play in this tournament big time. They're really, you know, giving big runs at some of the better teams ahead of them, especially Furia, right? Really push Sentinels very hard. So I think there's some pressure now, that where before it was probably like there wasn't much expected out of this region. That has completely changed at this event. Now you're looking at this team and saying, okay, you guys are pretty good. Can you come through? Can you at least take a map off of Gambit and show that you belong in this tournament?
I'd say there's pressure. I mean, obviously, to get out the group, we're all talking about how it's rising, but I think just getting into this tournament, going to this tournament in general, for Vikings is pressure. I mean, Brazil still hasn't formed a team that has performed on an international stage, and I think there's a big opportunity for all three that are here at this point, but Vikings specifically in this group have a massive chance.
I mean, they're the ones that we've seen the least, right, on international stage because the fact they didn't make Masters Berlin. But with Vikings, we always talk about the meta. Can they catch up? Do you feel like they've done a good enough job here?
You know, I think so far what we've seen has been yes. I think they ditched the Omen on Icebox. They have moved into a permanent jet role for GTN. I don't know if he's as comfortable as I want him to be yet, but the fact that Sacy is able to play his Sova and also flex a little bit to that breach, I think the meta question probably is going to be completely off of the, you know, list of narratives that all his analysts have and casters have at the end of today.
And he was plus 20 with 20 assists over that Crazy Raccoon game. Now, that being said, Crazy Raccoon just seems to be a very odd team. They seem to not perform well at the beginning of these group stages and then somehow find some kind of form at the end to really push the teams they're going against. So I don't know how much to take out of what I saw here, but Sacy, regardless, was still incredible. I mean, 20 kill, you know, plus 20 on the kills to deaths, 20 assists to back that up, and he was 7-1 on his first kills versus first deaths. So he's getting it done in multiple different ways as a Sova in a breach.
Yeah, let's talk about Sacy a little bit more here because, you know, depending on what maps are coming up, Bala, would you like to see him maybe get on the jet a little bit here and there, or just stick to what he's doing now?
No, don't put him on the jet. I want him to play Sova. I want him to play any of these other agents that he's prepped, but I just do not want him on the jet. That is the one requirement I have, a win condition for Vikings, is to keep him where he's comfortable, because he'll do things like this. I mean, I've been looking at the stats as well. He is the highest in terms of first kills to first deaths. The ratio between that, the FKD, is unbelievable for Sacy. He's something like 7-1. It is ridiculous, way at the top, and he's participating in a lot of those opening duels too.
Well, speaking of Sacy, here he is to tell you guys a little bit more about Vikings.
Hi, I'm Sacy. I'm from Team Vikings, and I am most likely main Sova. Tacti-hunt is IGL, so me and him is like the tactics. So we control the macro on our team. And then come GTN and FRZ, that is like the flex and the duelist who controls the micromanagement and the aim and stuff. And then there's Sutekas, is like the cold man, the Iceman, is his nickname. So he's like the guys that always do the clutches, always keeps his calm on the game, so he helps us. We function like as a 5-man together. So yeah, that's how we won 2 times in Brazil. I remember in January, like when Riot announced that we would be the first Worlds. I mean, I came from League of Legends, so Champions for me is like the League of Legends, it's Worlds. It's not Masters, you know, it's Champions, it's like another vibe. It's a dream. It's like I'm here, you know, for me, I'm already a winner. The other 15 teams that are here, not just us, they know that they worked so hard to be here. It's another way of experience video game, you know? Honestly, I'm excited to play against Gambit, and we got lucky, I guess, because they are in our group. We come here like underdogs. We don't have the obligation to win against them. Like, we don't need to win against them, but we want to. So yeah, I'm excited to play against them. We want to play against the best. I want to have fun, you know? Honestly, I want the people to remember that I'm a champion, an international champion. But we would be making Brazil proud, you know? I want that. I won't stop until I get that.
He's the best. Oh, you gotta love Sacy. What a guy. He gives me like Redgar vibes.
I know, he really does.
Yeah.
I said last time, I'm so happy to have him back on the stage. He's just such a positive person, and he's really made me a fan this time around. I mean, back at Reykjavik, I was certainly a fan as well, but you know, that performance didn't necessarily push them to the forefront where they're in big games like this.
And I'd like to say, I think something that they do have going for them, if they want to kind of look back at their history, back at Stage 3 in their region, they did beat Furia multiple times. So they're clearly better than, they should be, I shouldn't say clearly, they should be better than that team. And with what we saw from Furia earlier, I think they can really push Gambit here today. There should be a lot of confidence, and I think, yeah, they're going to have fun with it no matter what, right?
Yeah, I think the other thing he said is like, he's made it here, and that in itself is such a big deal for them. But also, even if they don't beat Gambit today, they still have a really good chance of getting out. That's still that lower bracket.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a wonky group. Let's just call it what it is. And you know, we do have Crazy Raccoon and Team Secret coming up later, so whoever loses this has to face the winner of that. And I think, yeah, that's obviously going to be kind of the weakest, you know, seed coming out of all of this. I don't mean to be disrespectful saying that. That's just kind of what the history tells us so far.
Yeah, I think you do the math on their probability to make it through the group, right? And it does, like, it's 60%, maybe something like that. But it doesn't change whether they lose to Gambit. That's the type of thing that it is. It literally stays up there because I think they've proven that they are very strong no matter what.
Yeah, well, that matchup is going to be coming up in a little bit. We're going to take a break here. Don't go anywhere.
mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now. Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Champions, everyone. We are moments away from our first match and also the map vetoes. But during today's show, we're going to have our first annual Tacti-hunt, and they look like these. These cute little friends. So many of you have been tweeting at me on where you can get these. Unfortunately, I don't know. But production, giving you a heads up, if one of these go missing... by the end of this week, it's probably me that's stolen them. But there will be 3 of these, the little friends, hidden throughout the broadcast. And when you find one, take a picture or a selfie and post it using the hashtags Valorant Champions.
I found one right here.
It doesn't count.
Valorant Champions Tacti-hunt, Valorant Champions Hunt even, and a Tacti-hunt. We'll randomly select submissions and feature them. Bala, we're probably going to get you on there at some point. Yeah, be creative. I like the balancing. I like the one you balance on your head. Try this one,
I was happy I could do it. Oh, no.
I feel like this one will be harder.
My head's not that flat.
Well, I'll ask Ryan Central or Tom this. I'm sure one of them will be able to at some point, right?
Yeah, I think Tom's is probably the most level.
You reckon?
Maybe. I don't know. That's my guess.
Eggs aren't level, bro.
Yeah. I mean, everyone thinks Ryan and Link are like the same person. It's been like a meme.
Wait,
so
they're not?
I've never seen them together in the same room.
Yeah,
so
see?
who knows? But just before we head over to getting to know the teams a little bit more, today, this matchup, one thing you want to see. If there was anything between these 2 teams, what is the one thing you want to see?
I want to see GTN take more fights to start off, right? I think that's one of my biggest criticisms for Vikings, and I think if he solves that problem, because I think he should be playing that primary entry role, I think Vikings will have a much better time, and that means Sacy is going to be supporting him, but also means Sacy will be able to follow up on him too, and opening more space for Vikings.
Yeah, I agree. I think for Gambit's side, I'm just looking for them to come out to a strong start. Really, a lot of this is going to be on the back of Redgar, putting them in the right positions, making the right plays, dialing up aggression at the right time. We know they can default well, and we've seen that they can also be explosive. So we got to look for the ability to do both of those things and kind of have that balancing act that made them so successful during Masters 3.
Well, in that case, what is something you don't want to see? I know you don't want to see Sacy on the Jed, but anything else from you guys?
I don't want to see Defo lose his pace because his pace is so good.
Oh my god!
You know how I just flipped that? It's like a positive because Defo's been so good, and then I just flipped it to the negative. Like, don't want to see him not do that.
Play the reverse card. I like it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Kind of the double negative. Yeah. What about you, Paperthin?
I want to see the Vikings at least take a map. That's what I really
No,
want.
what you don't want to see.
I don't want to see.
You don't want to
I
see
don't want to
Vikings
see them
take a
not take a map. I have to reverse it now too. Sorry, I got his reverse got me all messed up on this. So I want to see them at least take or not just get beat out. I don't know what I'm trying to say anymore. I'm just totally lost on this. No. I mean I don't want to see them just come out flat. They need to come out strong here as well, and it needs to be competitive. And I think there's something in the water at this tournament that is giving a lot of confidence to these regions that haven't had success before.
It's called champions, I think.
Yeah.
That's what's in the water. It's champions.
I mean, honestly, before we saw the teams, I would have been a little bit like, oh, I'm not quite sure if they could take a map, but anything can happen here. Literally anything can happen. Well, it's time for Team Vikings and Gambit to take the stage. Let's get day 4 of VCT Champions Berlin underway.
Do you remember your first time seeing the impossible? When the first masters emerged, they were challenged to evolve, challenged to create masterpieces that would inspire millions. A mix of personal style and pure skill that redefined the game.
What is this, man?
This is where the best players from around the world will clash, and champions will be born, dreaming of greatness.
Oh my God!
Now we will all bear witness to split-second sparks that changed the course of esports history. And inspire future generations to find their own flash of brilliance. This is where we live. This is the art of greatness.
Well, it's gonna be the first time we play against Sentinels, so really hyped about this game. In Iceland, they were so much better individually than everyone else. But today, only individually is not enough. You need to be tactically good as well.
I think everybody expects a lot from us, but we try not to take it into the server. We just kind of focus.
This is what you need to see if Sentinels want to climb back to the top.
They're really good. I think after they added Nevera, they won some EU Tier 3 event or something. I don't know. I don't watch it. You win in Europe. That's not a lot.
They're one of the only NA team where they don't have anything like really in-depth tactically. We are looking very strong right now, so I'm not really afraid of this game. Come at us.
I think Team Vikings is a great team because of their great firepower and the good team play.
It's a titanic matchup where you're looking to take down the tournament favorites.
They are the last winners, international winners. It's gonna be tough, but we are coming here like underdogs, so we want to play against the best.
We don't care that they won. This is a new tournament. This is a new team.
And Sacy, this man has been on fire throughout the day.
They've got the crown, but it do be a heavy burden.
I want to just win and prove that we're the best of the best in the game.
Hey!
Good luck, guys.
Gambit, don't think it's gonna be easy.
We're coming for you, NA, you know? Finally, we get to meet you guys, and it's gonna be a great game.
We respect all the teams that we're gonna play here, but I'm sure you guys already know from our procs that we're the same Sentinels we were all year.
Well, we've heard it from both Vikings and Gambit in the past as well. This is a new tournament, winning Masters Berlin. That's great. That's nice for you, but everybody is challengers here, and no one is really guaranteed to take the trophy.
Yeah, no, there's definitely no easy rides through. This is a difficult task for Vikings. It is possible, and Gambit also still have to get through these hurdles. We don't want to see them fall into the decider match like they did at Masters Berlin, because it's so important for them to continue that pace and break all the narratives of them stopping and playing slow.
Well, let's talk about the maps for today. Now, Gambit, Paper Thin, they love to ban out Haven. They pretty much only ban Haven. Are you expecting that here as well?
Yeah, and it's a map that Vikings is somewhat comfortable on as well, so I definitely think the Haven ban will come through. On the other side of things, I definitely think that for the Vikings, they don't like Ascent, so that's what they banned last time, and I think they might ban it here again. So it almost feels inevitable that we're going to see Bind. It's both of their favorite maps.
For Fracture, that means Bala is going to be left open. Yeah, Haven taken off by Gambit. That's got to be the most expected thing here.
Yeah, but I think it was left open for the first round of picks as well in both of their games earlier, and they ended up banning it no matter what. So I think both of them also used their second ban on it. So Ascent for Vikings, I actually felt that they could have gone for Breeze ban, because they've banned that in the past as well, and clearly Gambit are very comfortable on it.
Well, Split is where we're going to first here. What do you guys make of this?
This is how we ended Masters 3, right? We on Split. So for Gambit, you know, I think they're pretty comfortable on this. It is a little bit different. You're not going to see Nats on that Viper usually, but who knows? Maybe we'll see something a little different.
I am surprised to see them not just pick Bind straight out, right? Like, why leave it to the end? Oh, maybe they could leave it to the end just because that. Basically how they came through that other game was because they did, right? They always have that in their back pocket because it's somewhere that people are very comfortable going to. I'm looking forward to the second pick here, though. For Vikings, I think they have the big opportunity to go, okay.
They've gone with Bind.
Wow, I thought that they might go with Icebox instead.
Especially into Gambit right now.
Because of what we just talked about at the beginning of this, right? How weak they kind of are on that and how prone to upsets, quite frankly, I think they are there.
It's just not a great map for the Vikings either is the problem. Historically, they haven't done very well on it. The win percentage is pretty low compared to Bind, where they're like 73% win rate all time. So I think they're just more comfortable on Bind, and I don't think either of them wants to play Icebox is the funny part. I think they both had struggles on it, and it both kind of scares them a bit.
I mean, the last 3 maps left open I feel like no matter what it is, it's going to be pretty interesting. Okay, Fracture has been removed here.
I think it has to be Icebox, right? Because Breeze, Vikings don't really play that. So no matter what Gambit bans, they want to go that other direction as well. Unless Gambit had come out and banned Icebox and left Fracture open, which that is, not even close to being possible. So it is Breeze for Vikings. That means Icebox for the third map, which is very scary. If they could get there, that is prone. That is it. Big it, for sure. But still doable.
I mean, looking at the maps now, Split, Bind, and Icebox, do you think that we might see Icebox today?
I think so. I think we can get there. I think there's a really good shot here for Vikings to at least take one of these maps. I don't know if we get there. Then it's kind of almost it feels like a coin flip.
Here's my question: how do they get there? Which map are they taking? Right? I don't feel strongly about either one going in favor of Vikings. I don't feel very strong in like the other way too, but I just don't see how it's actually going to happen.
Yeah, I do want to talk about Split very quickly because you guys talk about the possible changes we could see there in the scrim box at EMEA and also Red Bull Homeground. Gambit ran a Sova, which is either maybe the biggest great thing ever, or it's just like straight up int. What do you think?
I think it could be it. To be honest, I think it definitely could, especially against a team like Vikings, right? A team that I don't think I've ever seen in Brazil, a Sova run on Split. EMEA, it's very common. So if I saw that against Team Liquid or Fnatic, for example, Fnatic especially, I would not be so comfortable. But against Vikings, I think there's some merit to that, yes.
Well, we can see, we shall see, because Agent Select is going to be out here soon, right after this break. Well, the maps have been locked in and the players are waiting eagerly backstage. Let's get this qualification match underway. Well, everybody in this tournament wants to take down Gambit, and today we'll find out if Brazil will be the ones to do it in Team Vikings. And based on their last matches, Bala, we've been talking about this, they very well can.
They absolutely can. A chance to actually make the Gambit doubters really, really, really loud at this point. That is Team Vikings' goal, and for Gambit, it's the opposite. Shut those doubters up, right? Every single time they keep saying they come out weak, they come out weak. Is that a sign that things are actually not working? This is their chance in this decider match to go into the playoffs.
I mean, they sure picked up steam at the end of those last two games. They looked unbeatable. They looked like the team that we saw at Masters 3. But again, this is Champions, like Bala said. This is different. Now it is, like, the pressure is 10 times more than it was at Masters. And I think here the Vikings, yeah, they got to come out swinging. I'm really curious about their split comps and those kind of things. Like, what are they going to do? Because they've been all over the place with their split comps. And I'm really curious to see how they're going to attack what the Gambit team usually does.
Well, let's talk about that, because they went from having...
They're fired up.
Yeah, they're very fired up. I mean, Gambit, they went from having a Sky and Viper on split into having a Sova and Breach. That is very, very different.
Yeah, a lot of people are just, you know, right away writing that comp off because Sova on split. Like, it's just literally that's what they do.
Why?
Because it is strange. Sova is kind of weak, especially when you think about how he plays in ranked as a solo player. It's very difficult to get value out of the Hunter's Fury or darts. There's not many places to actually insert that. But if you're not prepared against it, and if you have some specific things, it can be quite strong. So I hope they bring it out, but I won't be disappointed if they don't either, because that could still be left in their back pocket.
I think on the attacker side, it gives you just a little bit more ability to kind of get through the defenses, right? Split is typically one of the defenders' heavy maps, and you can use those recon darts to get a little bit more information. If you're able to get a plant down, there are some cheeky angles you can pull off with the shock darts, but Ball is right. It is really hard to get value out of a lot of Sova's utility on this map.
I also want to say that, you know, we haven't seen Vikings play here since August, and the last time they did play this map, Bala, you're going to hate this, but
Yeah,
Sacy was on the jet.
I know. I'm prepared because I'm pretty confident, based off what I've seen from interviews and whatnot, that Sacy is no longer playing the jet, and it will be GTN's primary role.
Yeah, so, I mean, Sacy, he can't move over to the Sova here either, so what would you like to see him play?
Breach.
Yeah, I think the Breach that we saw in Haven was very solid, and they have run Breach on this map in the past, but it wasn't Sacy, which is why I'm a little bit concerned for them going into Split. Obviously, you can just kind of transfer all the things you did from one player to the other, but you're not as comfortable.
Yeah, it's hard to know those lineups like 100%, and the timings of those are things, especially on Breach's flash on this map. It's really kind of awkward to hit those corners at times, so you got to be really practiced, really well prepared. The rolling thunders are easy. If you can get to those, that's easy mode, right? And who knows? I think a Breach is pretty standard, so I would be really surprised if they didn't have a Breach here.
Well, we're heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Now, guys, keep your eyes on Chronicle to see if he logs into the Sova, and also Sacy, of course, to see if he has indeed. Okay, so Okay, so everybody has decided to do the thing that we wanted them to do.
Yeah, so this is Gambit's Masters 3 comp, at least when they switched up the playoffs, and this is the same Vikings comp, I believe, just with the switch from Sacy to FRZ.
I feel like the Chronicle KJ is a new addition.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, because there used to be
What? Was it not there?
The other
that
Sentinel.
went really fast.
The one with the gray hat.
Cypher.
There we go. Because Nats played Cypher on split against Envy in the
and
finals.
Chronicle was on the Viper,
Yes.
so I think they've done this switcheroo.
Well, they did the same thing on Breeze, so I'm not sure why I wasn't expecting that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, no Sova though, which I am a little bit surprised with, just because they did practice that, but maybe it's not that strong. But let's talk about the predictions for this match. You know, I feel like this is one of a slightly harder one to predict, but what are you guys leaning towards?
I think for the series overall, I'm definitely leaning towards Gambit. After seeing the agent select on the first map, I'm a little bit concerned about it, just because I don't know, it's going back to old tricks rather than working on the new stuff that you're working on, and I'm not convinced about the Chronicle spot, but I am still comfortable with Gambit taking this series.
I think Gambit's going to take the series. I don't know how dominant it's going to be. I hope, again, that the Vikings can take a map. I don't know if it's going to be this one. I think they might be more comfortable and fine. But, I mean, there is an 80% win rate for Vikings on split, so they're no strangers to this map.
I'm with you guys. I think it's going to be a close one no matter what. Thank you so much, guys, for your input. I can't wait to see what our casters think about this matchup. Over to you, Doug and Potter.
Thank you so much, Sue. This is a big Okay, yan ang perfect time para makapasok na ang mga casters. Tayo ang ilalagay na extra layer. Alam mo yung pag nagpo-Photoshop ka, magalagay ka ng extra layer para matakpan yung ayaw mong makita. Tayo yung nagtatakip eh. So kaya tatakin yan. May nga pala sa Aster, kasama ko yung siyempre si Phil na naka bright blue ako, navy blue lang tayo palagi. So
pareho na naman tayo pero pareho tayo ng shade. Still shade of blue. O diba? Ewan ko ba, lagi na lang tayong nagtatero na eh. Kasi hindi ko lang kung bakit. Pero ayun nga, napanood na nga natin yung maglalaban. It's gonna be Team Vikings at saka syempre ang Gambit. Pero ito, ganito ang mangyayari dyan matatalo dito. So syempre, sana Vikings yun.
Pero tingin ko, Phil, medyo umi-echo ka for some reason sa chat.
Umi-echo ka rin eh.
Ayun. Okay, kailangan natin maayos pala yan. So, for the moment nga, Phil, I definitely do agree. I think sa power rankings ng particular group na ito, it's all about Gambit, tapos sunod doon ang Secret. Tapos, it's probably either Crazy Raccoon or Team Vikings. Tingin ko, kahit man sabihin natin na may pagka-bias tayo sa rankings na yon, I think it's with good reason naman. Kasi we really do see yung performance na pinapakita ngayon ng Team Secret, even in that one series. And right now, Crazy Raccoons isn't in the best state. So the only uncharted waters, so to speak, the team dito is Vikings. Even though sila binangan ng analyst natin all about Sacy and everything na na-transition siya, he's a really good shot and everything. Gambit is that team that always perseveres. Kahit man nahihirapan sila sa ibang maps, when they're in a groove, they're really definitely in a groove.
Every lang, nakita naman talaga natin yung gameplay ng Gambit dito. Once again, sila yung Masters Berlin champions dito. So, pero natin kasi sabihin na they really have that upper hand dito. Nakalaban nila ang Vikings. Pero ito nga, nakita naman natin yung mga Brazilian na try to prove that they're actually the best and one of the best here in the tournament right now. Pero it's just Vikings getting that first round agad dito sa game natin. Well, at least magkakaroon sila ng upper hand dito. They have the advantage and all they gotta do is just capitalize everything na meron sila. And syempre, i-keep lang nila yan. Huwag silang magpaka-easy kasi wala, mahirap na rin talaga magpaka-easy sa ganitong klaseng game knowing na ang matalo dito syempre nasa elimination na. Sa elimination na, so sila ng chance para makapasok sa quarterfinals next week.
Isipin mo, isang buong linggo na tuloy-tuloy na matches to. At least, specifically para sa atin. So, it's really a feast para sa mga mahilig manood ng Valorant Esports. Now, Sadak, pop shots lang through the wall. A little bit obvious that Gambit setting up para dun sa push na yon. Oh, that's the retaliation. That's the plug na gagawin ngayon ng Vikings, which is throw out all of their utility, nades, and aftershocks abound. Napakadali para i-line up all of these kills. We're left only onto Nats and Chronicle to make do with what they have.
For Team Gambit, they're actually really known to clutch these type of gameplays, these type of situations. Pero alam nung taga natin na medyo mahirap na talaga pa-clutch na. This is actually a 2v2. Pero yung low silang lahat, pero yung si Suitcast waiting on that perfect timing and perfect angle as well. We'll take down Nats. Pero nga lang Chronicle, can he do something about it? Yung nga lang the turret will be spawning out already. Pero ang kalaban pa na dito, dalawang tao na wala pang bawas kahit piso. May Spectre pa yung pareho. Paano mo tatapusin to? Paano mo tatalunin tong mga to? Well, it's given already. They have the advantage, they have the Spectres. If ever natalo ka dito, my God, mag-isip-isip ka na kung bakit nangyari yun.
Yan nga naman. Pero you can really see Gambit knowing the limitations na meron si Chronicle at that particular pace. No, not really needed to actually go for the push. Pero so Nats, what an incredible shot talaga dito for that Sheriff. Should have been more or less expensive para sa Vikings. But Nats, with that, with those amazing shots, just make it so much worth para sa nila. So that's either gonna force Vikings for an already big force buy, or in this bonus round build, kita mo na sa mga buys agad nila, they're just gonna be left with 2 SMGs and 3 upgraded pistols. Not really the hottest of things when Gambit is already on the forward push, pero medyo mainit ang kamay ngayon ni Defo, or trigger finger niya para magsugod, pero yeah, maka-counter lang siya.
Wala, yun yung problema dito. Nakabantay na si Jesus. So, inaantay ka, anak. Alam niya na papasok ka dito. At least si Jesus Christ, si Jesus lang pala na actually take down one with just that Sheriff though. Pero yun nga nakita natin kanina, di ba? I mean, tatlo yun namatay dito sa side ng Vikings. Kaya yan lang din talaga yung Gambit. Ang pinakamagandang ginawa ng Gambit dito is just syempre destroy the economy of Vikings. Pero okay lang yan. If ever man naman mamatay si Jesus dito, ibabago na naman siya after 3 days.
Or in this case, 5 more orbs. Till he rises again. Sana. Kung meron wala pala silang Sage, never mind.
Meron!
Ano sa kay Vikings? Kay Perez, bro. FRZ, wala silang sa Gambit. Anyways, back to the matter at hand. FRZ, nice. Using the smoke para lang mabambuzo na onto dito ang Gambit. Gambit actually now will have to go for a gamble, Phil, as is the 3 versus 2. Sacy does have an aftershock to clear out, and they still do have, of course, yung mga flashes na meron dito si Sacy. Or actually, no, never mind. That was Shados who flashed out just to stop the rest of the defenders from coming in. But there it is. They're going to be dropping in, using the numbers to their advantage.
Ito na ngayon si Shados, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if he's gonna go on with the spray, and but not gonna be able to take down the players of Vikings right now. Pero nga the swing from Jesus. Hindi na alam dito ng si Chronicle, pero nga aftershock para mapalis lang si Shados doon, pero yung nga lang si Sadako. With that big clutch, 3-0 already, 2 HP left, and lockdown still set. Medyo delikado ata ang buhay ng Gambit dito, man. Kasi wala, I mean, ang gamit lang ng Vikings kanina with those pistols, sobrang sobrang silang broken by but still, Vikings, sila pa rin na nakakuha nito. Men, isipin mo naman, di ba? Nasa kakampi mo si Jesus. Baka matalo, di ba? Pero ang makakatalo lang sa kanya, mga Pinoy. Tandaan yan.
Bakit naman?
Malakas tayo. Top tier analysis from Phil.
Kaya go. Wala akong masabi dun. Feel ko ba nagsalita ako dun, may insult wala kita
Kasama na naman tayo, man.
Tama
Wala. Ito naman tayo.
Okay, Gambit naman ngayon. Yeah. on just the weaker buy. Nats and Chronicle still able to buy up somewhat with that Spectre as well as yung Bulldog. So it's going to be all up to Chronicle to hit those entry shots, so to speak. They do have Redgar and Shada, actually everyone else on Sheriff. So this isn't really the worst scenario para sa Gambit. I think the problem right now for Gambit is yung ability na to take the sites without really losing too many targets. Because it seems like nahihirapan sila sobra sa post-plant scenario. Nice little combination there from Sacy as well as Jesus as they stop new attackers from coming right in. And
pero actually,
Gambit, left to dish out a little bit more. 30 seconds.
Yung lineup kasi ng Vikings dito is really for defending na talaga, pero nga lang bugumi, but here in this game, just Sadak waiting there in hell with a 3K or going over the 40, pero nga Lasheras will deny that 4K of Sadak. Pero it's up to the two remaining players of these teams though. 13 seconds left for the clock right now, and now Chronicle just trying to anchor this side. Nakita lang isa, pero nga Suitcase from up top, from the heavens, he will kill you. Shadows only may remain, but Suitcast as the angle, plus yung aftershock pa. Hindi na alam kung saan siya pupunta. 4-0 already for the side of Vikings. Napanood na natin to na ginawa ng Gambit. Tulad ng laban nila sa Secret. Talo sila sa first game pero bumabawi sa second and third. So there's a chance na pwede mangyari to. Pero yun nga lang, once again, ang matatalo dito is ang mga kalaban ng Secret if nanalo sila sa Crazy Raccoons bukas ng alas 10.
I think that's more plausible na mangyari, more feasible na makamit ng Team Secret. Again, we're definite fanboys of Team Secret kasi we're the Filipino broadcast. We're the Filipino fans, diba? But to be fair then as well, guys, we also know that Team Secret likes to scrim with other regions. Kasi yun yung tactics sa Southeast Asia. We don't like to scrim with players or teams from our own country. It's always up against other countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, Vietnam, and then lumalayo pa yan, umabot ng Japan and Korea. And I do know that Team Secret has done that a lot of times, even with top teams na other regions na yun. So they do have information, they do have that experience on how to deal with Japanese and Korean teams. So I feel like they're more confident compared to their match with Gambit. But here's the thing, Vil. Alam ko medyo early pa to sa series ito. Here's a question I'd like to pose. What happens when Vikings beat Gambit and Gambit go down and they face again Team Secret? That is a match I would definitely want to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Pero syempre hinihiling ng mga Filipinos na sana hindi na talaga mangyari yun. I mean, we all know na if ever lang talaga na Gambit ang pinakamalaking threat dito sa group nila. Not just for Secret, pero sa lahat ng teams talaga. Pero alam naman natin yun if ever lang talaga na meron tayong kinakatakutan, wag yung mga top teams. Katakutan nyo yung mga dark horse. Like number 1, Vikings, Secret, tsaka yung mga Japanese teams. Kasi ito yung mga teams na hindi nyo pa nakakalaro talaga eh. Kasi mga nasa ibang region tong mga to eh. Lalo na ang Japan, hindi naman sila nakakapaglaro sa sa Southeast Asia. I mean, talagang super Southeast Asia. Like yung mga ibang countries as well. I mean, mahirap talaga. And kailangan na talagang pag-aralan ng mabuti yung mga plays nila. Pero yun nga lang, the Rolling Thunder! All the way from Sacy, but yun nga lang, Chronicle being concussed. We'll take down 2! Suitcast only man remaining right now. Let's see if he can actually clutch this round. Suitcast pushing in. Hindi lang meron tayo sa may kabila mga kami, pero kung nakakita pa si Peringalak, at least Chronicle nakabawi na rin dito, and the first round goes to Gambit here in this game. And kung napansin mo kanina, dude, he's actually concussed. Na-stun siya dun eh. Yung mayinig yung mundo niya. Kinalampag ang papag. Pero nakapatay pa rin ng dalawa.
To add to that then, Villa. Okay. Before that, let's rewind way back no nasa mid pa. Si, who was it? Defo as well as Shados. I really love the play that they did. Lots of commitment to use yung initiator abilities nung Sky just so that Gambit can force out all of these anti-push utility na meron ng Vikings and also confirm na nandun yung Raze and other threatening members ng Vikings. What that left Gambit to do is just to burn a couple of flashes plus yung dash ni Defo, and immediately nakita mo yung rotation ng Gambit to go for that A-side. Napakatalino na rotations nila. Defo, great little headshot para lang ma-start off itong demonstrate experience. That flash will not phase him. And just to finish off as well, Vil, naglabanan sila using yung Killjoy lockdown for such a long time.
Yeah.
And it left Gambit with 12 seconds. So there was very little room for error, and boy, they did not make any mistakes. But this one, they're making a couple.
Yeah, for sure. Kasi knowing na walang barilang Vikings dito pushing it to a 2v2. Pero nga lang, ang problem for the side of Vikings right now is medyo mahihirapan silang mag-push and just to get all of these firepower because medyo delikado nga rin talaga na mag-push pa. And what if makakatch kayo ng Gambit off guard, pero yung nga lang, Defo is in a tight spot right now, pero nga at least makakapag-rush pa rin sa taas. Jesus knows ito rin, meron tayo sa may baba. Oh! Jesus with a kill on to one, pero yung nga lang, that showstopper gonna be denied by Defo. And yeah, you're now seeing the comeback na ginagawa ng Gambit. Well, all they gotta do, syempre, ituloy-tuloy lang nila to and just capitalize the mistakes ng kalaban nyo, which is, yun may ginagawa nila do, all this pick-offs, all this trade-offs na ginagawa ng Gambit is actually really flawless. Na-push lang sila ng 2v2, pero yun nga lang, as long as they're gonna win this, it's fine. Ako, para sa akin.
Sometimes you just be like that. Yeah, you were saying.
Wala lang. Gusto ko lang gayahin yung Gusto ko lang gayahin yung posture ni Redgar. Yung gusto ko sabihin actually.
Makalas stairway to heaven yung ano niya eh. Kita mo yung parang naka-incline ka, may sa likod niya, tapos biglang nakatutok na sa langit.
Sakit sa likod nun. May kasi ginawa ko yung kanina eh. Sakit sa likod. Alam mo yun, parang magkakaroon ko ng stiff neck. Sakit man. Alam ko ginagawa mo ngayon, pero...
Nakatingin ka sa camera ko?
Hindi! Malamang hindi kita nakikita para alam kong ginagawa mo. Oo, ginagawa ko.
Siyempre.
Naginawa mo ba talaga?
Oh, YOLO. Alam mo yun?
Para tayo. Pero, it's time para makakabawi na ata ang Vikings dito, pero yun nga lang. Ang pwede nilang i-maximize dito and i-utilize is that ultimate from Suitcast and syempre dito kay Sage. I'm gonna ask you, man, how do you pronounce this? Freeze?
I'll just go FRZ.
30 seconds left.
FRZ? Sage na lang eh, ganun na lang. Pero nga lang, that's gonna be the lockdown that is set by the players of Gambit. Oy, medyo sinasay ko ata nila. It's just Chronicle lang ang nasa B. Pero yun nga lang, look at the players of Gambit here in A. That is actually one of the basic move that pwede mong gawin dito sa Valorant. And debated yung mga players dito ng Vikings. They have no idea at all na nandito na ang Gambit here in A. Suitcast. The only man remaining. Basic din eh. Para sa ang basic ng move na yun, man.
Nakikita mo lang siguro yung respect na meron ng Vikings sa utility usage ng Gambit dito. Right? Because we saw, I think that was yesterday, one of the yesterday matches. Let me confirm which one was that. I believe that was the Vision Strikers one against the Fnatic. Wait, was it that one? Yeah, I believe that was the one. I think on Haven or something. Na pag ginagamit mo yung ultimate ni Killjoy, sometimes you just don't play with the lockdown anymore. You really have to just double down. A lot of the more experienced teams na nakakapaglaro sa LAN up against the other regions, when you use that Killjoy ultimate, they will make sure na may lalabas muna in like the 2 seconds before the lockdown completes bago sila mag-rotate. Because yung percentage na pwede maging fake ito is actually pretty high. And you can always play that retake kasi it's what, 40-45 seconds bago mag-explode yung defuse. So if you can just again have that straight path para makapunta sa other side, I think there's time naman para makabawi dito ang mga teams. And it really is just again to how you adapt to that read. Anyways, Gambit nakakabawi na sila slowly but surely to sa attacking side. Shadows also wanted to point out, ang dami niya ng beses in the span of these 7-8 rounds na nakakuha siya ng kanyang Seeker. So he really has been getting a lot of value.
Pero itong Vikings man, sobrang sirang-sira talaga yung economy nila. I mean, every round na meron silang barrel, wala, natalo pa rin sila, tapos mapupush ulit, mag-save sila. Alam mo yan, hindi na talaga alam yung gagawin nila para lang at least makabawi in terms of firepower, in terms of economy. Are they gonna be able to do that? I mean, nadjajabate sila masyado ng Gambit, binibasic sila, pero hopefully makabawi pa rin sila kahit papano. Importante is sila pa rin naman talaga yung may lamang, pero yun nga lang knowing na talagang naka-sheriff lang din talaga to, sure na to one tap to the head. Plus the hold na meron din ng Gambit. It's gonna be so hard for you guys just to retake this site. Pero for Suitcast though, kailangan nilang i-push to kasi meron naman silang pera next round. Okay lang kahit matalo sila. Pero yun nga lang, ang tanong is if talagang i-risk mo ba nila yun? Well, exit frags hanggang mamatay, okay lang yun man.
Yeah, Suitcast saving na lang yung Vandal because I mean he can either just save or die, whichever one he can still buy up to the next round, so that's fine.
Either way, marami siyang pera.
That was actually smart. Na Gambit exited through how do you say this? Through screens, through dun sa spawn ng Vikings, because if they went towards Suitcast's position, they might have been stuck because of that gravity well na possibly could have been used by Suitcast. But either way, Gambit smart enough to just stick together as a 3-man. Alam nila na if they spread out, it doesn't mean anything. They don't really have to do crossfires, refrags na lang. It's the better option. So these little things na ginagawa ng Gambit has allowed them to 4 straight rounds in a row. And looking into it, they are, I'd say, halfway there again to having good utility ultimates to use for taking in the sites. And Gambit always loving to go for this mid control, and nahuli pa dito si Sudegas, arguably one of the better players for Vikings. And losing the Astra just misses all the beat na pwedeng gawin ng Vikings in terms of zone control with those stars.
Yeah, I mean, napag-usapan naman natin yan. Like you've said, it's just about the zoning. Para sa akin, it's all about talagang the full map control na meron kayo with that Astra. Kaya kung napapansin mo, di ba, halos wala talaga nagbe-Brimstone. Why do you have to pick Brimstone? Meron naman talagang, meron ng Astra, pero yung dalawa silang umakyat, dalawa ang namatay sa kamay ni Defo. Shados finishing it off. Sobrang solid ng ginawa ni Defo doon, man. I mean, he saw already na hindi pa nga niya alam na dalawa eh. Pero yun nga lang, sobrang risky din talaga ng ginawa nila. Pareho silang ang bagal talaga nila umakyat dalawa. Yan o. Slow mo. Diba?
Slow mo na nga, slow mo pa yung
Oo. Doon mo slow, sabay tayo. 1, 2, 3. Ay, sorry. Sorry, Lods. Diba?
Yeah.
Ako lang nga ng coach na. Sino ba coach nito?
Sige, Vil, paliparin ka natin sa Brazil.
Ano ko si Jessica?
Marunong ka ba manipa ng bola?
Oh, man. Biba.
Nice.
Biba. Dati, yun yung training namin dati.
Ano bang ginawa mo dati? Alam ko nung college ka, marunong ka mag-drum, drummer ka, di ba? Oo. Tapos?
Football.
Ano sports mo? Football.
Tsaka badminton.
Yung pala,
Tek-tek. Nagkaroon ka ba dun?
Hindi. Pero hulaan mo yung sa akin. Ano yung sports ko nung sabi high school.
Alam ko, volleyball ka.
Hindi.
Hindi ba?
Hindi.
Ano?
Stacking cups, bro.
Seryoso?
Oo. Sumali ako. Kasi
seryoso?
Tinaray ko lang. Pero hindi ako ganun kagaling, syempre.
Talaga? Stacker ka pala, no?
Oo, bro. Malig ako mong stack.
Nice one.
Nice one. Galing.
Pakita mo, minsan pag kunyari meron tayong party tapos mga red cups, yung mga ganun, di ba?
Oo.
Bilis mo pala mag-stack, bro.
Gaya ito Gambit, stack sila.
Ay, nako. 5-4 already Gambit. Now, uno na dito, and for the side of Vikings right now, hindi nila maisip kung paano ba sila makakabawi. Ang sabi ng Gambit, pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo. Hindi nila sinabi yun, pero nararamdaman ko yun yung nasa isip nila.
Random din naman no? The problem right now for Vikings is they're just not winning yung initial bouts na ito. And one of the big reasons why that is such a big thing is I think just yung combination na pinapakita ni Shadows as well as si Defo. My freaking God, Iroville! Jumping headshot as he goes through Billboard.
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 FRZ though with a kill on the Defo, pero yun nga lang marami pa yung mangyari to. Just Shados with that upper hand because of that Vandal, pero nga lang sabi ni Jesus, I made you, boy!
Placing sentry.
Yung tatay pala niya yung gumawa, pero wala silang ID na nasa likod lang si Redgar. Bababasag na yung wall mga kaibigan sa Sadak. Oh my God!
No. Yikes.
Pero nga lang Jesus take the wheel. Pero si Redgar pa talaga makakuha nito. 6-4. And it's just Gambit 6 rounds in a row winning this game, winning this rounds. Kahit City, ano ba si Nuts eh? I mean, ito yung solid kay Nuts eh. Low yung ano niya, low yung kill count niya, pero sobrang dami nang nagagawa. Tapos, magugulat ka na lang, nasa likod mo na lang si Nuts, biglaan. Dapat ano eh, kunyari may girlfriend ka, dapat kung pakilala si Nuts eh. Ay, single ka nga pala.
Experience pa yan. Pag pumunta ka pa sa Germany kasama si si SO mo, ano ni Nuts.
Sino SO? Pwede ba lang sabihin si May, di ba?
Mali ko pa. Hindi ko ba alam kung pakilala mo na siya sa mga viewers natin.
Oo, man. Kilalang kilala nila si May. Oo nga pala, no? Kasi nga pala hindi pala tayo nagsasama dito sa Tagalog Podcast.
Kaya nga.
Kilala na sila si May.
Okay, edi sabihin ko na si May. Ayun. Diba?
Oo.
Mahirap eh. Kasi pag tayo best friend tayo, o pag nakita ko si Shados, tingin ko Vil magharap ka na ibang best friend.
Yikes.
Bakit? Ikaw lang yung best friend ko, bro. Hindi mo gumago yan, pare. Ang dami natin pinagdaanan eh.
Pero magiging best friend ko na si Shados. Si Nuts pala.
Oo man. Pogi kaya ni Nuts.
Sobra.
Oo, di ba? Ewan ko. Nakakainis. Tease Nuts. Tease Nuts.
Kailangan ko ba sabihin? Got him!
Got him! Got him! Ito na. Let's see if ever makakakuha ba silang matiwasay dito. There's a lot of killjoy utilities down here in B. Pero yung lockdown just to start things off. Pero ang problema is medyo hindi nila alam kung meron talaga pupunta. Pero kung napapansin mo, walang nagbabantay dun sa may Heben mga kaibigan. Pero that's gonna be
nice.
The Rolling Thunder.
10 seconds left.
From A to Heaven, pero yun nga lang medyo nahihirap kasi pumasok because of that breach. Ang hirap talaga makapasok if ever may breach. So it's all up to Chronicle right now. Meron pa siyang oras pero nga lang kaya ba niyang clutch to? Sadak says no. Solid yung Rolling Thunder niya doon. Ni Sacy plus yung mga flash niya. I mean, solid hold by Vikings.
Naging problema na lang is, I don't know, Sadak.
Last round in the half.
That was a 2 versus 1. He could have just charged the smoke and stopped Chronicle from just rushing right in. Again, it's perfect. That's still a win para sa Vikings, but it could have been something else para sa nila, to be honest. Or could have been much cleaner. But that was very close for comfort. And again, Vikings had to use everything that they had. Tingnan mo kung gaano ka dito sa Suricast just to fight Chronicle right then and there. So much respect na pinapakita ngayon ng Vikings. And I don't know, man. Like these tiny little things, kahit man very close sa match natin, it really adds up later on. And I'm kind of fearing for how Vikings are going to be approaching this moving forward. Kasi again, it's not only about yung results ng round. It's how the players interact against each other.
Yeah, that's true. And tulad nga sabi mo, small things. Sabi yung mga small mistakes yan, it escalates to a more na bigger problem lang din talaga. Parang sa life, parang sa love life. Parang gano'n lang din yan man. Pero yun nga lang.
Problema ka ba?
Wala naman. Okay lang naman ako. Okay. Pero yun nga lang. It's just, Sacy just denying that lockdown dito na ginawa dito na
showstopper?
Pero nga lang, they're actually gonna go in already. Pero nice! Jesus! Kinuha yung dalawa niyang anak! We'll take down Chronicle and Shados right now. Pero nga lang, kaya pa ito ng mga tatlong players dito ng Gambit. Let's see. Jesus taking cover, trying to anchor this side as well. He knows na meron papasok dito. Suitcast. Tamang spray and pray lang sana doon sa may smoke. Pero nga lang, hindi na alam talaga meron pa dalawang tao doon. No more utilities for the side of these teams though. Pero nga lang, let's see if ever papasok pa sila. Pero Redgar just trying to get that smoke up para lang at least magkaroon siya ng enough room para hindi mo tayo dito paliwanag. Defo.
Player standing.
Knife in the head. Sacy, the only remaining right now. Meron pa siyang dalawang flash, pero oh my god, perfect flash. But Nat says no. 5 to 7.
Switching sides.
My god.
Alam mo, Vil.
Sinampal sa kanina. Oh. Ano?
Isang kilo ng nuts sinampal sa'yo.
Pinakain siya ng roasted legumes.
Highland roasted legumes, bro.
Oh, man.
Sabi
ni Dana, nakakalito pag nagtabi kayo ni Nuts.
Bakit?
Oh. Pogi din ako.
I stand for nuts. Diba? Pangalan niya rin eh. Pag binaliktad mo nuts, stand. O diba? I stand for nuts, bro. Well, anyways, lagyan natin onting analysis lang naman yung nangyari sa play na yun. I'm wondering if they're gonna show some of the replays then and there. Gambit have been playing incredible contact play for every single round na pinapanalo nila for that first half. Kung nakita mo kung paano sila maglaro, utilities are just a mean to get into the site specifically. Yung parang first angle contact ng Gambit dito, they just use their utilities to flush it out, pero once they get in, they do it in such a way na yung smokes nila just allow them to get very close to yung members ng Vikings dito. If you can see it, there's literally no long range fights na tinitake ng Gambit, and they keep winning those CQCs. Napakaganda ng ginagawa nila, as well as yung timing. There was always, like, if ever outnumbered dito ang Gambit, even if that is the case, there will always be that one person na magpipinch play. And seemingly, that helps them to win out these rounds. There was that one round na, I believe that was Chronicle that was flanking from heaven. And then that last round, before we go into the second half, it was Defo with those blades. Napakalaking bagay talaga ng plays na ito para sa Gambit. And it seemingly works so well na even if seemingly Vikings should not lose, they are, just because Gambit have been using these two-set strategies for the longest time in this first half.
Yeah, and natulugan na natin kanina, ilang beses na debate yung mga players dito ng Vikings, and like what you've said, it's all about the CQCs. Yes, that's true. Talagang ni-utilize lang talaga nila, lalong-lalo na yung aggressiveness nila eh. Kasi you can play CQC if ever you're not aggressive. I mean, lalong-lalo na si Defo. I mean, pasok ko saan siya, pero at the same time, habang pumapasok siya, meron agad na nakabantay. Like if ever papasok siya sa heaven, for sure meron ng tao dun sa may garage na can support you as well. Alam mo, it's all about the body system, kumbaga, na ginagawa dito ng Gambit. And for Team Vikings naman though, I mean, na-shake sila eh. I mean, sobrang na-rattle sila nung tuloy-tuloy ng nanalo. Na-shake, na-rattle, tsaka roll sila eh, no? Nung tuloy-tuloy ng nanalo yung Gambit dito. It's like, hindi na talaga makita yung formula on how will they shut down Gambit. Pero, yun nga, this is actually a match between two teams na sobrang solid ng mga line-up na pang-def talaga, na sobrang pang-def talaga.
To add to that din pala, Villa, as we're starting on this second pistol, have you ever seen Vikings actually push forward a little bit more? Kung alam nila yung majority of the force ng Gambit is like on A, do they try to push forward on B or something and try to get that passive or that aggressive or forward control, proactive control? Hindi, diba? So naging problema ngayon sa Vikings is they're playing on what's in front of them and not taking that extra step para makakuha ng information. And because of that, nahihirapan silang mag-adjust. But now that they're gonna be on the piercing end of things, now that they're gonna be taking the sights, it could be a different spell ngayon.
Yun nga yung problema. Ang gusto ng Vikings dito is maglaro ang Gambit dun sa pace ng Vikings. Pero hindi nangyayari yun. Naglalaro ang Vikings sa pace ng Gambit.
Yeah.
Which is kailangan nilang baguhin yun.
Hirap nito. May dalawang ano pa. Oh, that's a big stun. Yeah. Oh, lutong-luto din si Jesus. That's not good.
Alam mo tawag doon?
30 seconds left.
Jesus Pride. Pero ito na ngayon. 4 players from Vikings going up already here in heavy, pero nga lang being detected by that alarm bot, pero walang tao. Ito, it's all up to Redgar para kunin itong Abra to. Yun nga lang, Vikings is not gonna connect onto these players, so, pero meron pang isa. Oh my god, perfect wall! Para hindi makapasok dito si Shadows, pero yun nga lang, Defo is on its way just to take down these players. 3 versus 3 now. All these guys are really working well para dito sa players ng Gambit, pero wala na tayo sa may health though, pero nga lang, more fault is now coming in, pero nga lang at least tumama yung isang right click doon. Chronicle and Defo trying to defend this side. FRZ, the only man remaining, heal is up, pero when kaya niya mapapatay yung dalawang players, so it's gonna be so hard, man. Meron pang turret para tong 3v1, man. Paano magagawin to? Oh! But Chronicle finishing it off without getting any damage at all. 8-5. I mean, at least Gambit, I mean, yun nga pag-usapan natin kanina, medyo mahirap din talaga sila makapasok din because of all these breach na meron. All these fault lines, all these aftershocks, lalong-lalo na yung eto, ang ginawa lang dito ng Gambit, man, I mean, pinupush nila na pumunta sa hell yung mga players ng Vikings eh. Tignan mo, isa naluto, isa na-debate na naman.
Yeah.
Oh, kabayo daw. Hindi ko. Kabayo, ewan ko, man.
Oh yeah, body shots for days. Yeah, that's lovely. You know the opponents are just gonna be either on no shields or half shields. So yeah, Marshall is king in the anti-bonus, or excuse me, the anti-eco when you're gonna be in that scenario. Napakadali para makakuha ng kills doon, and that's literally just gonna feed Defo more money and closer step para makakuha niya ang kanyang blades for this following round. Yeah, look at that. It's very easy to make that happen.
Yeah, man.
Spike down.
Oh, perfect 950 pesos ROI. Agad-agad si Defo dito, pero yung nga medyo delikado si Sadak if ever pumasok man siya, because kahit naka-phantom ka, kahit meron kang full armor, one hit to head pa rin yan. Pero yung nga lang medyo nag-i-aggressive na din yung mga players dito ng Gambit. Wala silang pakialam sa nararamdaman dito ng Vikings, man. Diretso lang sila, pero nga lang Chronicle, that's praying for not gonna be successful, pero yung nga lang si Unicast actually take down one. Saan pupunta yung mga players ng Vikings City? Yes, they have all these firepower, pero kaya ba nilang tapusin tong larong to? One is pushing Redgar, which is that Spectre. Kailangan na talaga magpaka-CQC dito. Are they gonna risk that or not?
Looks like no. Looking at this, Vikings, they have everything that they need to take a site quite effectively. And oh yeah, that's another thing. They heard the utility ni Chronicle on mid. So they have an inkling, an idea that A site should have no utility for him whatsoever. And iniwan nila si Suricast to actually hold that lurk. And you can see it perfectly. He's just about to hit that right now. So this is perfect. Because if you're going to go to A main, you don't really see anything on top of this one. That's going to allow Defo to maybe just get the 1 kill. But the timing from Suricast denies even more takedowns overall. Chronicle just timely with the takes. First and foremost, Chronicle... Oh, he doesn't know that Sacy's here. This is perfect. If Sacy can take down Chronicle, he's gonna be able to break that lockdown, and that's gonna leave Redgar in a disadvantageous position. Just push it in, man. Pasok mo na. Oh no, this is bad. Yikes. But no player detained, so he's fine. 2v1.
Yeah. 2v1 right now. Redgar, the only remaining. Yung taong laging merong taong laging merong stiff neck. Hirap kasi talaga ng posture niya, man. I mean, Redgar, wala siyang idea na si First dito lang sa may alley. Oh, using all these smokes, pero nga lang, FRZ, the Sage, saving their day, 6-9. Nice.
Very nice. I think you learned the stiff neck? I was born in the stiff neck. Yun ang sabi ni Redgar.
Hirap. alam mo yung pag dinrobing mo, parang charts no? Stonks.
Incline, no?
Yeah, pataas talaga, man. To the moon, to the stars. Parang Astralis lang. Sakto meron silang
Kaya
start.
magkakaroon ng Astralis ng Valorant team. That'd be amazing.
Meron bang ends?
Hindi ko alam eh.
Sana magkaroon.
Ninja in Pajamas, bro. Yun din, no?
Yeah, dude.
Sipin mo yun. Oh, this is...
Man, yeah.
I don't think that's gonna be an angle.
Oh, yun ang ginagawa mo dyan. Bakit nilalabas mo yung ulo mo? Sa duck?
Di pa nga full extend yung ulo niya eh. Ito na lang. Pika mo na onte.
Oh, just the tip lang.
Just the tip pala. May bonnet pa yung tip eh. Anyways, you're not accurate when you're on top of on the ropes. You could be, but obviously not 100%. So I don't know what Sadak was looking at that, pero Defo's positioning just really good. Nats na broke na onti yung wall, so he breaks the head of the members dito ng Vikings. But this is just disjointed from Vikings as of the moment. And as they push in, they lose 3 members, so to speak. This is gonna be a huge wall to say at the least they're gonna have to plant, but they're gonna have to plant fast because tignan mo, Shados is already on the flank.
30 seconds left.
Pero tignan natin, Suitcast. Pero the spike already, red guard. Ang ganda ng wall na ginawa ng Vikings dito, man. I mean, minimal view. Oh my god! Nagulat si Defo doon.
Enemy remaining.
Pero nga na Shados. Let's see. 2v1. Yeah. O pa rin ang gamit. Ang ganda talaga ng wall na ginawa dito ng Vikings sa totoo lang. I mean, more room sa Vikings para makagalaw and lesser room para sa Gambit para makapasok sa site. Sayang hindi lang din talaga nag-workout.
It's just that one extra layer na hindi ma-figure out ng Vikings dito. And that extra layer is just the ability to check that one extra angle that they're not really hoping to see dapat, diba? You not really should be expecting somebody from the defenders to come outside from B main. Like this one, from Shados. That is something that they're not really expecting. Kita ito mo yung positioning ni Surikas doon. He was already expecting that both of the players ng Vikings, or excuse me, not Vikings, but Gambit would be coming out from heaven. And it's that like little bit of difference that is forcing or taking the rounds away from Vikings dito. Sabi mo na, ganda ng utilization ng Viking. They can take the sites. They can fight for these angles, these locations, and even plant the spike down. The problem now lies kung saan ba sila titingin after that happens. And it seems like because of this, Gambit is taking advantage of that and keep winning the fights over and over again.
I mean, sobrang na-overpower na talaga ng mga players ng Gambit itong game na to. I mean, tulad nga na pag-uusapan natin, hindi na makapag-isip ang Vikings ng next step on how will they do this. Siyempre, number one pa rin talaga factor dito. It's all about the experience, man. The more experience na meron kayo sa ganitong klaseng sa ganitong klaseng setup, mas marami kayo may isip na pwede niyong gawin, na pwedeng strat, na pwede niyong gawin. Para siyempre makabawi kayo dito. Pero knowing na talagang itong Vikings is one of the dark horses sa tournament na to, you really need to watch out. Kasi malay nyo, meron silang mga natatagong pocket strategies in order for them to take down you guys. Pero dito ngayon, I mean, at least ako na talaga ng gamit yung kanilang pace. Well, I have to ask, sino bang pumili ng map na to? I'll check.
Yeah, may stun naman tayo dyan. Ooh, that's a stun. Good follow through though.
Gambit na pamili nitong map na to.
Everybody from Vikings just gonna go for a heaven dito, Vil, using the numbers to their advantage, but yeah, Nats is already on the case to stop that from pushing right in. He does have kills in his system, as well as yung mga snake bite tayo, and to keep members of Vikings a little bit more honest. Nakita na ni Nats yung first target, has to back away for the moment. A little bit low on the ammunition, pero not low on his potency, as nakahabol na din si Shados. One more tap shot kay Suricast, and one step closer para sa Gambit to win this first game.
To be honest, itong game na to, hindi siya matagal eh. Mabilis siya eh. Sa totoo lang. Kasi may mga game na alam mo, sobrang tagal nila pumasok. Parang wala nangyayari. Pero ito, it seems like parang it's just a normal game. It's an okay game, parang ganun. Okay lang, alam mo yun. Parang nangyari lang, parang ganun. Pero yeah, for the side of Vikings, medyo marami pa silang kakainin bigas. Marhaba pa ang hahabulin para makabawi dito, pero yun nga lang. That's actually a really great thing na pwedeng gawin dito ng Gambit. They have no idea at all that Red is actually pushing with that judge. They can actually catch them off guard if ever they're gonna go here in B. Pero kaya probably hindi na sila pupunta doon. Pero kung papansin mo, ang tanong kay Redgear is aalis ba siya dyan or hindi kahit nasa A na yung mga players dito ng Vikings. If ever lang talaga, ikuto na niya all the way from T-spawn para makabawi. I mean, if ever na mag-rotate sila, at least makukuha na agad ni Redgear tong mga to.
Well, that's a beautiful thing about an Astra though, right? Yung presence mo can always be felt throughout the entirety of the map as long as you have those stars. Yeah, off your feet, well, binuhot ka na nga. Binuhot ka na sa yung kamatayan. Yan ang takedown kay Jesus as well as FRZ. Sacy, he used the ultimate, pero there was nothing really that they could have done. Defo, beautiful pre-fire angle. Take one more shot. Couple of flashes dito kahit na blind out siya that also blinds the rest of the Viking squad. Chronicle has been taken down onto the site, but that still leaves the site well defended by Gambit. Kasi kita mo ngayon, the 2 members have already locked and loaded into the site right now. 19 seconds left onto the clock, and Vikings, they got to push in.
Yeah, ito naman ginagawa ni Redgear. Like what I've said kanina, hindi pa rin talaga siya magpupush. Talagang aantayin talaga na yung mga players ng Vikings na makapasok dito, pero yung they need to go here. And already, kailangan nila silang pumasok or probably isa-save na lang nila yung mga baril na yan. Kasi wala rin silang pera next round eh. Mahirap din.
Even if they get kills, I mean, Gambit are incredibly rich, so they can just keep hunting for those. And even if they drop weapons, okay lang naman sa kanila. Wala na sila pakialam doon.
Skin daw.
Again, skin na lang yung problema. Look at this. Like, they really force their utility through Viper snake bites. And here's another thing. Yung lineups na ginagawa ni Sacy actually also hits his teammates. Kasi nakita mo kanina, I think a couple of rounds ago, na sinabi ko, uy, problematic yan sa pag-push ng Vikings. And they got hit by a fault line. Pero again, there's no breach on the side of Gambit. So natatamaan ni Sacy yung sarili niyang teammates. And again, if you're gonna have your weapons out, that minimizes yung fire rate mo. So your efficiency, your ability to take the sites gets incredibly low. So at dagdagan mo pa yan ng Viper smoke, it just makes it so incredibly difficult para makapag-push through dito ang Vikings. And right now, Vikings, they're basically doing something that, to their namesake, the Viking charge. Hit their heads up onto the wall and see if it breaks. But it won't work like that, especially up against Gambit.
Yeah. Dito naman ngayon sa side ng Gambit. Yeah, 1 round na lang eh. So round na lang din talaga yung kailangan nilang gawin dito for the side of Vikings naman. They tried so hard para lang at least makabawi kahit konti. Pero pinagbigyan naman sila ng couple of rounds sa first half. 4 rounds din yan. Pero yun nga, nung nahanap na ng Gambit, yung init nila sa katawan. Yung init ng mga kamay nila, at least.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Meron palang VCT logo dyan?
Mali ba, may graffiti.
Oo, si Riz ang graffiti niyan. Pero wala lang. Wala naman talaga ganun, di ba? Pero
here's another thing din pala. I know I won't say this too much, but an operator on attacking side, I think could actually help Vikings right now. Because ang tindi ng Gambit ngayon na makipag-fight for angles, an operator that's 1 shot 1 kill would be super risky but actually pretty helpful.
Man,
yeah.
sobrang aggressive mag-operator ni Defo.
Yeah.
Tino mo kasi sa Defo, di ba? Pero nga lang, medyo problema sila dito sa Maybe. 4 lang sila dito, 4v4 on the scoreboard right now. Pero yun nga lang, it's just Viper.
Shadows.
Waiting on that area, waiting just sa may garage if ever meron papasok or wala. Saan ba talaga sila pupunta dito? Look at that sky. Look at Shadows right now. Iikutan na niya, pero yun nga lang meron dito si Sadak. If ever papasok siya, malamang talaga mababawasan siya ng buhay, pero yun nga lang maganda ang position ni Nuts. We're gonna throw that snake bite para lang at least hindi makapasok dito si Sadak though, pero yun nga lang Shadows.
The timing.
Pa rin. It's all about the time. Hindi nakita na Sadak! Hindi. Sayang. Sana si Sadak makakapatay kay Shadows kasi siya yung una nakakita.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. Sinindak si Sadak, bro.
The timing, man. Yeah, dude. The timing. Sobrang awit, bro. Pero let's see. 3v2, Defo. Operator in your face on Sacy. Can he do the ace?
Enemy remaining.
We'll take down one. Fitting on the sheets. We'll finish it off. 1-0 already. And Gambit actually win the game at number 1.
Clean round. Again, just Sacy, he already knew that there was no way he's gonna win that unless he took out those 3 opponents, right? Thankfully enough, meron siyang 20 seconds to try to clutch. And that is plenty of time if your opponents are actually willing to fight against you. So, in that, it's a battle of attrition na lang. It's a battle of who's the better player. Sacy, he almost went above and beyond, you know, further beyond plus ultra, mga ganung kasing bagay. Yeah. But it just lacked just that one more step. And again, to be fair, if you're up against a Sky, yung abilities ng Sky can actually tank bullets. People have to remind. Oh, beautiful use of utility then from Shados. And Shados, he did the long con, the long flank. And sinabi na, pinakita pa na rin. Si Sadak, he just got caught. Yung timing ng pag-switch niya ng vision from his own spawn towards on B main. Nahuli siya. That was so unfortunate. That could... pa na one more round ang Vikings dun.
Yeah, that's true. And kung din ang pag-usapan natin, it's all up to the skills na din talaga. Yung mga utilities na meron dito ang Vikings. Ang hirap nun lang as a defender. Ang hirap na naman. Isipin mo, may Beach ka na, may Astra ka na, may Killjoy ka pa. Alam mo, parang kompleto talaga na you cannot go inside the site talaga. Pero kung napapansin natin, sobrang aggressive lang din talaga maglaro ang Gambit niya. Nabasa na nila agad kung paano nila tatalunin ng mga players ng Vikings. They know it already. They know how. Knowing the split, which is one of their best maps as well. Pero ang susunod na mapa, that is a map that is picked by Vikings. And let's see if ever makakabawi ba yung mga pirata or Vikings pirata. I have no idea. But yeah, we're gonna do a very, very short break. Once again, you're watching the Valorant Champions. Your character is Seville and Nasser right here. See you later.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Thanks, officer. If you feel Russian style, so put your hands up to the sky.
Well, the first half was a close affair for Gambit. They closed it out in the second half. I'm back on the desk with Paperson and Bala. What a solid defense round from them.
Yeah, and I think the defensive side is where we saw the power of the swap with Chronicle and Nat switching roles on split, right? Giving Chronicle the way to play the Killjoy and then also giving Nats his Viper.
He's just nuts. And he plays off of not just his own utility, but other utility well. He was moving around outside of the Astra smokes very nicely as well. So just doing what Nats does best, being an absolute pest, just being so hard to track because he's always kind of lurking around the edges of utility. And he's always ready to react to stuff. He's always got the right ideas at the right time. Such a difficult player to track.
I mean, Gambit are one of those teams that they don't just make agent changes on a whim, right? They do everything so methodically. And there's a reason behind it. And you can see why maybe the Sova was a bit of a test. They wanted to try it out at Red Bull Homeground, but this is the comp here that Paperthin that just really, really works.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you can take Nats off of Viper on almost any map at this point. He's just so strong on it.
His Cypher is also
his
so
Cypher is
strong.
really good, yes, but I think his Viper is just a little bit better and a little bit more versatile, so in some ways, it's hard to find, you know, fault with them going to this, of course. I mean, it worked out very well here. Maybe later on, against different opponents, they think the Cypher is a better switch into, so that's so dangerous to have when you're going up against this team is you don't know what you're getting out of Nats when you're going on split.
I think one important thing to note, though, is the ways, the maps that I like Nats on Viper a lot are when there is an Astra paired with it because you're not overloading him. For example, Breeze. I'm not really a fan of him being the only controller on the map where he has to do so many different things that, you know, he can't do the other things that he's so good at.
Yeah, I mean, Shados here, we're seeing some highlights, his little frag movie, but it does, I saw this tweet online in terms of like which players we feel like really come to their form on a LAN environment, and it does feel like multiple members of Gambit are this way. Shados included, Defo we spoke about earlier as well. Bala, you know, we had a brief conversation about how he kind of matches up to all the Jets in this tournament, but it's just consistency, right? That's what it matters the most.
Yeah, to be honest, back to the LAN point for a second, I think Gambit might just be a LAN team.
Yeah,
right?
100%.
Straight
100%.
up. I love to see the way that Shados is playing, but also how he's activating Defo and letting him take space. I think that pair is a reason why Gambit has some of the best map control strats in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see that they have such a good read on their opponents, particularly in that round where we had the Rolling Thunder from Sacy. I think it was round 18, and they got the judge into the hands of Redgar. He pushes up into B Garage. Now, you want to usually use that Rolling Thunder from inside of B Garage, right? So he's ready in case there's like a push through there. He can at least slow it up and give his team enough time to maybe get into position to react it. On the other side of the coin, you had Chronicle in the back. He had a Nano Swarm right underneath rafters, ready for the push to come through. You got Nats up above. You are ready for either side of this Rolling Thunder. This team is so well prepared for any situation that's thrown at them.
You can't really counter that either, can you? You just got to pray that you land your shots as well. And speaking of landing shots, Chronicle, he can do this even under a lot of high pressure. This is the Verizon high-speed moment. Again, in a position, Barlow, where you don't expect him to win.
This is ridiculous. Honestly, it also speaks to why Breach is still not really getting as picked as he should because he's full stunned from that Rolling Thunder. And he still hits. This first shot, obviously you have first shot accuracy still, he still hits it, but then he's in the air.
That was like a one-tap as well, I feel like.
I'm also confused, like, does GTN have low HP or something like that? It's just, why is he double saturated? I mean, he's doing it with the Rolling Thunder. It makes a lot of sense, but to have the icy veins of Chronicle in that situation is just solid, solid, solid.
It has to be so frustrating for the Vikings. They did a lot of right things in that moment, but Chronicle was just better. I mean, that's just one of those things where you just kind of have to tip your hat and go, wow, what a shot.
It turned the tide of the game,
yes.
to be honest. Like, that was the first round the Gambit won, and from then they went, what, 6 rounds in a row?
I think it was 6, yeah.
It was so good. Yeah, I just can't hype that play it up enough, because from there, I think they changed how they were approaching it as well. I think they call the timeout, and Coach Eng spoke to them a little bit. And I feel like they stopped doing the same type of things that we saw them at Red Bull, and they started playing the real type of control Gambit-y style.
And like you said earlier, it also affected their economy right after that, right? The rounds have been so nitty-gritty. There have been so much trading back and forth that they were, even though they were up 4-0, they hadn't been able to bank any money. So that was doubly devastating.
Yeah, I mean, they're just Lanimals, like you said. They just do really well in this environment. But let's take a look at Nats right now in the AIM Lab pre-round shoot-around. See his secrets. Him shooting around in the range in there. This guy, again, people had doubts about him coming into this tournament, whether he can replicate his form. But like you said, the Viper, the Cypher agents, that's really suiting the meta right now. Bala, it does feel like if Gambit were to make it deep, he's on track for another stunning tournament performance.
Yeah, he is. I think he is, but it's not that I'm still kind of doubting a little bit. I don't think it's that same MVP level type of performance. I mean, maybe it'll come in playoffs, but...
Yeah, he turned... I feel like that's when he turned it up, right? In the groups, they were still, you know, a little bit shaky, but then when it came to the playoffs, they just kind of...
clutch after clutch after clutch.
Yeah, exactly. I believe.
It was nuts. It was disgusting. It was one of the most impressive performances I've seen, just from a ability to move standpoint. His rotations, his kind of playing off his own utility. It wasn't just him just clicking heads or something like that. It was him just out-thinking you, out-maneuvering his opponents.
I mean, it also helps when your whole team is on the same page as you and they facilitate you to let you do those things. I think Redgar said in the past, right, it's not just Nats being able to lurk and get those picks. The reason he's able to do that is because the rest of his team are making noises like left, right, and center and getting their picks as well. So
yeah, and pushing defenders off. And
exactly.
I think it was definitely difficult for Vikings to find anything specifically because of things like that. But I do have to wonder, now that we go to binds, what is going to be the process here? Because I asked you at the beginning, where is their path through? And I think it was split.
I think it probably was, especially since they started on the defender's side of split. Bala, I really felt like that was, and it looked okay at the very beginning. They're up 4-0, and I'm like, yes, this is exactly what we need to see from them. You know, Sacy's looking good on the breach initially. He's hitting some good fault lines. He's hitting, some good aftershocks and these kind of things. But then it all just fell apart. The wheels came off the bus, and they're just not able to follow up off of Sacy.
I have a big question here for Vikings, because what we saw in split was GTN playing the Raze, right?
Yeah.
Instead of playing the Jet, and not allowing the flex player, who is FRC at this point, to play a secondary duelist or the Raze or whatever it might be. Instead, he played that, and that was their only place, and he's not really getting what I want from him, which is to be that primary entry. If you're playing the Raze, it's very difficult to get in those positions, especially on split. It might be different on bind, but I do think they might be making a similar decision here.
Now, Michael, oh, sorry, I'll let you finish.
No, I was just going to say, they usually don't play Jet on bind. So I'm kind of curious. I'm also very curious to see what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a couple of question marks here. Again, Vikings, we haven't seen them play bind in a hot minute, but they kind of changed up their comp for one match, whether that is them trying something or not. We're heading to Agents Lair now, but that comp they played most recently, Bala, had no Viper.
Yeah, they haven't been playing the Viper Astra, which I think has been... Okay, there it is. Sadak playing it, and we do have GTN on Raze, so very similar, except they have the Jet for Gambit and the Raze for Vikings.
Yeah, they reverted back Paperthin to a comp they played before, so I'm pretty happy with this.
I like this comp. I think this is a really solid comp. It gives them a lot of control. It gives them everything they need. My eyes are on GTN here. I'm a little bit concerned. I didn't see much out of him on split with the Raze, and that's one of the maps where I think Raze can really shine if you're really able to use those blast packs to get the maneuverability you need, find some good value out of your paint shells and those kind of things. He did have that one, of course, unbelievable showstopper in that last game, but I don't know how this is going to go. They're going to really need to dial up something special, because the end of that really felt flat.
Well, Gambit, they are one map away from the quarterfinals, but let's see if Vikings can come back into this game. Over to you, Doug and Potter.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yes, bind before.
And we are back, guys. So, one more game. Gambit will be leading the charge here para makakuha sila ng game number 2. If ever man, Vikings still have a good chance. I think Vikings, they had some quite big difficulties, but that could be because they're not really that accustomed with split, especially up against a LAN team like Gambit. But we'll see how that goes as we go to Haven. Yeah. Once again, my name is Asteroid, kasama ko po si Vil, and we're Gassers. What's up, Phil?
Yeah. Okay lang. Long time, bro.
Long time.
And for this map, ito na pinili ng expecting na we're gonna get to see all these advantages. Just slight advantage na meron ng Vikings dito kasi if ever company dito, for sure, meron kang strats dito na kaya mong talunin yung kalaban mo. Pero yun nga lang, ito yung hinahanap natin sa Ray kanina. Which is ginagawa ni Defo. Yung Vikings kanina defenders pero hindi sila nagpo-push at all. Sobrang passive nila pero yung they have no idea at all that Chronicle and Defo is actually pushing their rear. And might actually spot someone off guard. Delikado si Sacy. Out to the head of Sacy right now. Yung isa nag-yoga pa sa kalangitan mga kami. Pero yung nakakita mga isa. With all these dashes para at least mabuhay pa siya. Jesus! They actually take down one pero si Sudcast actually deny yung flank na ginawa dito ng Vikings. This game 2v4 na.
Okay. That too much commitment from Gambit.
Yeah,
overreach sila para makakuha ng kill na yun. They could have just backed away and that would have forced Vikings to either push through and everything. But you know what? That's Defo, man. He always wants to go for that fight. Hindi siya mag-back down. Yun yung sugod kung sugod talaga.
Oh!
Smooth from Redgar. Parang uminom ka lang ng napakasarap na
in the head. Tama. Yan yung mga gusto ko, mga tea. Pero meron din naman, may isang tao din sa may hook, meron din isang tao din sa may garden though, and isang tao din sa may default. This is gonna be a really hard retake for these players for sure. Pero kailangan mo na natanggalan yung isang tao sa hook pala, tapos makabawi sila dito sa may default. Pero yung the clock is ticking already. Yung tao doon sa may hook, pre, patayin nyo! Oh my god, sarap to Shadows, pero nga lang sadak all the way from behind, pero na-half ata. Oh my god, into your face. Pero may oras ba? Kaya ba? Hindi.
Needed extra.
Ang haba nung round na yun, man.
5 seconds.
Nung round na yun. Diyos ko. But yeah, Vikings getting that first round here in this game, which is, ito na naman yung nangyari kanina, no? Lagi na lang Vikings na nangyari, tapos bigla makakabawi ang Gambit after 4 rounds. Pero sana mag-iba na ngayon.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I did not know na nakaka-pierce through yung classic sa container na yan. Maybe if you're that close, it works. Pero, happens for Vikings. Look at this. Gambit, 4-man stack on short. Wala mo nang papakita. A little bit of commitment para na makapag-push sila just in case someone was in the close proximity. Pero that snake bite from Sadak will stop them from rushing right in as they work their magic naman onto the B site. This is going to leave Nats in a very, very weird position. The flash will blind him. And they'll also tag him down. Beautiful stuff ngayon para sa Vikings. Nats is down. And that's going to be a clean little take on the B site. Defenders. Where's the big flanker? Redgar all the way coming in through B long. Pero look at this. One's already marking his position, and that is Sudcast.
At least magaling ang ginawa dito ng mga players ng Vikings. Sobrang nakakabawi na nga sila, pero nga lang, it's just all these SMGs na meron sila. It's actually really worth it talaga kinuha na nila to para lang at least manalo sila dito sa round number 2. Pareho nga lang. Sheriff by for Shadows if he can catch someone off guard. Tamang 2 shots nila head, dalawang mga patay niya just to mess up with the economy of Vikings for the 3rd round. Okay na sana yun, pero yun nga lang, hindi ka nagkakatamaan dito, but Defo. We're gonna fall down to the hands of his creator.
That's beautiful. They save all of their weapons too, so they're gonna have what we call in the business a perfect bonus round. Yung mga tipo na gusto mong makita.
Kind of get back momentum.
Yeah, exactly. Excellent start from them. Exactly, Doug.
The cherry on top would definitely be this bonus, Doug. For sure. I mean, if Vikings are able to
just
convert
me kung narinig ko ata sila. Ayun, okay na.
Gusto lang nila sabihan yung sinasabi natin, di ba? Exactly the same thing that I'm also talking about. O, di ba?
Oo, di ba? Grabe naman mga Filipino casters. Parang alam nila yung mga pinag-uusapan natin. Pero yun nga lang. Meron silang mga barrel dito, nagka-perfect na buy round na nga ito yung mga perfect round for the players of Vikings, pero it's still gonna be perfect dito. Nag-gun round na sila. Alam natin na dito tinalo ng Gambit ang secret. Yun din dapat ang sapitin ng Vikings, na matalo ng Gambit ang Vikings dito sa map na to. Kasi ayaw na nating makalaban ng Gambit.
Not again.
Not again, bro.
Oh, that's a charge. Defo.
Hindi siya nagpaka-overcommit. Okay, yun. Pinagana sa duck. From behind. Wala silang idea though. Defo. Gonna fall down to the hands of sa duck. Pinagana red guard. Tamang pot shots lang. No damage at all. Pero Vikings inside the side already.
This is so different from what we saw from Vikings on that split map. Kanina, may takot sila na mag-push sa mga smokes. May takot sila na kumuha ng zone control as a single player. But this one is so damn different. Tingnan mo kung gaano sila ka-far forward ngayon just to challenge Gambit, the rest of the remaining players ng Gambit ngayon. With what they have left, they should just go for this full save. Yeah, because going into that next round, they're not going to have any money whatsoever. So better just to save this at a full 3. Problema naman is, can they make that happen? Redgar lines it up. Double kill para sa kanya. And Vikings win the round. And that next one, they're setting themselves up for some beautiful stuff because malapit sila magkaroon ng mga ultimates din nila.
Yeah. Parang kanina lang. Kung anong nangyari kanina, it's just the same thing here, man. 3-0, pustahan tayo, of course. Vikings ang mananalo next round kasi wala namang pera ang Gambit ngayon eh. So tingnan natin if ever makabawi sila.
So may tatlo sa kanila naka-rifles. I'm assuming they're gonna force by the other two.
Yeah. Kasi iba pa rin talaga pag pare-pareho kayo. I mean, yun yung pinaka-common mistake ng mga players eh. Sa Valorant eh, no? Bili lang sila ng bili. Yung tipong... It's all about communication, man. If ever hindi ka bibili, kaya dalawa sa inyo hindi bibili, eh, ilahatin nyo na. It's just one round anyway. At bumawi na lang kayo next round. Kasi ang hirap kasi, yung iba naka-save, yung iba may... iba naka-vandal. Alam mo yun? Labo eh. Hindi talaga kayo mananalo doon, man. Dapat pare-pareho kayo. Tignan mo, yung mga coach nag-alaro din sila, di ba? Nag-unrated yan, man.
habang pinapanood yung players nila.
Sa second cam, sa second monitor, pinapanood yung mga players niya. Dun sa main monitor niya, nag-unrated siya. Spike rush nga ata, hindi ko alam. Basta mabilis lang.
Spike rush para, tapos agad, di ba? Para pag kailangan na magsalita, legit na nagsasalita.
Man. Yun yung ginagawa nila. Yun.
Ay, no.
Sa isip ng coach na, marunong naman ito mag-Valorant. Kaya na nila yan. Sabi-sabi na lang ako dito.
Okay.
Round number 4, man.
There it is. Tingnan mo, nagbayang nga ang Gambit.
Yeah. Nag-ano sila.
They have Redgar on that Bulldog and Chronicle with his Spectre. Redgar, if he can get a kill, he'll have his wall up, and that's gonna be, I think, pivotal para makahost na retake dito. That's gonna be huge because either site, specifically, I think, or more effectively on B, it's gonna be good if he can get that. If he can get that utility of his up. Jesus, what's the play? Flushing out Shadows from the back of the site. Shadows down to 56, and here we go.
Ang sakit ng mga utilities dito sa side ng Vikings, man. I mean, all these AoEs. They have the pain shells, they have the snake bite, they have the shock dart. Man, ang hirap nun.
This is perfect kasi tignan mo, walang damage na kinuha actually ang Vikings dito.
So let's see Nats trying to anchor the side as well, just not letting Vikings go dito sa may bilong. Medyo kinakabahan sila ngayon, man. Hindi alam kung saan kapapasok yung mga players ng Vikings dito. Just for Vikings, well, just utilizing Hokka na mayroong Viper Spit dito. So, pwede sila pumasok all the way from that area or magbibilong na lang sila. Yeah, baka sila sabihin ngayon. So, yun nga, Nats. Is dead already. So, parang kumawin ngayon Shadows. Spray and pray not gonna catch anyone. Pero nga lang, kitang-kita nila yung bullet trail kung saan ba galing yun. Tamang pre-fire lang nila actually take down these players. So, definitely no remaining right now with that Vandal. Okay, save na lang.
That was such a good setup for Vikings. Literally, with what they threw out, that pushed Gambit to play far back onto, well, the back of the site.
Yeah.
And at that point, sabi mo na, diba, bullet tracers, as well as the fact na if they have those set plays, they also know the set angles or where to pop those shots na alam nila manggagaling sa kalaban. Kasi opponents can't really pop shots through or was it again? Through elbow, yung sa back of the site na yun. So they have to be really near the tube just to make that work out. So Defo, how long can he survive?
Sayang.
Drops the gun. That's gonna be bad. And Gambit
0-4.
Yeah, their economy shot once again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's a beauty.
So kung hindi naman sila makakabawi dito sa round na to, at least next round, di ba? 1-4, 1-5. I mean, 1-5 for sure. Pero 1-4, medyo mahirap. Wala silang pera. Pero let's see if ever makakagawa pa tong mga sheriff na binili nila. Pero yung at least si Defo trying to be aggressive again, just doing the thing na ginawa niya kaninang round number 1. Hindi lang isa, hindi lang dalawa, kundi 3 yung nagpupush sa kanila.
Galit. Ginagawa na naman ng Gambit yung mga kaya nila eh.
Wala eh. Gusto mo manalo yung Vikings, man. Kayang manalo ng secret dito eh.
Tiwala lang.
Oo, tiwala lang. Oh, FRZ will actually take down 1. Pero yun nga lang, Suitcast. Mayroon talaga Suitcast dito, pero at least alam niya na mayroon talaga nagpo-push. Wala na silang pakailam dito sa kaliwa nila. Wala silang pakailam dito kay Suitcast, man. Malilikuran sila. Delikado to, pero nga lang yung isa na. Isa naka-block here. Head guard is to do something with that Bucky. Oh my god! Di siya tumatama! Oh no! Pero yung nga lang right from behind with that Bucky. Will actually take down 1 as well. Pero yung nga lang, Jesus! With that showstopper. Panakot lang sa lahat. 0-5. Oh no! Masi 0-13 ba ng Vikings ang Gambit? Sana hindi.
Defo probably on an operator by now. I wasn't tracking the money, but yeah, there it is. When all goes down the toilet, Vil, you gotta have your plunger. Diba? Kailangan mong yung plumbing niyan.
What? What? Paulit? Ano?
Di ba ganun yun? Yung tunog.
Sana eh. Mag-plunger.
Mag-plunger, bro. Up,
ano
down,
ba ginagawa ng
left, right, left, right.
AB sa next start.
Tama.
Got you, bro. Delikado yun. Pero that's gonna be the Hunter's Fury of Sacy. Pero oh my god, Defo, alam niya na merong tao dyan. Hindi na titigilan yung showers. Pero yung Jesus is taking the wheel already. We'll take down Chronicle. Jesus and Chronicle, parang talagang holy eh, no? Pero yung nga lang nuts. Pushing in eh. Dito sa may lamps, he knows na meron pang dalawang meron pang tao dyan sa may A main, pero yun nga lang, they needed to be really aggressive as well. Hindi na sila pwedeng matalo dito. Oh, Shados. Gambit being aggressive right now, this is a perfect time na pwede sila magpaka-agri talaga, pero nga lang Suitcast trying to stop the win of Redgar of Gambit, pero yun nga lang, hindi sapat yung time para mabawi ng Vikings yun, at walang pakialam ang Gambit sa nangyayari doon. Basta i-defuse ko to, wala akong pakialam sa nangyayari.
1 second,
hey man, if you're having difficulties, on getting the rounds, if you can use all of your money to get even 1 round, I think that's a worthwhile enough risk. Pros don't take on that scenario na lang, diba? Ang pinaka-problema na dito is they spend so much money. Like, look at Defo. He's gonna have a Vandal, pero wala siyang shield. They're just literally buying weapons right now. Kasi alam na dito ng Gambit that if they try to take the prolonged fights, it's not gonna work. So, better they risk yung mga one-tap, one-angles sa ito and windows rather than trying to prolong the fights where they know Vikings is gonna just be the gods of the drawn-out engagements. So, with that being said, Gambit take a gamble to go for these aggressive weapons. Or maybe just Defo, since teammates still do have those light shields and everything. If Chronicle can get a kill, he'll have his ultimate. Sacy, loving the use, or loving just to stay on B long. Alam na ng Vikings that Gambit are on edge, so they're using what time they have just to wait and see if Gambit react to their movements. And lo and behold, they get a kill on Defo. That's going to be a huge one. And in this 4 versus 5, it's going to be quite difficult to fight the rest of the squad, even if they have weapons, because now they don't have Defo.
Yeah, for sure. Knowing si Redgar naka-judge pa rin dito. It's gonna be so hard for them talagang makapaglaban sa low range. Pero long range pa rin nga lang Chronicle. Gamitin na ni Hunter's Fury na will actually take down Suitcast. And yun nga,
Redgar.
sila pa talaga yung nakakuha ng lead dito. So it's all up to Redgar kung paano natitigilan to. With that judge, mga kaibigan, they have no idea. Pero yun nga lang, Sacy's mom will take down Redgar. 10 seconds remaining. F4C just waiting on that area. Pero nga, it's all up to Nuts. Nuts daily, mga kaibigan. These Nuts, nakikita yung mga players. Pero nga, sabi ni Sacy, hindi. With a 4K, 1-6 right for the side of Vikings. Hirap, makabawi ng Gambit dito, man. Mag-1-1 pa ata. Oh, no.
Redgar ran out of time to reposition for that better angle. Yung positioning na yun, okay, not this part of the replay. Well, that's a solid one from Chronicle. Yeah, he got the kill. The follow-up, but I want to see the POV sana dito ni Sacy. Because it's either hindi nagpakita si Redgar or nakita ni Sacy si Redgar or Redgar just preemptively popped the shot and he just whiffed hard. Defo, what's all about? All that headshot, pre-fire angle, hintay-hintay lang muna. And they're actually trying to fight this. Beautifully executed. And they've taken down 2 members already. Sadak! Makakataka shot! Just in the nick of time. As the rest of the team will be using that teleporter to go for the B site. They've heard so many teleports. They've heard so many footsteps coming out of bathrooms. And it's all about that rotation now onto B as they try to out-rotate the rest of Gambit who have stacked themselves up all in that A site.
4v3, is this gonna be the comeback na inaantay ng Gambit kanina pa, knowing na ito yung pinili ng Vikings. So medyo talaga inaasahan nila yun, knowing na ito rin yung mapa kung saan nila tinalo yung secret na hindi naman lang sila nakascore noong second half. Pero hopefully makabawi pa rin ng Gambit dito kahit paano. They really want to close up the score. Probably like, okay na rin ano no? Kahit contest, 7-6? 7, hindi pala pwede yun. 6-6, okay na 6-6 bro. Kahit ka 8-4 pwede na eh. Pero ka nasa duck with that Viper Spit. Up and coming. Oh, not double Viper Spit. Dito sa mapa na to. Paano kayo makabawi? Oh my god, sa duck nose!
Sa duck nose. Biglang bata ako dun. Yeah, it's all about a retake right ngayon. Pero Gambit, they picked up a lot of weapons, to be honest. The problem now is because they don't have those better those shields just to absorb the damage, and as well as I don't have no idea kung paano nakakuha ni Sadak dito yung mga pop shots na yun through his ultimate, but it works, and it works fantastically. So Shaydos, needle in a haystack scenario para sa kanya, and Vikings keep the ball rolling. Grabe.
Yeah. Hirap nun man kasi kung napapansin mo nung nasa Hoka silang lahat, di ba nag-Viper Spit din si Nuts doon? Ang tanong, if ever kunyari meron kang sariling Viper Spit tapos nakapatong yung Viper Spit ng kalaban, mababawasan ka ba o hindi?
Sorry, ano?
Kunyari naglagay ako ng Viper Spit.
Oo.
Tapos yung kalaban mo is nagpatong ng Viper Spit dun sa Viper Spit mo, mababawasan ka ba o hindi?
Yes. If you're in, kasi
diba?
ano lang yan, nagpatong naman yun eh. So if you're in the vicinity of the Viper Spit, yeah.
Oh yeah. So, ibig sabihin, talagang nasa side yun ni ni Sadak talaga if ever. Kasi abot dun yung Viper Spit niya eh. Hindi pala abot. Pero, but still, hirap dun man. Tsaka snake, mag-snake bite lang si dun eh. Si Sadak dun sa baba ng Hoke eh. Yun lang eh. Wala na magagawa yung mga players ng Gambit dito eh. At saka, that area being na malagay ng Viper Spit, dude, hirap nun. Di ako galit ah.
Nag-explain ka lang. Ayun yung mga...
Oh, pero Gambit, nagwawala na eh, men. Nagwawala na yung utak nila. Hala, paano natin tatanungin ng Vikings dito?
Again. Okay. So the play right now for Gambit is just to do that. Redgar, nice little setup play. Actually pretty low now members of Vikings dito as they try to push through the utility of Nats. And that has thinned down the numbers ng Vikings. Gonna leave Suricast, Sacy, and Jesus to try to go for the clutch. Suricast is gonna be playing on long. Does he have any more stars for that post plant? Seemingly no from the looks of it. And this should be a full-blown post plant ngayon para sa Vikings. They cannot leave just one player on the site itself. That is a nice setup with the gravity well and the paint shells, but there still is enough time for Gambit to rush in onto the site and start defusing that spike.
Napitik na yung spike mga kabi, pero yung muntik na ma-reveal si Suricast dito, pero they need to go in already. They need to deny and stop the win of Vikings. 7-2, yeah. 3 more rounds for to end our first half. It's all up to Gambit kung kaya nilang 7-5 to. Pero by the looks of it, slowly and surely parang nakakayanan na rin naman. I mean, hold na rin naman nila yung site. Kahit wala silang mga ultimates dito, what more kung may ultimates sila? Kanina nung may ultimate yung Hunter's Fury, nakabawi sila. Pero ngayon wala silang ultimate, pero at least nakakabawi na sila ngayon. Pero 3 more rounds, man. I mean, is this gonna be a 2-10 or 5-7? Oh, may Hunter's Fury. May wall si Redguard dito. They need to utilize everything that they have. Lalong-lalo na yung Seekers ni Shadows. 2 orb na lang. Oh my God! Sova denying the push again. Sobrang aggressive ng Gambit na nababasa na ng Vikings yung mga ginagawa nyo.
And the reason, Vil, kung bakit napaka-aggressive ngayon ng Gambit is because Gambit have been allowing the rest of Vikings to push onto sites, right? It hasn't worked well for them. But Gambit realized, okay, pag nag-push tayo naman and we try to take the prerogative para mag-push up dito and try to one-up ang Vikings, it worked for us. The problem now is they just dropped the ball on those 2 kills. Whether that was a fluke or napakagaling ni Sacy or both, that is gonna be to the advantage ngayon ng Vikings, and they're pushing up once again onto that B site. May iwanan dito si Chronicle. Can he line any shot up? Well, he's not gonna line any shot up as he gets shutted up himself. So Vikings, I don't think Gambit are gonna try to go for this one at all. Maybe Redgar because he only has the judge, pero Defo is gonna have to allow Redgar to do something before he tries to push himself up on that spawn, because there's like 3 people marking the entrance to their spawn.
Yeah. Pero we all know na talaga sobrang solid talaga if attacker ka dito sa sa bind. Hindi na nasa isip nila, sige, if ever man lang hindi nag-work yung natin, yung pag-defend natin, bawal na tayo sa attacker, man. But at least dito sa Vikings na utilize nila yung pagiging attacking nila. Just, man, 8-2 na. So, probably 4-8 kung kaya pa ba, pero yung nga lang, medyo mahirap din talaga sa ginagawa ng Vikings yun. Pwede natin sabihin na they're actually slightly unpredictable. Hindi rin mabasa ng Gambit yung mga galaw ng Vikings eh. It's all about it's all about on how good you are sa pagiging unorthodox. Big word.
Ooh. Nakatakot na total spray control. And again, sinabi na, diba, you hit the most important thing to point out, Vil. Seemingly Gambit cannot read the movements ng Vikings ngayon. So what do Gambit do? They try to fight for territory dito ngayon. You know, if Vikings will pee all over behind the map, they're gonna have to counter pee.
Nowhere to run!
That's a big
Hunter's Fury just to stop these players. Oh my God, Chronicle, galaw ka na ng galaw kasi baka mahuli ka na, pero yung at least hindi. Sa Dak na the spike already. They need to go in really fast para lang at least to stop the possible wins of Vikings here in this round. Pero sobrang scattered sila. Meron tao dito sa may gilid ng showers, meron din tao dito sa may lamps. Paano sila makakapasok dito? Defo starting off with that kill. Papunta, oh my God, that lineup na ginawa ng Gambit military carry sila doon. Pwede silang ma-collateral doon, pero yun nga lang, at least by Seekers tayo just to reveal the possessions of Vikings. But yeah, Redguard, knowing niya meron siyang judge doon, pumush lang siya ng todo at one tap on that judge will actually take down the player doon sa may lamps. And yeah, Gambit winning that round, and 4-8 possible.
You're so lucky from Vikings. They threw out a lot of utility para doon and they got absolutely nothing for it. So, gumamit na sila ng ultimate nung Sova. They had the Astro Stars and everything para ma-take down dito ang Gambit, and Gambit still persevered. It's as simple as that. Hindi sila na-take down at all whatsoever. Expert dodges, ninja moves, so to speak. And yung mga aggressive pushes, aggressive takes ng Vikings to follow up on that utility could have worked, but it didn't. So everything falling into place for Gambit for that particular round. Got one more para bago tayo mag halftime dito, Vil. And Gambit, having that flawless round, they have all the necessary utility or weaponry para makaabot tayo ng 8-4 if at all ever.
Yeah. As long as meron silang lead dito, okay lang 'yun. Pwedeng magkamali ang Vikings dito ng 2 beses. 6-8, yeah, it's fine. Matalo sila sa first 2 rounds ng second half, okay lang 'yun. At least meron pa silang lamang na 2. Yun yung pangahawakan nila ngayon sa side nila.
Last round, man. Redgar finally nakabili na siya ng sarili niyang rifle ngayon. I was a little bit worried na hindi makakaano dito si Redgar, pero you know what? He saved up, he worked hard for it, and now he got himself some nice little digs, so to speak. Oh, this is perfect para sa Vikings. Ult economy wise, counting what they have, Jesus, FRZ, and to some degree Sadak are all very much near their ultimates. And napakalayo dito ng Gambit on their own. It's only Defo with the blades, but I don't think that's going to be useful up until a certain scenario. And Vikings, they can take this nice and easy, nice and slow. Defo making a lot of noise, and Sutikas is on the crossfire angle. Sadak is baiting them to push right in, and Sutikas timely peeks it, and Defo's out. Ganda ng dip in and dip out plays na ginagawa ngayon ng Vikings.
Yeah. Sacy in that area. Oh! Redgar catching him off guard. At least iba. Medyo
Paroke ni Redgar.
Ito na yung paroke ni Redgar eh. Ayaw na niyang ayaw na niyang kumanta eh. Wala kasi silang gig ngayon, man. COVID, di ba? Mahirap pag may gig. Yan, nag-Valorant lang siya. At least sa bahay lang siya. Tinawag si Jesus, nag-Valorant na din. Pero ito na! Kung ano pa masabi ko, pagalitan pa ako niyan eh. Ang mga... pagalitan pa ako ni Derek, mahirap na.
Malakas connection sa heaven, bro.
30 seconds left.
Oo. Pero ito na. Oh, Jesus man, the spike already and he knows kung nasan ka sa dock with a 2K. What? Oh my God! 9-3? Nasa ni Redgar 2v3. Redgar from behind. Paroke ni Redgar, mga kaibigan. Don't touch my bundle. Showstopper.
Ooh,
catching no one. Pushing it to 2v2 situation. Jesus, Redgar knows kung nasan yung isa. Pero nga, nahuli pa ng Redgar, mga kaibigan. Pero nga, Sutkas na chup-chup pa ka. Pero Redgar with an ace!
Time?
Meron oras, kapatid!
2 seconds.
Meron!
Ah.
Oh my God! Redgar with an ace! Buhay pa ang Gambit! Sabi ko sa inyo, meron pang dalawang tsansa na matalo ang Vikings dito. 2 chances pa. Parang hindi ata, kailangan may break to. Ayaw ata may break.
Napakalinis, Vil.
Oo.
Mas malinis pa sa pinahugas natin na plato na ating magulang.
Ako, naghuhugas ako ng plato.
Hugas na ako ng plato?
Oo, men. Pag si May nagluto, ako maghuhugas.
Pero pag ikaw nagluto, ikaw pa rin maghuhugas.
Wala, parang nag-react si May, hindi daw ganon. Naghuhugas din naman ako kahit papano. Pero mostly siya. Big shoutout sa mga nanonood dyan. Hope you guys are enjoying this match, man. I mean, ikaw, Tarbell, kamusta ka naman? Okay ka naman? Meron ka pang brain cells?
Oh? Negative ko na pag nagsama tayo eh.
Oo, man. Ganoon naman talaga tayo lagi eh. Ladies and gentlemen, a big shout out to all of you guys. Ayun, time check. Mag-1 o'clock na. Pero nandito pa rin kayo at nanonood. And syempre, please don't forget to like and follow itong page na pinapanooran nyo. Kung nasa YouTube man yan. Kung nasa Twitch or nasa Facebook. And syempre, kung gusto nyo kaming i-follow, yun yung mga Twitter namin.
Okay.
Instagram din. Yan.
Lahat na actually. Yeah, social media naman natin yan. Yeah. Meron ka bang TikTok, Vil?
Sorry?
May TikTok ka pa?
Secret.
Teka, hanapin ko nga na muna.
Actually, meron. Pero hindi ako nag-upload. Kasi wala, natamad ako eh.
Nakatamad din eh. Hindi ko platform ang TikTok eh.
Pero marami ka sayaw dun, di ba? Meron tayong ginawang TikTok for PPGL. Hindi ko makakalimutan.
Bro, last year pa ata yun, di ba?
Yeah, dude. No!
Earlier this year?
Lang yun.
Parang parang ko last year pa yun.
Q1. Yung nasa
Q1.
VCT. Yung nasa VCT. Nagyakap tayo, nag-hug tayong dalawa. No homo. Pero lagi kaming gano'n ni Dark.
Hindi pa na yung kinakandong mo ako.
Nagkakandong kami.
Dance reveal daw, Vil.
Ano daw?
Dance reveal.
Totoo yun, no? Naninira pa ka sa social media sa Hello It's Me, mga kaibigan.
Ano yung tinago ni Asoray?
Dan Mitchell.
Kape ko. Para na malinis yung table ko. Yeah. Hindi ako coffee person pero I don't know, recently napapakape na ako. Kasi yung kape na ko, Tim Hortons, bro.
I-try mo. Kasi si May kasi sobrang last talaga mag-coffee. Tapos ako, gaya-gaya ako eh. Nahawa ako, pero yung kinukuha ko is yung chocolate flavor na coffee.
Oh my gosh. Is it like the most delicious?
Dude, I like it.
No. I like it too.
Yeah, like, oh my god.
If it's like the coffee with the cacao.
Yeah, dude. Cacao. Coffee.
Cacao.
Going back! Cacao? Di ba yung sinasabi ni Lightning McQueen? Cacao.
Hindi. Yung nag-ano ngayon, yung nag-watch party, si Kachao.
Okay, sorry.
Shoutouts nga pala kay Kachao.
Speed. I am speed. Ito na, naglabasa na nga dito ng Jumong Mame, pero let's see if ever sino pa makakakuha ng unang dugo dito sa mga players na to. Defo pushing in. Medical auto sa Dapper Rengar once more. 3v5 on the scoreboard right now. Mukhang makakabawi na ata yung mga players dito ng Gambit, getting that first round dito sa ating second half. Pero, oh my god, Diyos ko po, sumabog sa mukha ni Depo, pinasabog ni Jesus. Sumabog na nga yung boombot, sumabog po yung pain shell. And a quick turnaround of events na nangyari dito sa B. Oh my god. Jesus, take the B. Oh,
we got the suck, bro. Chronicle.
Oh, na-chup-chup na. Oh my god, 1v1 with a great one, mga kapatid. Chronicle Suitcast. Tamang right click lang, pero sino mga kapatid man Suitcast will get that kill. 9-2-4. Oh no. Delicate ang buhay ng Gambit dito, men. Kamot ulo, sabi ni Nats.
Okay. So, here's the thing. Getting a little bit more technical dun sa nangyari, guys. We're probably gonna see a replay of that encounter sa Octa.
30 seconds left.
Aside from that, just ridiculous nades to come out from Jesus. Grabe. Hindi siya construction worker. Demolitionist, so to speak. Yeah, this one. You know how classic right-click, sasabi na nerf to right-click? One of the nerfs na sometimes is umuusbong ng onte, is yung pag gumagalaw ka while using the right click, the spread on the burst actually goes farther away from each other. Mag-triangle siya. And yung ginagawa ni Chronicle, he's right clicking while moving and crouching. So nag-add sobra-sobra yung pag-increase ng recoil ng right click ng burst. So with that said, doesn't matter. Gambit forced to buy and they still take the A site.
Kaya tama, hindi na sila pwedeng matalo din. Pero yung Suitcast with a 3K! Oh no, lahat lahat na pumasok doon sa towers. Anong ginagawa nun siya? Naduraan na nga yan. Pero ayaw nyo pa rin tumigil. Pero Red Guard from the backside. Nakapatay pa nga ng isa. 2v3. Puno pa yung mga buhay ng tatlong kalaban niya. Pero yun nga lang, hindi na pwedeng matalo ang Gambit dito. Sadak with a kill on to one as well. Shadows, you need to check your corners. Yung likod mo, baby boy! Sacy! Sacy's mom! Got it going on.
Meron pa ba sa mga viewers natin na may alam yung kanta na yun?
Alam nila yan, man. Well, ewan ko, matanda na tayo eh. Si Dale alam na si Direk alam na yan, sigurado. Kakabats natin yan eh.
Welcome to the hotel. Oh, yeah.
Oh, ito mo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, ako ang papa mo.
Sisigaw para sa'yo.
Oh, ako ang papa mo. Who's your daddy? It's me.
It's Sadak. Sadak kakakakakak.
Oh my God. Hirap tayo pa nagsama tayo pero sabi ni Sadak! Kakakak! No, hindi na makakapunta ng hook ka. Pero yung nga, Diyos ko po si Sadak, natamaan dito ng shock dart, pero yung nga ng Chronicle. Up. Pakiramdaman na dito, pero yung nga, nakita ni Sadak muna si Chronicle bago makita ni Chronicle si Sadak. Halos wala pa rin bawas ang Vikings, bawas naman daw kahit armor lang.
Grabe. Nag-switch up na tayo ng sides ngayon. Wala pa rin magawa ngayon ang Gambino or ang Gambit, excuse me. Nats, they should know that he's there. Oh, but that doesn't matter, Vil, because Nats is nutty. Oh my gosh.
These nuts.
Nuts chochies. Oh, it's all about those hand cannons, bro. Sadak and FRZ.
30 seconds
800 pesos lang ang puhunan ng Gambit pero nakapatay pa nga ng tatlo. ROI, profit, stonk sila mga kapatid. Pero ito, nuts. Nakapatay pa nga na tamang bulldog lang pero nga nandudura na lang ata dito ng snake bite. This is gonna be a big turnaround if ever for Gambit, if ever nakuha na to. Tamos buka din para at least hindi makapala si FRZ. May oras siya para mag-plant, yun nga lang, paano makukuha ni FRZ ito, pero sabi ni Nuts, no. Meron akong nabasa, Nuts, bot frag daw. Pero nakabawi. Sabi na, sabi yung bot frag ako. Sasabi mo dyan, ha? Good. Joke lang. Bati tayo, pre.
That's confidence, right there. Kasi before those shots happened kay Natsa, before those amazing sheriff shots came out from him, he picked up the poison cloud. And it makes noise, Vil. It makes noise. So alam ng kalaban na nandun si Nats. And he still make it work.
Alam mo, sa totoo lang, ito yung talaga gusto ko makita kay Nats. Gusto ko siya makitang sumaya. Gusto ko siya makitang ngumiti. Kasi sa lahat ng Valorant players, mga kaibigan, si Nats yung parang walang emosyon. Oo.
Kompleto siya eh. Diba? Siya yung walang emosyon, siya yung magaling maglaro, siya yung kaya mag-clutch. Para siyang bookstore. National bookstore.
Oh my God, Oscar is back in it again with all these dad jokes. Okay lang, daddy kita naman talaga eh. Pero nga lang, Nuts! Alam niya kung nasan siya, pero nga lang, Jesus! Actually, take your head. Halika, anak. Kukunin ulit kita.
Grabe.
3v5, men. Mukhang makakabawi pa ata ang Vux.
Where's the spike though? Okay. It's all the way gone up to B.
Yeah.
Pero
winnable pa to, kahit 3v5 to.
Yeah, ang problema, they can pick up weapons, to be honest. Like, there's nobody gonna be on the B side, pero you can already see Vikings is slowly moving up. Shadows, he's gonna have to make a decision right now to push up, to push forward, because yung flank niya is gonna be incredibly late. And he's not gonna run all the way from A side to the defender spawn. So it's effectively a 2 versus 5. That flash. Oh!
Red guard! Yan ni Red guard, mga kaibigan. Don't touch my bandal! Pero yung kalis sa Sadak, wala sila kahit hindi yun. Mayroon tao sa may likod. Oh my God! chance, anak! 1v2! It's all up to Shadows, mga kaibigan. Pulis pang kalawakan. Sino ang makakakuha nito?
Time,
oh
time,
my
time.
God! May time, bro! Yung time! Oh my God! Vikings! Still getting that win! 5-11! Are we gonna see a game number 3? Most, parang umukha eh, no? Parang game number 3 na lang, men.
Oh, I mean, sabihin ko naman, alam natin kung ano yung feeling nito. That is heartbreak para sa Gambit. They lost 2 players at the start. They got the spike. They got 3 kills and they still lost. Grabe, sobrang daming ups and downs dito ng Gambit. But at the end of the day, they keep taking the L's on these rounds. Now they have they had enough.
Kung ganito lang sana yung laro nila nung kalaban na yung Secret, edi sana masaya yung mga Pinoy. Oh my God, ang daming dura. Saan sila pupunta? Come on, man, don't do it. Not here. What? Don't get in my way. Hindi ko alam pero namumula si Viper, mga kaibigan. Hindi ko alam kung bakit.
Ano naman ang paggalit namumula?
Alam natin yan namamaga, pero ito, oh my God, alam ni Jesus kung nasan ka, anak. Pero it's just Chronicle, pinatay na yung kakampi niya. Hindi ko alam. Galit na ata yung Gambit sa isa't isa, pati si Chronicle pinatay si Nats. Sarili mong kakampi, pinapatay mo, pre.
Match point.
Oh. No.
All these mistakes, kung ganito lang sana yung naglaro nila. Isang araw.
No. Grabe ang utility usage ngayon ng Vikings. From not knowing how to approach split to the next map being the literal gods of bind. Lahat ng binabato nila gumagana. Just look at that. Yeah, walang katakas-takas. Oh my goodness.
Just go. Ano ba naman yan, pre? Ba't mo naman ako pinapatay? Sige nga. Okay, sige. NT na lang. NT na lang, Lods, kahit ano mangyari. Just, oh.
What's the last map again that we have? So, Icebox. Okay.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Icebox, yeah.
I don't know. That's a map that is a very much of a toss-up. Before, ang toss-up na map for any of the LAN games that we have probably had to be Ascent. But now it has to be Icebox. I feel like this is a solid chance for either side to win. Like this last map is... just to finish off. This last map is fittingly the decider kung sino manalo dito ngayon between Gambit and Vikings.
Mm-hmm. Pero...
Oh, hindi ko pala tapos sa laban.
Hindi pa, man. Kalma ka lang. Pero ito tulad nga ng inano ko kanina, ito yung mapa kung saan natalo yung Gambit, which is Icebox. Yun nga, yun yung isang malaking problema doon. So, baka Vikings pa talaga ang pumunta, pero sana wag naman. Kasi ayaw ng kalaban ng Pinoy ang Gambit. Galit to. Galit ang mga Pinoy sa Gambit, pre.
Hindi ko alam ba't galit ang Gambit sa Pinoy. Kasi Eliza nga nasa nasa Germany ngayon.
Kaya na natin siya, masaya siya doon. Kain nga daw siya ng kain doon.
Sana, all.
Always check that corner. Always check that corner kasi dahil dyan nawalan tayo ng isang panalo sa nung nandito yung Secret.
Oh, that's okay. Shados selling the fact na they're quote-unquote going for the A site. Pero, okay, that's perfect. I mean, they made a lot of noise with the Shados utility, pero that doesn't mean that they're actually gonna be there. Defo missing an unsightly blade, and his life is gonna be for forfeit. And yep, 1 by 1, this is all done. We're gonna go to Icebox.
Icebox it is. Game number 3, man. I mean, tignan natin dito if ever ba na talagang Vikings pa talaga makakuha nito. Pero wala nang pakialam Shadows doon, men. Spray and pray. Pero it's spray and pray na lang. Pero yeah, game number 3 into the hands of Gambit or Vikings. Pero at least, diba, hindi sobrang nagpaka-stump yung mga players dito ng Vikings, knowing na natalo rin nila yung Crazy Raccoon nung naglaban sila.
Yeah. Again, this entire tournament is a testament that gods can bleed. In every specific or every respective region na meron sila, these guys, they're the undisputed deities. They're the gods, right? But in this tournament of immortals, kaya nilang mag-take down up against each other. There is no certainty talaga kung sino mananalo dito. And even though Gambit are arguably the most recent champions in Berlin, as you can see, everybody else is up on their level. Vikings, they're one step closer. And kung nangyari yun, it's going to be, I mean, a possible Team Secret versus Gambit's rematch. And again, this is down the line pa. Team Secret still have to beat Crazy Raccoons and then some. Pero it's looking to be that with the performance of Vikings.
Yeah. Pero tingnan natin if ever kasi talaga makakalaban nila. Pero yung there's a lot of mistakes na ginawa dito ang Gambit for sure. I mean, sobrang nag-overextend sila. Miscoms, pang hindi naman dapat yung overextend. Pinatay ni Chronicle yung kakampi niya.
Grabe. And the rounds na nanalo ang Gambit or look like they had a chance to win is all from individual play. I don't think they've ever had a round na sure ball na sa kanila with setups and a team push. So, with that being said, what's gonna happen?
That's gonna be the biggest question here in this game, knowing the 1-1 na nga sila. And yeah, I suppose this is gonna be our next map. Ladies and gentlemen, you're still watching Valorant Champions. We are casters, Phil and Nasser here. And we're gonna head on to a very, very short break. See you later.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play.
response from Team Vikings. They brought it back on Bind with a huge victory over Gambit. I'm back with Bala and Paper Thin. Your dreams have come true. You said this is what you wanted to see at map 3, and we're going to get it now.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of came in surprising fashion, I guess. It was a very unconventional defensive side for Gambit. It didn't really pay off. It seemed like it didn't fool, Vikings at all. They were pretty much ready for all these crazy wide rotations, and then they were just too far behind.
They did it. They completely controlled the economy in that second half after winning that pistol, and they converted a 3 versus 5 pistol round that I thought was lost from the get-go. But I do have to say, I have to point it out right off the bat. Look at the MVP on the left, and then look at the lost player on the right. This was a massive Viper diff, and you will never say that again against Nats. That is unbelievable what Sadhak pulled off in this match.
Yeah, you don't usually get a Viper diff Nats very often, but this is the issue, right, with Gambit. When sometimes when you're at the top, everybody has to. Okay, we'll talk about this molly first, and then we'll talk.
Where does it land? Boom!
Yeah,
right as they push. What is that?
What in the world?
This is incredible. This is really incredible.
And that's the round they needed to really continue to ramp up the difference in, I guess, not losing players, the cleanliness of those rounds, right? That was the bonus round. So if they continue, what happened on Split was they lost so many people during those rounds, even though they were converting them, that they couldn't carry the economic advantage forward.
And I think this was really interesting because we saw a lot of these kind of combo plays from them. This time with the snake bite, there was also the gravity well into the paint shells that didn't quite pay off, but then, there's other things that they were trying that looked really, really good from them. So I'm really impressed overall with what we saw from them. With their utility usage, they looked really improved. They didn't seem to be they just seemed completely dialed in on this one.
I mean, the ideas, executions, they were all there, and this is them answering back to the criticisms everybody had after Reykjavik, where, the Brazilian teams, they're aimers, they know how to shoot, but the kind of synergy and the strategic play isn't there. But Bala, it is here now.
Yeah, I think for Vikings, it was always kind of there in the background, but when it came to these big matches, for example, on splits, it just quite wasn't there because you're making these decisions that don't quite work out. But here it is, and I think we're there for Vikings, and I think they can carry it through for Icebox. But the problem is Icebox is a very kind of unstrategic map when you really come down to it. Hopefully there's a lot of new stuff. I actually saw Gambit pulling out some new stuff as well, so it could be just the battle of strategic minds. And Redgar is fragging, so don't get me wrong. He's kind of carrying a little bit, so that could be something that continues their momentum, because when your IGL is feeling good, that is a good sign.
Yeah, that triple Redgar had was absolutely just filthy down the alley. What in the world was that spread? All of a sudden, 3 people are down. I'm just like, okay, did 3 bullets even come out of the gun? Like, I'm not even sure. But yeah, I mean, Redgar was by far the shining star, but even though his numbers were huge, they still didn't convert into a lot of other rounds. So kind of a surprising map for Gambit, frankly. I mean, if you're thinking if Redgar pops off like that, you would think Gambit's going to be doing really damn well.
Oh yeah, I mean, Redgar's been having great form in this tournament so far, just in general. But speaking of responding to criticism, we have a quote here from Sacy in an interview with Esports.gg. He said, "People won't respect us, but we will surprise them." I think the word respect there is really, really poignant, because that is exactly what happened after Reykjavik. People kind of looked down on his region, his team, especially not making it to Masters Berlin as well. And it's really nice to see them working on all this stuff behind the scenes just to get here.
Yeah, I think it really is. And you're right, it is poignant, because at the beginning of this tournament, it was the same thing, right? A lot of people were just not respecting Vikings because we hadn't seen them in so long. But what's very clear, and I think everybody has to respect now, especially if you're Gambit, they have been putting in the work. And just because you didn't see them does not mean they're not prepped for this tournament.
I'm really excited going into this Icebox. I'm curious to see what the agent lineup is going to look like. Both of them like to do actually basically the same thing. Double duelist with the Reyna, and then, Viper and the normal Sage stuff behind it with the Sova as well, of course. So I'm really curious if there's going to be any wrinkles in that, if it's just a mere matchup. I think we really just need to see Nats just kind of return to his normal form here. That's going to be a big key here for Gambit.
I think the interesting part is that when we looked at binds, a lot of the attack side from Vikings was kind of taken from Gambit.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Everybody's doing that at this point, right? Because it's just solid strats, right? It's just solid meta. But when we go to Icebox, it might be mirror comps, and who knows if it's going to be some of the same stuff from Gambit. But I need to see something different from Gambit. I honestly want to say almost that I want to see something different in the comp, because it's just, like I said at the top, I'm very scared for their Icebox. This is, right now, Vikings has just done one map, right? And to close out the job, they need to take Icebox.
KO?
But
KO?
Icebox,
KO?
On the side of Gambit, but who would play
Instead of Reyna. Yeah.
You Shados on the
Shados instead?
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. I feel like he would be he would be that kind of duelist, almost soulcast like KO, I guess, in that sense. But I think the question is, as we go on to Icebox, how hard is it when you are the team that everybody was watching at the last tournament, and you're the team that everybody is essentially taking stuff from, copying stuff from? How hard is it, Bala, to innovate and to change in such a short amount of time?
I think for Gambit, that's something I've always been impressed with. And honestly, on Split, on Bind, I was like, there was a molly that Nats was throwing. Usually when they're taking bathroom control, he's running up and throwing it off the wall to bounce it and stop somebody from pushing through. This time he was shooting it as they were getting close to the bathroom. So there's these things that I've always been impressed from Gambit, but just little things is not enough, you know? It has to be kind of a whole idea change for their Icebox, a whole game plan change.
And for me, I think it's going to come down to just getting a little creative. I think they got overly creative on that last one where they're just trying to, send Defo down into attacker spawn like Potter was talking about. He was living down in attacker side spawn when they're on defender side. So I don't mind the aggression dial-ups every once in a while, but it can't be consistent because then you start reading it. And immediately Vikings did have like Sutekas lurking over by the stairs on the mid A side, waiting for some of these lurks. So it wasn't surprising.
But I don't want to overstate the fact that I want something to change on Icebox, because if they go for the normal stuff, that does not necessarily mean that they're out of the game.
Yeah,
sure. I'm not saying that at all, but for me, that is something that they're going to have to address at some point in the tournament, and you might as well address it now.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now, expecting perhaps a mirror matchup, but let's see, like you said, if either side are going to try and change something up here, and no, they are not. We're sticking to that mirror matchup, the tried and tested double duelist, but, for Nats, Defo and Redguard, they really stepped up, but Paperthin, how much does Nats need to step up? How big of a win condition is he?
Oh God, he's got to be huge. I mean, he's your MVP, and those are the players that always need to step up when the moments are, the most important. When you need to come in clutch, this is the guy you're going to be looking to. I mean, of course, Defo is nuts. He can definitely do it. Everybody on Gambit, of course, can do it, but Nats has to come through big.
I have one point here about Redguard playing Sage. Because he was the carry on behind, he was the only person really fragging. It's kind of scary to see him go that way because Sage on Icebox is so difficult to play. And then on the other side for Vikings, FRC and GTN, they're going back for it. So they're playing the double duelist, and GTN is finally playing the Jet. That's very crucial, but both of them were so weak in these last two maps.
Yeah, well, a quarterfinal spot is up for grabs here. Would it be Gambit or Team Vikings to advance? Potter and Doug, take it away.
Excellent question, Yinsu. Yes, the question on everyone's mind. Who is going to...
Oh, yun. Last game of this series. What a performance output na pinakita sa atin ng Vikings on that bind map. Anyways, we're back, guys. My name is Sacy, and kasama po ngayon si Vil, and we'll be going to the very much chilly tundras ng Icebox to settle the score now between these two titans.
Yeah, that's true. Pero yun nga, ito yung mapa na dun sa game number 2, yun yung mapa kung saan nanalo ang Gambit. Pero dito naman sa game number 3, ito yung mapa kung saan natalo ang Gambit into the hands of Secret. Yeah. Well, hindi ko talaga makakalimutan yun. Men, sarap ikas na eh. Pero ito ngayon, if ever, dito natin malalaman kung sino ang makakalaban ng Team Secret if nanalo sila sa Crazy Raccoon tomorrow. Is it gonna be Gambit ulit or Viking? That's gonna be the biggest question of them all. If ever lang talaga malaman na natin kung sino. Pero yeah, pinapakita ng Viking, sobrang solid ng mga rounds sila kanina. It's just they really want to own Gambit. Wala silang pakialam kung sino sila. Wala silang pakialam kahit sila yung top 2 ngayon ng buong Europe. Kahit sila yung naging champion sa Berlin Masters, ang alam lang natin is lahat sila ngayon equal.
That is true. That is so true. You can assume the power levels and everything, pero tournaments are tournaments. And this is the Worlds tournament, right? If again League of Legends has Worlds, this is ours for Valorant naman. Huge wall blocking the pathway. Nakaakit pa dito ng onte si Chronicle, but still not gonna be enough. And Vikings clutched around out with that defuse.
maganda ang pinapakita ng Vikings, man. I mean, for sure, for the side of Gambit, Vikings, sorry. Napanood nila yung match nung kay Secret for sure kasi syempre ka-group nila to no. Kailangan nila talagang panoorin yung mga games kasi ka-group nila to So, nalaman ng Vikings yung mga kahinaan ng Gambit dito sa map na to. And that is the thing na kailangan nilang gawin. For Gambit, yes, they have a lot of time para isipin, para i-figure out kung ano ba yung mga mistakes nila dito sa map na to. Para at least syempre makabawi sila man, di ba? Pero kanang Red Guard, oh my god, hindi ba naman patay yung Lear na yun. Partida may stiff neck pa siya.
Okay. Force buy? Nah, not a force buy. Pero Defo, he's a good player on this Marshall. But you can see Vikings, they actually don't want to go for that challenge up against Defo. They just want to make sure to know if Defo actually has and bought that Marshall. And with that being said, tignan mo agad yung adjustment na yung Vikings. No more, no guys will be looking towards on belt, pero the double up, the triple up na napakalapit dun sa 410 is quite huge. That wall is just going to be the grave, the tombstone dito ni Redgar. As Sacy still holds the rest of the B side with this Bulldog. He's gonna be able to get a couple of kills before he gets shut down by Shados, but the rest of Vikings have already come in to fight on the side.
Ang importante, narinig nyo si Asari kung paano ba siya kumahol. Intimidating, di ba? What? The timing sa talagang ginagawa nila Defo will be dead, and the side of Vikings, man, just capitalizing their advantage. I mean, hindi man lang nila to pinili, pero at least alam nila na yung kalaban nila ay natalo dito. Ano ibig sabihin? Ano ibig sabihin ng GTN? No? GTN Jesus.
Go tonight.
Pwede. Pero, GTN lang talaga yung pangalan niya. Walang Jesus, pero nilagyan na niya. Si Gustavo Moura. Yun ang pangalan namin sa Brazil. Si Gustavo Moura.
I don't think Jesus ang pronunciation. Isn't it Jesus?
Pwede, si Jesus. Oh.
Di ba?
Wala I mean, hindi naman tayo, like, what I call this? Hindi rin naman tayo masyado sanay na Jesus yung tawag, di ba?
True enough.
Jesus. Sausage. Yeah.
Okay.
Tech post to, no? For sure. I mean, yeah, tech post.
Siya na maaga para maging tactical.
Pero napapansin mo? Dito sa mapa to, laging merong problema ang Gambit. Kasi bakit din kasi nung naglaro yung Secret tsaka Gambit dito, lagi nila may tech post dahil sa Gambit Tignan mo, umpisa pa lang may rason na sila.
Yan ang pagod sila sa simula pa.
Hindi na si gumagalaw yung mouse ko Ganun. Pero yeah, gone around already, Aster. Hopefully makabawi dito ang Gambit. I take that back.
Masama mong caster.
I take that back. Bakit? Sabi ko nga sana makabawi na ang Gambit, di ba?
May may pangkukulang ka Ikaw yung taga-sumpa The caster's curse, bro.
Okay lang. Hindi naman Pinas yung naglalaro. Diba? Mainit to, bro. Mainit sa icebox.
You're getting patient din ng Gambit, just to kind of just look straight up into that. I get it, Shadows. He's got the ability. He's got the magic touch. Oh, Nats. Secret agent man, pero Sadak spots it out. Nats still losing the fight. That gravitates few members. Bit of movement para sa Vikings dito. Not hearing anything anymore. They should have an inkling that the site is B. Yeah, the Shark Dart's gonna confirm it, pero they still have to wait for utility. Defo gonna have to back away here. Chronicle, timing, countered out by Vikings, and this is perfect para sa kanila. Redgar's gonna have to force this plant right now, as they're gonna have to play this post plant in a 2 versus 5 build.
Knowing na gun road lahat sila meron ng ARs, pero nga lang Jesus, wala silang idea at all na merong tao sa likod nila. Pushing ito 1v3 Redguard, the all man remaining, meron siyang rest, pero yun nga lang
Wala na, ubos na oras.
Will be diffused already. Sa side ng Vikings, 3-0. Nakita na ba ng Gambit ang kanilang kryptonite? The Vikings na ba yun?
Ang reverse ng Gambit is Tibmag. Wala lang.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Kryptonite.
Kryptonite who?
Kryptonite, I'm falling.
Again, may nakakaalam mo ba ng kanta na yun? Okay, teka. Back to the game. Back to the task at hand muna tayo dito, Phil. Gambit. Not the best weapons in the world. They do save Redgar with that Vandal from the previous round, but they want to keep this very close, very refrag intensive. As they throw all of that utility out, wala pa rin ako masyadong map control, site control specifically, ang Gambit dito. That smoke is about to dissipate. They're making so much noise. That wall to isolate a couple of fights. I like it. No to plant, yes to push. So the cast at the back of the site. That's going to be a 1 kill. And he still gets the shutdown by Redgar. Spike can get planted. Shados with the off angle. And leave ourselves in a 3 versus 3. But yeah, because the wall's not there to separate these people from the back of the site, it's either somebody has to mark the planter. Tulungan muna bago makapag-rotate dito. But still, blood is just spewing in the A site ngayon as we're left for that 2 versus 2.
Enemy remaining.
Between the pinagano Sacy, who's the head of one, pinagano 1v1 with a great one here. Si Sacy meron siyang Hunter's Fury dito, pero 4-0 na ulit. What is happening to Gambit? Tilted na ata si Nuts. Masakit na ata ang lieg ni Redgar, mga kaibigan. These nuts? Si Defo, hindi siya makakuha dito eh, no? Hindi siya makakuha ng mga kills eh. Ewan ko ba? Tipong natuto lang mag-dash, nag-jet main na.
Tama naman, Vil. Nataman na marunong mag-dash, jet main na eh.
Excuse me, except me. Marunong din ako mag-updraft.
Pero alam mo paano yung ano? Yung Forbidden Jutsu.
Oo, may kaya
dash up draft. Dash drop.
Oo. Kahit ano pa. Pumabaril pa habang ginagawa yun, man.
Oh. Patay si Jesus dito.
Oh my God, Jesus. Take the wheel. Sa duck.
My Ferrari peak, my Ferrari retreat. Very fast to get out of that one. But that just gives Gambit even less desire to go for the B side. Kasi alam nila naka-op dito si Jesus eh. So since he still survived, he's gonna be able to reposition at the point na hindi makakalaban dito ng Gambit. So that is caught out in the open. And smart by Gambit just to hold out. Hintayin lang nila na maulan siya ng pew-pew before they take him away from the play. And this gives Gambit a little bit of leeway para makapag movements muna sila. But FRZ, I'm loving the forward position here because he's at Reyna. He can get a kill. He can dismiss out of position here. And that double dip para sa Gambit. The bait and switch, perfect. And now they're sizing up to maybe take their first round dito, Bill.
Surkas, maganda rin position dito. Let's see if everyone makapatid mo. Surkas and Sacy with all these kills! To take down these players of Gambit, pero kung Shadows from the dead, you will rise again to wreak havoc here in Icebox. 3v2, it's all up to Jesus. Tsaka si Surkas, di pero Jesus kinuha yung isa. Hello, anak! Surkas, mag-isa na lang dito. 1v2, Nuts, pero siyang Viper Spit. Surkas, tama spray and pray lang, pero yung nga ng Redgar from up top will actually kill one. Nanginginig pa.
Give it. Don't take the Vandal. Yes, impulse take of that operator. Give it to Defo. Alam mo na may pera pa ang Vikings for that next round. Just challenge them. You already have somebody who can dash and snipe. It works well. Look at that bait and switch. I'm wondering if that was planned or communicated or alam lang talaga ni Defo na mangyayari na yung push na yun. So he just like let his teammate do the rest of the work. So if ever...
I
Ano feel? Yun.
Hindi. Alam mo sa totoo lang, yung mga ganun kasi, mahirap kasi makipag-communicate sa ganun eh. Kasi sobrang bilis na lang nangyayari eh. Pwede natin sabihin na sobrang solid na talaga na synergy nila as a team, na alam nila yung mga pwede, alam nila na gagawin nila, kahit di nila pinag-uusapan. Alam mo ang tawag doon?
Ano?
Telekinesis. It's all about the head, man.
Di ba talaga yung paggalaw nung ano? And yung dinadescribe mo dapat sa telepathy?
Pareho lang yun, men.
Talaga
Pareho
ba?
lang yun.
Teka.
Oo. Talaga i-research mo yun. Gusto mo talagang
What is the difference between telekinesis? Nakalimutan pala yung telekinesis and telepathy.
Gusto mo talagang sabihin, ipamukha sa akin na Vil mali ka. Parang gano'n eh, no? Pwede mo naman sabihin, Vil ang bobo mo.
Yun. Telekinetic is the one who has telekinetic abilities that actually does absolutely nothing.
Ito na mga kaibigan, Vipers bet all the way from the huwag natin pansinin si Asaray para kunyari hindi ako mali. Pero ito na, tamang wall lang. Red guard planet the spike on the end. Medyo marami na nangyayari dito, pero ito na ang long kadog ni Sacy mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga lang, nasampal nga yung isa, pero not gonna be able to take down these players. So, pero at least sa dark, tama spray and pray. Hotshots will not be able to damage these players yun kasi sakon siya ng magandang angle dito, pero okay si Sadak meron pa naman siyang rest, so okay lang na mamatay yung isa. Sabi ng Sadak dito, okay lang na mamatay, meron ako rest, okay lang yun, men. Viper spit ulit, Nats was gonna take down one. Mga kabawi, mainit na si Nats dito, pero nga lang si Jesus tsaka si Sacy, kung ano man basa dyan. 5-1 ito dapat manalo ang Gambit. Kasi ayaw na nating kalaban ng Gambit, men. Wag na. Tama na.
Protect team secret at all costs.
Oh.
Wow. How did Sadak do that? Oh, okay. It wasn't Sadak. It was Surikas. Okay. Kala ko na-flick niya gamit yung Bulldog eh. Look at how just clean that retake was. Oh, no. Isa pa.
Men, Diyos ko po, gumising kayo! Hoy! Redgar, umayos ka na ng upo mo! Pero nga ng Jesus, magpapakabayas tayo dito para sa Gambit kasi dapat Gambit talaga ang manalo dito, hindi Vikings.
Maaga pa naman, Vil. 5-1 pa lang yan. 5-1 odds.
Pero yun nga, I mean, kahit 5-1 yan, men, at the end of the day, lamang ang Vikings.
True enough. Gambit medyo, ito na yung mga tawag natin kamit ulo situations.
Kuya-kuy moments, men.
Pero Vil, matatanong ko sa'yo. Kaya bang magkamot ulo ng kalbo?
Oo. Malamang. Ang kalbo ba walang ulo? Oh my God, ano nangyayari sa Gambit? Ano ba yung tanong mo, men? Oh my God, Jesus, alam niya ako nasaan. Halika, Chronicle, anak, sumama ka sa akin. 6-1, Gambit, anong nangyayari sa inyo? Diyos ko po!
Yeah, Gambit call for the timeout.
Yeah, tama yan. Usap-usap muna kayo, men.
Taken out.
Diyos ko, nakapatay ata yung mga monitor na ito, mga to eh.
Ano lang, audio gaming, bro.
Pare.
Here's the thing then, out of all of the regions, ang pinaka arguably na sinasabi din ng ibang talents dito from other regions din na is para ba to? Great in terms of raw firepower has got to be Brazil. And we're kind of seeing that patong pa sa strats na ginagawa nila. So whatever Gambit are throwing, whether it's aim duel or set strats, na-counter out ngayon beautifully ng Vikings. And it really is showing, just gotta say. And to be fair then, because Vikings have been winning over and over again, there will be rounds that Gambit has somewhat near full buy, half buy, broken buy, and then no buy whatsoever. And because of those rounds, nahihirapan silang mag-take na mga fights na ganito. Because Sheriffs up against Vikings right now, it don't work. Maybe sa buying that one round with Nats, pero coming into Icebox, hindi pwede. Hindi pwede mangyari yan.
Oh no. Ano ang magagawa dito ng Gambit para makapag-comeback sila, man? The biggest question of them all for Vikings. What? What's gonna be the next step for Gambit? Naramdaman ko yun. Nung pumasok sa kanyon, I felt that. Ito na, Defo, alam nyo nasa baba, pero nga lang, oh my God, Defo, alam nila kung nasa dito, pero nga lang sa dock. Anong ginagawa mo dyan, Defo? Ba't di ka pa mo siya? Pero yun nga lang, let's go, Nuts. Ngayon lang tayo magpapakabayas dito kasi ayaw na natin kalaban ng Gambit.
Oh no.
Redgar, pot shots, will connect. Let's go, Chronicle.
Jesus, repositions, down to 5. Ipit muna siya sa gipit dito sa yellow. And he's gonna be taken down by the shock dart. Good use of Chronicle. Make your utility work for you. And Shadows, very delayed, pero he's gonna get caught out by Sacy, who drops the spike down. So ngayon, Nats and Chronicle, ito na, mission impossible. They're gonna have to retrieve that spike and beat the crap out of Sacy, which they do. And that's gonna be Gambit with another round on the board.
Yan, men. Bawi tayo.
Laban.
Oo. Ito. Sabi ni JV Ray Cuestas, easy win Gambit. Yan, tama yan. Yan, tama yan. Hop! Nakachamba si Jesus. Pero kung napapansin mo, ano kaya meron sa Gambit kung ba sila natalo dito?
Wait, sorry, may narinig akong slow motion na announcer.
Ako rin eh. Oo. Baka may kinain ka lang. Pero ito na. Defo, ganun data.
Yeah. Sorry, yung sagot sa tanong sa tetanong mo kanina. Gambit, they're just facing fights na they're not winning. That's literally just that. Yung kanina yung kay Defo, that was a little bit weird.
Avengers! Stacy, hindi na alam na meron, pero nag-Avengers sila. Oh no, Redgar. Malatamaan sila sa Ibalik mo to sa kabila. Yo, let's go! Soon Cass will be falling down to the hands of Redgar. Finally, pinagalit si Sacy. Mamamatay rin. Ito na. Bawi, pre. Mababawi na ata ng Gambit. Pero nga lang, Diyos ko po, nababawasan sila ni FRG sa dock. Pushing ito. 3v3 situation right now. FRZ. No HP. Pero nga lang, nahihilap lang because of that Sage. 3v2. Si FRZ na una sa spawn nila.
Ooh, okay.
Nice hold, actually. Nice positions, too, for the side of Gambit.
That post plan is perfect para sa nila because look at where they're just looking at. So, however VK approach this, Gambit don't really have to look in that general direction until they hear that of that spike being diffused already. It's all about the fight. Pero as you can see, Chronicle, he got the ultimate. FRZ, takbo muna. But Chronicle not gonna give him the satisfaction to get behind cover. And Gambit slowly but surely creeping up the round, saving another operator. And yeah, it's working. Tinanong mo kanina sa akin kung bakit natatalo dito ang Gambit. They're just losing the fights, straight up. Pero ngayon, they're getting the hotter hand. Nakahanap na sila ng heater sa Icebox. They're getting a lot more better rounds than before.
Nanlalamig kasi yung mga kamay nila, di ba? Kaya kailangan nilang painitin, men. Meron naman sila mga hand warmers yun, so it's fine. Nabig shoutout nga pala kay Tonton. Tsaka kay Nuts Daily, nag-chat sa comment. Pa-shoutout Phil. Oy! Galaw-galaw, Nuts! Diyos ko naman! Oh, Jesus!
You will not kill my ally!
Get the hell of that. Pero nga lang, Redgar, bubuhayin ka pa ulit. Let's see if kaya pumunta ng mga players ng Vikings. Medyo nahihirapan pa ang Gambit. I have no idea why. You have the upper hand. You have all these firepower. You have the Valorant and the Phantoms and an operator as well. Hindi ko alam kung bakit pa rin kayo nahihirapan na makapasok sa site. Lalo na dito sa mid. You don't have to fight the mid. Just go there in A. Ano ba? Binabayaran nila maayos yung coach nyo. Pero ba't ganon, men? Pero nga lang, Jesus, buti na lang namatay si Jesus doon. Pero mabubuhay naman ulit siya next round.
Yeah. So the guys can wallbang this. He can't ice bang. I mean, he can, pero magkakaroon siya ng frostbite. Not really cool. Ooh, yeah, that's a beauty. Sacy. Oh my God, Sacy!
Just
4 freaking K. Iwan na lang dito kay Chronicle, pero what about that? Dalawa pa sila na sa area nun, ha? And he got them mid-air, Vil. Mid-air.
Oh my God, nasampal ng Hunter's Fury. Sacy doing a good job utilizing that ultimate. May kita ulit natin yan, man. Yan, Sacy from up top. Kills 1, pero yung nga lang pumitik. Chamba, siguro.
You know? Oh!
Oh! God, let's go! Oh, kamote may ulo mo!
Tarzan!
Ayun. Kung may King Kong, a big shoutout nga pala kay Ching kasi siya ang Ching Kong. Totoo yun, man. Siya yun. What is happening to Gambit? Ayaw na nating kalaban to mga Pinoy. Diyos ko.
Wala eh. The Brazilian era, man. Every Brazilian that comes into our display have shown us different play styles altogether, Vil. Different ways of showing how to play this freaking game of Valorant.
Actually, ito, if ever you're gonna compare Game 1 and Game 2, maganda yung Game 3 sa totoo lang. Ito yung pinakamagandang game nila so far. Ito na, matatalo na ba ang Gambit? Meron na ba makakapaglaglag sa nila? Sobrang sayang lang kasi hindi tayo yon, pero lalaban pa rin tayo dito kasi if ever Gambit naman ulit ang makakalaban natin, if ever manalo sila sa Crazy Raccoon, muntik na masabi Crazy Frog, Crazy Raccoon tomorrow. Mamaya pala in approximately 20 hours. Recon ball. Oh my God.
Okay.
Kaya mahirap to, man.
Yeah, Shados, he needed to get that kill 100%. Mahirapan na sila dito ngayon, and even more so, Chronicle, last to remain. But yeah, he's not gonna survive, he's not gonna clutch. Even a flawless round para sa Vikings dito ngayon, ha? One of the things, gotta love from Vikings, that recon dart from Sacy. Putting it higher than anything else, kaya kailangan hanapin ng Gambit dito, because that's not a regular spot na ibabato mo yung recon dart mo. And while that was happening, they just pushed right in. Look at that timing. And as soon as that happened, they just pushed right in. They had the utility from the Viper. There's nothing that they can do. Gambit knew this. You know, and because of that, ganun kalapit maglaro ang Gambit, because they were hoping that they can catch off Vikings as they push in. Pero these risks, these gambles by the EMEA team is just not bearing any fruitville, and because of that they're losing harder into these rounds. And ngayon Vikings, they're just ballsy, they're just gonna keep the fight rolling, and they've taken already 2 heads, 2 scalps from Gambit side.
Tingnan natin. They have the rest, they have the Hunters, they have the Blaze-Storm rather, and it's just, I have no idea kung bakit dun nagpapatalo masyado ang Vikings. So, ayaw nilang tumigil na talagang makipag-contest sa mid. Ilang beses na nila nagkamali, ilang beses na natalo sa mid, pero they really want to push yung sarili nila na matalo sila sa mid. Puro sila mid control, pero hindi nga din talaga nag-work. Tingnan mo, look at Defo, Jet main 212. Diyos ko, parang mga kalaban ko lang sa rank eh. So yung top frag, syempre.
Kayong pinakamataas na palaka.
Top frog.
Omsim. We do have that pause muna ngayon. Tingin-tingin muna sa napakagandang layout ng land ng Icebox. Pero itong Icebox ba ang magiging quicksand at huhugutin, hahatakin pababa ang Gambit, waiting for whoever wins. Possibly pa. Hindi pa to sigurado. You could net that comeback.
I have a question.
Get those rounds para kalabanin ng either Team Secret or Crazy Raccoon. Yes, your question din.
Kasi kung napapansin mo, meron mga chances na tara, papatalo tayo dito, bawi tayo sa losers. Kung napapansin mo sa mga nila, sa mga reaction nila, hindi, nag-all out yung ginagawa nila, no? Imposibleng nagpapatalo sila para dun sila papasok sa losers eh.
No, I don't think anybody wants to play.
Ng what do you call this? Ng Vikings to. Pwede ko sabihin na sobrang confident na mas malakas talaga ang Vikings kaysa dito sa mga tao na to, mga Russian na to, man. Sa mga Gambit na to. Alam mo sino?
At least this this pause timer na ginagawa natin ngayon, this is a much needed reprieve para sa Gambit. They need to take that breath. They need to take that break. Figure out what they have to do. How do they stop the onslaught na pinapakita ngayon ng Vikings? Like, how do they stop somebody like Sacy, who has just been popping off? Sadak, who is again just gotten the confidence to keep peaking, because Gambit, they're pushovers right now. I mean, lack of a better term, they really are just getting pushed around by Vikings.
Second half. Nakita natin sa game number 2 nakabawi dito ang nakabawi ng konti, pero it's not enough. Kung napapansin mo, reverse sweep ang gagawin ng Vikings if ever. At saka Darwin, I mean, Justin. Pangalan mo ng pareho yun. Kung napapansin mo, hindi sila fan ng ng 60, 68, 65% na keyboards no? Sorry kasi napansin ko kasi alam ko naman na maliit yung keyboards natin.
Okay lang naman yan. Alam mo, sinasabi nga nila, diba? Make up sa lack of size na meron tayo. Actually,
exactly.
Malit na nga pala yung keyboard, malit pa yung
kasi yung maliit yung keyboard ko, pero yung mousepad ko sobrang laki. Oo. Abot sa kabilang table yung mousepad ko.
9 inches ba yung mousepad mo?
Ano?
Gano'n ka lang yung mousepad mo?
Laki, pare. Pag nakita mo, grabe naman yung mousepad ko.
Okay. Gambit big flank. Surikas, I like the position. Makakakuha pa siya ng cover dito. Actually, no, he's out in the open. He's gonna get mauled by Gambit as they peek out. This is gonna be like 4v1. Surikas, may value pa siya to get even 1 kill. Okay, he's done the damage. He's done the damage. He's gotten the info. They know now there's gonna be a big flank coming in.
Ano yung ginagawa mo dyan? Talon-talon ka? Ano ka, rabbit? Ano ka, kuneho? Pero nga lang, FRZ, napatay ba si Nats dito? This is gonna be really hard para sa Gambit for them to retake. Oh my God! It's all up to Shados. 1v1 with a great one. Reyna main tsaka Jet main. Pero yung nga lang, maganda yung pagpet. Oh my God! Hindi makita! Diyos ko! Nice placement ng so sobrang ganda ng placement ng spike ng ginawa ng Vikings dito Pero buti lang nakabawi ang Gambit, men. Once again, Gambit dapat ang manalo dito, hindi Vikings.
Buti na nakabawi ka rin. Ramdam ko na May forbidden jutsu na nalalabas sa sa ngalang-ngala.
Ngalang-ngala. Ako kasi naglaro nun. Pinalitan ko si Defo ng 1 round. Ito na, babawi.
Is the comeback real?
Oo. Sabi ng Gambit, pre, atin to. Pre, kaya to, pre. Yun ang sabi nila.
Nag-force ba yung ang Vikings,
Oo, yun yung thing. Kasi okay lang na mag-force buy sila. Diyos ko po, ang dami nilang lead, man. Pero hindi alam yon ng Gambit. So, pwede pa silang mamatay dito, though. At least, napatay din siya sa dock. It's just gonna be the comeback na inaantay natin dito sa Gambit. It's actually really early na sabihin natin na, pero ano ginagawa nyo dyan sa hill, baby boy? Tatlo kayo nag-aantay-antay dyan. Nagkatsacha kayo left and right. Pero nga Shados, delikado ka. Tatlo na makikita mo. Anong ginagawa mo dyan, boy? Pero nga Jesus, nakapatay pa nga ng isa. Ni-evade the situation right now, Nats. And then wala dito. Pero nga si Nats lang dito. 1v1 with a great one. Viper versus Viper. Suitcast versus Nats. Pero sino ang may lineup? Diyos ko po, hindi. Oh my God, Suitcast will get that kill! Hindi alam ng Gambit. Hala, bumili pala sila! and will secure that round again and that economy dito sa side ng Vikings. Ay, nako, Defo.
First and foremost, just highlighting, ganda ng setup ng Vikings dun. That triple na pinoint out mo na tatlo sila dun, they sold that position or they sold that they weren't there technically because of the smoke na binito ni Sudocast. Sudocast has some god lineups with that poison cloud na meron siya. And this is allowing Vikings pockets na pwede silang magtago where normally i-check ng kalaban yun. And even if Gambit actually checked that, they would take passive damage because of the poison cloud na meron yung Viper doon. If not, if they try to go for the safer route, technically, makikita muna ng Vikings yung paa nila bago makakita ang Gambit ng kahit sino man.
Oh my god, at least the Defo nakabawi na dito with that head. Pero yung alam, maganda ang position ni Sacy dito. Can catch 3! Oh, buti na Shade sa kabawi kahit isa. Pero yung the clock is ticking already. They need to do a big retake if ever. Shade also meron siya ultimate dito. So he can actually use it para at least magkaroon siya ng konting upper hand. Pero yung alam, Jesus knows it na. And has that better gun as well. With that dismiss. 3-man retake or 3-man peak. My god, the Vikings is on a match point already. Next round. If ever na manalo sila. Defo, look at that, 3-15-2. Not really performing well, man.
The Vikings saga, bro. Grabe. This is unprecedented performance output from Vikings. They haven't destroyed the economy yet for Gambit. So this is Gambit's last chance in terms of the buying power that they have. Because next round, if they don't win this, they be broke. Okay, that's where Gambit shines. That's where they can make something happen. Those pixel peak angles na inaalaw nung smoke dito.
Really great opening for the side of Gambit. Ito yung hinahanap nila, man. I mean, knowing na sila yung defenders, knowing na wala pa rin talaga nangyayari, nag-attacker na sa ulo nangyayari. They need to make something na para makabawi na sila na yung defenders. And once again, Shadows, meron pa siyang ultimate dito, pero there's no way na gagamitin naman yan. This is a 5v3. It's actually a waste if ever ginamit niya to. Pero na lang kung nag 1v3, pwede pa. Pero yun nga lang. Si Nats, just one orb away for that Viper Spit. If ever lang talaga na pumasok sila sa A, pwede siya mag-pop ng Viper Spit. If ever, pero nga probably here in B instead. Defo, not catching those players na papasok dito sa may B. Rotations now for the players of Vikings. Pero yun nga, ng Sudocast, maganda position na dito. Can actually take down one, pero yung nga lang dalawa, nag-aantay sa kanila.
Sadak, no time to res. Masyadong malayo ang teammates niya. And he's not even sure if there's gonna be anyone lurking, so they're just gonna have to will the fight 2 versus 5. I mean, Vikings, they still have rounds to use for this. If they can just like take away weapons from Gambit, that's more than enough, to be honest. And it's all down to Sadak. Let's see how many Sadak can take down before he gets knocked off the block, and that's gonna be only the one. And Gambit,
11-5.
Yeah, live to fight for another day. Buhay pa sila.
Yeah. Kailangan nila ibigay lahat kay Chronicle, lahat nung orbs eh. Pag merong Hunter's Fury si Chronicle, mahihirapan na mag-push pa na sobra ang mga players ng Vikings for sure. Hindi ko alam kung saan ako titingin. But still, at least nakakabawi na rin paunti-unti yung mga players dito ng Gambit. And trying to stop the possible match point score of Vikings.
Matuto talaga. Gusto ng Team Secret matalo ang Gambit para mag-rematch sila. I mean, go for it. I would love to see a rematch, to be honest. Either way works, right? Okay. This is where Gambit are starting to pick up a bit of steam, right? They've broken somewhat the economy of Vikings. Vikings, or actually no, not yet. If they can win this round, they should be able to break the economy of Vikings, but Vikings are still quite lethal at this. FRZ, he's gotten the Empress out. If he can get a kill, he can get the reset. Jesus, he's got the blades, so everything working for them, to be honest. Yeah, nice little wall bangable spot on screens. That's good. Still plenty of time for Gambit to march on in as a full 4 But ito na, batakan na sa batak ang laban na ito.
Tama, sinong magiging sobrang batak dito, pero nga the clock is ticking already. Jesus just trying to anchor this area, pero nga lang apat o sumilip siya, pero oh, just po FRZ with a dismiss out, pero nga lang they're actually pushing in, double peak, triple peak, quadra peak ang ginagawa dito ng Gambit, sama-sama sila, pero sobrang ganda na naman talaga nung pagka-plant loose spike, kitang-kita ni FRZ kung sino ba magpipitik niya, pero nga lang Defo needs to kill this guy, at mukhang hindi na lang, oh my god! Vikings is on a match point already. Sobrang ganda kasi talaga ng mga plant dito ng Vikings. Doon talaga sa taas.
They had to fight that. I believe there wasn't any more walls para kay Redgar. So it was either fight or flight para sa Gambit doon. Last stand, X-Men, so to speak. And they just had to win the trade battle. They kind of did, pero leaving one still to play, and as you mentioned, diba, meron ang post-plant angles na pwedeng laruin dito sa FRZ. He didn't really need to peek out dun sa main entrance na Nessie can even just jiggle from that left little angle. It works out. So now Gambit, what's the setup? It's Defo with the blades. Good for 2, pero if you can see that kill feed, Vikings have already taken down 3.
Yeah.
Enemy remaining.
Ooh, that fadeaway bullet, lovely. Okay, lovely.
Gambit is still alive. Yeah, Gambit is still alive right now. 6 more rounds for him to do a big comeback. At least, meron pa naman silang mga ulti dito. They still have all these ultimates like Hunter Sphere and other stuff. Up ba yung Viper Spit ni Nats?
We'll have to see that later. And imagine if Defo got that third one. That was so close there from Chronicle. That was the last bullet that he spent to try to take down Jesus. So if he didn't get that, he would have been flanked from the back and he would have allowed Jesus to go in, and who knows what he can do to the rest of the Gambit players that were rotating onto the A site.
It's not yet over till it's over, man. As long as di pa 13 ng Vikings, they can actually do it.
Ooh, that showed like 3 people. Okay.
Yeah.
Back away! Takbo muna tayo.
Alam nila kung nasa yung mga players dito ng Vikings. So they need to scatter out. Pero yung nga lang fake? Is that gonna be a fake back? Yes, it is!
Yeah, but that doesn't really stop anything because...
Yeah.
Looking at it, I mean...
Hindi naman sila gumalaw eh.
Yeah, exactly. Gambit are in phase. They're like... As long as we don't see Vikings on the B side itself, walang gagalaw sa inyo. Hold your horses. Kalma. Yeah. And that recon drone, the Sova drone, has just solidified again yung Gambit's read on the situation. Really good stuff. Nats! Ingat-ingat. Jesus is a correct shot. You could be in a bad spot, pero he's hiding behind his smoke and...
Perfect.
Easy picks, yeah. As you mentioned, perfect.
Yeah. I mean, solid yun. I mean, they have that reveal from Sova, plus that smoke. There's no way na makikita mo si Nats dun sa area na yun. Actually, take down. Muntik na maging dalawa. Yung mapatay ni Nasa, pero nga lang Sacy, meron siya ultimate dito. Kailangan na mapatay kahit isa lang para lang at least maganda yung cover niya, pero nga lang that is actually a big crossfire na ginawa dito ng Gambit. 1v2. Pero nga lang FRZ is super low. Bawal na magkamali ang Gambit dito. One big mistake and you are done. At least si Defo nakakabawi na rin, man. Yun yung importante dun. At least yung mga players ng Gambit, slowly and surely, nakakabawi pa rin sila. As long as hindi pa 13 ang Vikings, they can actually still win this. And them switching up the pace, trying to be really aggressive, ito yung ginawa nila. Kanina medyo passive sila, pero ngayon, sobrang naging aggressive sila. Just catching them off guard, giving them that win. Bawing-bawi, ROI, bro.
Yeah, return of that investment, bro. FRZ, man, you saw what he was doing there. He wanted to get that one tap so that either he can heal or have to deal with the other guy coming in from screens. Pero his prediction shot not bearing any fruit. Shados, ingat-ingat, destroys the recon, backs away immediately, but Defo, he holds the high ground. Never mind, drops away, but he does have the dash, so he'll keep his position on yellow, making sure. Take note kung nasa ng Vikings dito. Ngayon, Surikas also holding the spawn site. Really good angle, to be honest. It holds a lot of info gathering, and yeah, Lots of kills on B long.
Ito ang importante dito is maraming ultimates dito ang Viking. Kailangan nilang malabas yan lahat. Pero bago nila malabas yan, kailangan muna sila makapunta sa site, which is yun talaga sobrang medyo hirap na sila dito. At least naharap na rin ng Gambit yung pace nila para parang makabawi kahit paano. Pero yun nga, ito, they're actually inside the B site already. Suricas, he can actually do a Viper's Pit if ever lang. At saka si Sacy pa rin siya lumayo because of that Hunter's Fury na meron siya. Pero sabi ni Suricas, hindi na ako mag-Viper. He will actually get that Viper's Pit done. Plus, actually, na-respect si FRZ, abot siya. Meron silang Hunter's Fury, mahirap na retake to, man. Redgar, meron din siyang ultimate dito. So, if ever lang may mamatay na isa, at least makakabawi pa siya ng isa dito. Pero yun nga lang, Defo will take down sa Dak. Hindi pwedeng mamatay si Surikas, hindi pwedeng mamatay si Sacy. Si FRZ pwede lang din. 2v. 2v3 right now. Nuts. It's all up to Sacy. He is known to clutch. Meron na push, pero yung Shadows will deny that win. Abot.
Oh my goodness! 1.3 seconds was the thing that separated VIL Gambit from dropping to losers.
Yeah.
1.3.
Sobrang close, man. Sobrang really close match indeed.
That was key for Shadows to actually get that kill. If Shadows died there, they would have lost 100%. Chronicle would have to like untap on that spike and try to win the 1v1 if ever.
Yeah.
So crucial. Shadows amazing on that round.
Pero actually, if ever manalo ang Vikings dito, yun ang pinakamaganda lang pwede rin gawin kasi at least makakapag-revenge ang secret sa dito sa Gambit. Pero yun nga lang, kailangan muna nila ipanalo yung Crazy Raccoon. Pero in terms of stats, hindi natin sabihin na may chance na matalo talaga ng secret ng Crazy Raccoons. Natalo nga nila ang Gambit isang beses, di ba?
Again, everything's up in the air. Even if you're considered, even if you are one of the Masters champions, right? Yeah. Masters number ones, yun na lang. Kasi I'm already here in champions, there are no champions. So wala pang champion.
Yeah, you're all equal.
Yeah, exactly. Like back to parang back to zero in a sense, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, back to zero ka na ngayon, lahat kayo magkakapantay, lahat kayo equal dito, walang malakas, walang mahina. Manalo o matalo, yun lang. FRZ, sobrang dami rin nilang na naubos na ultimate doon. Tatlong ultimate. FRZ, meron pa rin siya ultimate dito, pero yun nga lang, tatlo ang ultimate dito sa Gambit, so you can actually use that para at least sila makapunta dito sa B. Nats is here dito nga sa B side, pero when niya pwede gamitin yung kanyang Viper's Pit para lang at least hindi na talaga makapasok dito yung mga players ng Vikings, or probably if ever talaga pumasok sila, that's gonna be a really risky move if ever. That's actually parang a suicide move pag talagang pinush pa talaga nilang Binuto. Pero yung Nats pushing in, sobrang daming smoke, trying to catch everyone off guard. Pero FRZ with a kill with that Sheriff, walang pera ang Vikings dito Makakuha siya ng baril.
Yeah, give that to FRZ right now. Or Sadak is a good shot, but you want the Empress, right? You want the Empress.
Yeah. Oh my god, Redgar! Doon sa may gilip. Ito na. Makakabawi dito, man.
30 seconds left.
Mahirap to. 2v2, Redgar meron siyang res. Pero nga, medyo malayo yung pagreresan niya, man.
20 seconds. They cannot back now. They cannot rotate. They have to fight. Fight or flight na naman ngayon, VIL, as Sacy and Suricas, they gotta make a choice. They actually are on the save round, so whatever happens, they can just lose their lives, and it's gonna be fine. Gonna have to break that. Nope. Lineup is beautiful, and Redgar and Chronicle simultaneously get those kills. Question is, Redgar, no, save the revive. You got the money already. It's better to use that to bring back either Defo or Shados. You just know it's gonna be so crucial now that Vikings have their buy round.
Yeah. They have the money already. But who do you think will get this? I mean, sa moment na to, mahirap talaga malaman kung sino manalo dito man. That is actually 4 rounds in a row na nanalo dito ang Gambit. Mukhang OT ata. Gusto natin makita dito. Asara eh.
And Gambit, they're not messing around. Immediately, as soon as they have the money for it, they just buy straight into the operator para kay Defo dito. The only target that he's gonna be knocking out is probably Surukas, and that's actually a good thing. If Surukas gets knocked out, that just removes all of the smokes na pwedeng magamit ng Vikings to push in up onto the site. So this is gonna be huge. Defo, if he gets this, it's gonna be... Yep, that should be a really strong case to give Gambit another round. Because again, wala nang smokes ngayon, and that wall, I think it's about to expire na. So yeah, they can still push through this.
Tignan mo yung discipline na meron dito ang Gambit na kahit na nasabihin na sila, kahit narinig na yung orb talaga, hindi pa talaga sila umiikot, hindi pa sila nag-fully commit. Pero kasi, I mean, you have the operator, you have that Sage na talaga nag-aantay John Defo with that Blade Storm, and hopefully makapatid sila isa. Pero yung alam, nag-missing all these shots. Pushing into a 3v3 situation right now, Nats. Meron siyang Viper Spit. Pero yun nga lang ginamit na sa A, but Chronicle and Shadows doing a good job anchoring this side. Sacy, the only man remaining, 1v3. 15 seconds on that recon bolt, pero meron naman siya shocker dito. Wala pa siyang bawas at all, so pwede siya makabawi, and everyone is just trying to look out kung nasan pa talaga si Sacy. Oh, they know it. Asa may yellow. The push is now with that Lear starting it off, but Nats will get your head. 12-10. At meron bang pera ang Vikings? I think wala ata.
Yeah, no. Yeah. It's either they half buy or not. Kasi this was their gun round, to be honest. So, but they have lost multiple rounds in a row. So their max loss bonus should be 2,900 plus anything else that is left from the last round. My God, man. Like, they're getting dug out. Gambit, it's not the cleanest of rounds, to be honest, but they're squeezing by fairly enough. That's all I'm gonna point out, because it's not really strong rounds para sa Gambit ngayon. It's more of rounds that their players are digging themselves out of, and that's not really a bad thing. But as you can see, Gambit are so close to being knocked off if they're not careful. But it still works out in the end. They just try to enforce their wills na lang on the B long so that they can get that last orb para kay Jesus so that he can have the blades. And A site will be seemingly where they try to push. But that is where Nats' utility is going to be found.
Radgar. At least meron pa siya ultimate dito though. Sino ang where's my first video? It's gonna be so, oh my God, Shadows. We're gonna get the heads of Jesus, pero nga sa at least gumagana yung kanya stinger, pero yun nga na uulitin ulit ng Vikings kung ano yung nagpapayang sila kanina, which is that spike from up top, getting that verticality, getting that high ground advantage dito para sa side ng Vikings. This is gonna be a really hard retake if ever. Ang importante lang is wala silang halos pera, so it's about the long range na din talagang gagawin ng Nats will be alive again. They really want to push out, pero meron tayo sa may likod mga kabibira sa dang with that stinger. 900 credits will take down 2. It's all up to Suitcast, pero yun nga lang, wala silang idea at all kung nasa ba yung Suitcast. Nakita rin ni Nats, oh my God, Gambit na-defuse pa rin yung spike. 12-11 and one more round for that overtime.
That was still a weak buy for Vikings. So this is, they planned this. They just wanted to get that round. I mean, either or, right? But this was insane. Kay Defo, he just jumped on top of Boost spot, and yung crosshair niya agad knew exactly where to hunt. Grabe talaga. When you're a top player, you know you're a top player, and Defo is one of those people. I mean, yeah, granted, sabihin natin, chat's already gonna point it out, right? Na Gambit's on somewhat of a losing game dito, but they're coming back slowly but surely. You said it already, Vil. One more round to go, but this is where it becomes dangerous. Not a lot of utility in terms of ultimates para sa Gambit dito. if Gambit miss a beat and they try to take a fight na it's a pick-off fight, right? And nag-jade sila 1-for-1, they actually lose that because Salak has a revive.
God, that revive, and he needs to make the most out of that. Actually, si Suitcast at si Sacy, nasa sa kanila lang kung sino yung magpa-plant ng spike. Pwede si Suitcast para at least meron silang Viper Spit. Pwede si Sacy at least para meron silang Hunter's Fury. Ganun lang yun, man. Mamimili lang sila, pero yung nga, kailangan pa rin ng isang orb if ever. What is the next play for these players? Viking, is this gonna be the end of the road for Gambit? Or meron pang isa? A it is. Defo, maganda angle na dito. They're actually pushing in already.
30 seconds
Defo pushing out. Delikado siya dito. But they're now inside A site. Saan ba sila magka-plant? Spike is planted already by Sadak. Jesus getting that high ground as well. Oh my god, Shade does all these pushes na ginagawa nila, man. It's all up to Suitcast and we're heading on to an overtime. Ang bilis nang nangyari doon. Sobrang bilis na retake ng ginawa ng Gambit. Overtime it is. OT. OT. OT.
I have no words. That was just so clean. Yeah, let's get the replay. This is where I'll have my words. One, tas biglang nag-drop doon. He dashed away para lang ma-dodge siya yung Sova ng Gambit dito. And he actually falls into the embracing hands of the retake, the other members ng Gambit ngayon. And with this, we go to the first round of out of regulation.
I love that bird's eye view shot, man. I love that. Ang cool nun, yung bird's eye view na yun. First overtime it is.
Oh yeah.
Game 1. I mean series 1, third game. Overtime.
Overtime.
Actually maganda siya to. I mean, I really love that game na nakikita natin ngayon. And kung napapansin mo, it's just the coaches actually doing their jobs, man. I mean, just trying to communicate with these players. This is the best play they're gonna do. Mag-Odin kayo. By Odin, win.
Own lang eh.
Oo. Kasi wala, nakikita naman ng coach lahat ng ginagawa din ng mga kalaban niya. Ng mga kalaban niya eh. So, whew. Nag-tack-pos? Kita mo yun?
Yeah.
Tack-pos. First round tack-pos? Pwede. Ilan ba mapi... Uy, time out sila. So tack-pos
I think...
na.
I don't have the rules on me, but I think they have an extra tactical pause once you get into overtime. I think that's the part of the rule set na meron for champions. And it's smart to use it at the very start, diba? Because you only have, what, 45 seconds for the first round ng overtime and then 30 seconds on the second round of overtime. So you want to just add a little bit more. Kasi Gambit already know. The problem lies in sa kanilang attack. So they need to figure out how to get that one. And at least alam na nila, once they come into that other side, swap sides, right, to defense, it's much easier. So using that time for the break to figure things out is, I think, the right thing to do.
Pero nga, they need to be really aggressive dito yung pinapakita kayo ng Gambit. Medyo delikado sila nung sila yung naging attacking. Pero di naman sa Vikings, medyo chill naman sila because they know na probably they can actually do it again. Which is, mananalo sila dito sa round na to na sila naman yung defending ulit. Pero yun nga lang, it's all about the synergy of skills na meron sila. Pero yun nga lang, defo, it's all about the peakers and advantages as well. Pero Sacy will actually take down one. But Chronicle with a 3 freaking K as well. It's all up to one. And this is GT and Jesus.
Ooh, even if he wins against these 3 players, he's not going to have enough time to fight against Sudocast, who has a Viper's lineup. So, yeah. Jesus. Fight or die. He spotted one out. He's got to have to close the distance, but the curtain has been called. Stops him, and magagawa niya dito is to maybe increase yung kanyang KDA. But even that gets denied. So Gambit, one more round to go. And they keep themselves afloat to winners.
For the first time ever here in this map, first time lang nilang makalamang. Pero kung napapansin mo, I mean, sobrang 9-3 yung score nila doon. 9-3 yung score dun sa first half, which is, ang attacker is yung Gambit. Tama? Yeah, tama.
Yeah, tama,
Pero
tama.
ngayon nakabawi na sila. So talagang sobrang ganda ng switch na ginawa nila dito, man. At least nakabawi na sila yung attacking. Pero yun nga lang, medyo confident sila ngayon kasi dito sila nanalo. Dito sila nakabawi nung defending naman ngayon ng Gambit. Can they do a big retake here? Defo with a really great off angle, hindi naman off angle pero really great position, really great angle. At medyo alam niya, hindi naman niya alam pero at least alam niya. Meron tayo dito sa may garage pero yun nga alam, Defo needs to go out. They know it already. Walang smoke si Defo. Wala siyang armor at all because of that operator na hawak niya.
Speaking of smokes, the reason why Defo was there was the obvious fact na Viper smoke was being thrown up sa Bilong. And you don't have a Viper smoke like that and push your A somewhat na walang other part ng Vikings that will try to push. So what they're doing now, from the looks of it, is they're kind of separating themselves. Pero Gambit, I like the idea. They have both of their duelists at the entrances of both sites so that if they can get a kill, they can always just dash away from it. Timing is going to be crucial. And Shados converts. He can get another kill on this one and he still has a dismiss. Ay. Papito Bonito. And this is just falling so far bad para sa Vikings.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah.
That's it.
12-1 right now. Yeah. Gambit just did the best thing na pwede nilang gawin. A big comeback by the champions. Gambit took down Vikings and merong tsansa na mag-secret versus Vikings if matalo nila muna ang Crazy Raccoon. Really great match between these two big teams, man. Solid.
You gotta check your corners, man. Get an appointment. Ask your plumber to clean the pipes. Because that's where the gunk is all located. And to Shados, he was the one that made it all worse. Para sa, actually not worse, but the final blow para ma-take down dito ang Vikings to the losers bracket, which they'll be waiting. Is it going to be a rematch for Crazy Raccoon, or is it going to be Team Secret?
Yeah,
we'll figure out tomorrow.
Yeah, 10 p.m. or kung mag-iba man. Nakita natin yung kung gaano pa talaga kasolid yung mga players dito ng Gambit na despite of din na makapag 9-3, at least nakabawi pa rin sila dito and just waited for that perfect opportunity para lang at least do all these kinds of plays and knowing na lang din talaga sila na nakalamang dito sa Gambit. Nasa isip nila naman as long as hindi pa 13 yung kalaban mo, kaya pa. Isang beses na lang sana mananalo ang Vikings pero hindi nila nagawa. Sobrang layo ng hinabol ng Gambit. I mean, Vikings is on a match point already but still, bawing-bawi.
I gotta add this, when you have like a sixth voice of reason na hindi naglalaro but can see what you're doing from afar, it really creates that different perspective para makabawi kayo. Like I gotta say, I feel like it's also partly the coach ng Gambit dito that allowed them to get there. Because Gambit, I think they were already on a spiral. They just needed that one extra, or that many extra boosts para makabawi sila. And those call on the timeouts, those interactions na ginawa nila with the rest of the team really did allow them to net that comeback. And got to say as well, kung painit ng painit yun si Defo, up until the very end, dun talaga siya nag-start mag-perform alongside Shados. And this is why Gambit is gonna beat that fact, because of those facts. Really good stuff from them.
And yeah, I mean, once again, a big comeback by Gambit and super GG's to Team Vikings for that amazing game. I mean, at least nakita na natin kung paano ba talaga makakabawi yung true heart ng isang champion. And syempre, there's a lot of mistakes na nangyari, pero at least nabawi naman nila. There's a lot of mistakes na nagawa din dito ng team ng Vikings, and that is the thing that kinapitalize nga ng Gambit. And yeah, at least naparoon talaga natin yung match na yun. Pero don't wait, I mean, just wait, because meron pa naman tayo next game. It's gonna be Team Liquid versus Sentinels. That is ikakas ni Ray tsaka ni Dax, and that match actually really really crazy to cast and to watch as well. I mean, the best of the best maglalaban-laban here in Valorant Champions. Once again, for the last time, we are casters for this match. GG's to Gambit. My name is FIL, alongside with me is Sacy. See you later.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now. Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Well, everybody in this tournament wants to take down Gambit, and today we'll find out if Brazil will be the ones to do it in Team Vikings. And based on their last matches, they very well can.
One enemy remaining.
And there it was. Chronicle gets a second. Chronicle needs one more to win the round. The classic swinging around the corner. You gotta land the shots, but no!
And I'm in a set pace. 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 I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat.
After that sensational comeback on Icebox, Gambit have made their way to the quarterfinals as the first seed out of their group. I'm back on the desk with Bala and Paperthin. None of us thought that was going to happen. I feel like when it got to 12, maybe I was the only person that thought it could happen.
I swear, like 2 rounds later, I started to see the problem for Vikings. Though.
Yeah.
Immediately, you could tell they were nervous in that situation.
Shaky.
There was Sacy with the shaky. Like, there was moments to close out, and it was moments that strategically they were still doing well, but then strategically started to break apart as well. And yeah, I mean, it was close. This was, I am very, very happy to see Vikings come out with this level of performance against Gambit of all people.
I mean, this is, look, Vikings defied expectations here and exceeded anything we could have hoped for in a lot of ways against Gambit. They took a map off of them. They pushed them to OT here. Yeah, I think this is just a learning experience for the Vikings, right? Like, I could see them after the match. Actually, they didn't look that upset. Like, yeah, of course they were upset, but they had this look on their face like, okay, guys, we got there. We should be really proud of what we just accomplished. Let's take another step forward the next time we run into them.
I feel like you need to go through these experiences, Bala, you know, to grow and to learn that so you don't do this again.
I mean, I know Gambit is on the screen right now, and I'll use them as an example. They lost 100 Thieves on Icebox in a very similar fashion, 13-11 in the comeback from 100 Thieves. So, yeah, and then they went on to win the tournament. So that's the type of stuff that you can expect after losing such an important map in such an obvious way. Like, you know what the problem was there. You can work on it. It's very, very, very clear. So I'm not, you know, selling Vikings. I'm not throwing away all my stocks. You know,
no.
I'm very excited for the future with them. But I do have to say, Gambit, scary. It's not scary in a bad way. Scary for everybody else that they have that mental fortitude. I was kind of questioning it a little bit.
Yes.
But it's so nice to see them come back like that.
And I liked what Potter said at the end. She said, that's really shaky. It's hard to say for sure if we're going to see this same Gambit going forward, but this is the stuff that championship teams do.
Yes.
These are the comebacks that really strong, just indomitable teams have in themselves, and I am really, really excited for Gambit now because I think that is a huge confidence boost, that's a huge momentum boost, and I think they're going to learn a lot from this series.
And something about that, too, is that's what they showed before going on to that playoff run, right, against Crazy Raccoon. They almost lost that 14-12, and it was very similar to what they did here, so got to give props for them. I do want to give a special look here at Defo, though, because this guy is unbelievable in the way that he is doing his role. I mean, his ACS 213, that's not amazing for a Jet player, but look at the first blood percentage. That's the amount of first bloods that he is getting, 26%. 0.26 first bloods per round. That is unbelievable, and he's participating at a rate that other people aren't. He went 18-12 this series.
And that's
18-12.
That's around, that first blood rate should be around what it was, the best at Masters 3. So that's really, really impressive.
Yeah, also the fact that they were able to keep calm and not let it get to them. 9 rounds to come back, which is, you know, you don't see that every day. But we got to give some props to Vikings here. And one man, especially Sacy, we spoke about him a lot already. Here is the Verizon high-speed moment. This was just kind of ridiculous and nutty, and you don't see many sober. This is like a sober stream if they're able to pull this off.
Yeah, I think this was, when we talk about moments that change the way that things go, this was one of those where I think this is the reason why they were 9-3. Gambit was starting to, like, you know, get a couple kills here and there that you're like, oh, they're starting to feel themselves. But instantly, he shuts it down. The Hunter's Fury adjustment on the last shot to get 2 at the same time.
He was, what, like 20-6 going into the half? I mean, just something just absolutely stupid. I mean, it was an unbelievable half for him. It did, like you said, it did start to look shaky. You could tell with the crosshair placements and some other things that it wasn't all quite there. And they showed us some camera shots of Sutekas. He was sweating. Yeah. And I think that's, you know, that's a lesson, again, a lesson learned for the Vikings, a step towards, I think, something potentially very special.
Well, we're going to see Sacy again in the lower bracket, but for now, let's throw this over to Dash, who is standing by with Nats for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Gambit reminding everyone, why they are the Masters 3 champions, showing an insane amount of mental fortitude there, from 12-5 to 14-12, 9 rounds in a row on the final map, Icebox. That's where I've got to start. Walk me through it. You had to have been a little bit worried when they were only 1 round away from taking it and knocking you down to the lower bracket.
Actually, wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, it was 12-5, but who thinks about that? Yes, we can lose the game, but games didn't finish yet. So you can't play the game. We just continue playing the game. We saw that, okay, we have full confidence. We can win them. We just start doing our things, doing, and it's overtimes. And after that, we just understand, okay, we need 1 round in this side, so what we're gonna do? We just take pause, we just talk a bit. So what we're gonna do? Because at first half we wasn't a bit confident, and then when it started overtimes, we was full confident, and we just say go rush A, and something like this.
That's incredible to hear. Let's kind of walk our way all the way back to the beginning of the series, though. This is a tournament where everybody feels a lot closer in competition than we've seen at past international tournaments. So I'm just kind of curious for yourself what you make of the rest of the field. Dropping a map to Team Secret, a lot of people already talking about how the favorites, you know, yourselves, Sentinels, Envy, are more challenged than before. Do you feel like the international competition here is a lot closer than it was at Masters 3?
Yeah, I guess it's much closer, but at the same time, I'm gonna talk about us because everybody is preparing for us, and it's a bit new level for us because last Masters we was playing like an underdogs, and not many people just was saying that Gambit gonna win, but right now everybody is watching us, and we have to create something new during the game, and maybe something is going on during the game because of that. But if you're going to talk about the all international gaming, yep, it's much closer than it was before.
You talk about you guys having a target on your back, and we did see Vikings come up with some pretty interesting stuff. I want to talk about binds because before we came on camera, we saw the replay of that disgusting Viper snake bite that came across from B site to A, and you literally turned to me and you said, I'm going to steal that, I'm going to use that. How cool is it to be able to come to these kinds of competitions and continue to learn from some of the other best players in the world?
I'm always trying to learn something from the other people because different regions showing different things. I will talk about a little bit about that, Molly, because it was something incredible. We were sure that we're just gonna take control of lamps and easy, we're gonna win that round. But something came from the sky and everybody was just dead. So I'm gonna take that for sure. I will watch where is he staying, how is he doing that, Molly. I will take that for sure, and I'm gonna use that. It's incredible, Molly.
All right, well, now knowing you're Viper and knowing that you know that Molly, I'm not sure if anybody's ever going to let you guys play bind again. Let's talk. Who knows? Who knows? We'll have to see. I am a little curious, though, too, with Fracture in the map pool and now 7 maps, map vetoes, and, you know, the whole pick ban strategy of maps, I imagine, changes a little bit. What's been the preparation like for the team, knowing that there's a different process to select the 3 maps that you'll play on?
Preparation. Actually, then the Riots just enter the Fracture map. We just say to each other, Heaven. No. Even in best of 5, no Heaven. We just start preparing all of the 6 maps, and in best of 3, it all of depends from the opponent. What is he gonna play? What is comfortable for us? And maybe that's the main point, because today we'll just predict another veto, but it's something like this. Every game you're just looking to opponents and trying to make veto from these opponents as well.
All right, Nats. Well, it was a long series. I want to let you go, and I also want to congratulate you on the win, being the second team to move into the quarterfinals. So once again, glad to see you in the knockout stage and continuing to defend that title.
Thank you so much. See you in quarters.
From here, we're going to a break. When we come back, it's Team Liquid versus Sentinels. We'll catch you here in just a bit.
Habang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now. Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
So I sit back thinking about what it could be. Should've need a ventilator to breathe. I just need good vibes, music and weed. Filling my lungs, exhaling bad things. I just wanna chill and make a little beat. Wanna live free from the stress, need relief. You don't believe the move around me. Haven't you heard down here around the queen? Yeah. breathe. I'm suffocating. Won't you let me breathe?
Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando.
Welcome back to Champions, where I've got Paper Thin and Achilleos here to join me for the first ever meeting of Team Liquid and Sentinels, and this one promises to be good, to say the least. Let's be honest, though, right out the gate, it's Team Liquid who looks like the stronger team based on the one series that we've seen of both of these teams so far at this tournament, and for me, that's kind of the top storyline here.
Liquid looked indomitable. I mean, they just looked so clean, so crisp. Everybody's doing their role great. There were pop-off moments for basically everybody on this squad. Yampy's doing such a good job filling in as the main shot caller for this team now. Everything is just clicking.
Yeah, it's been a really wonderful look, and it's so strange to say that this is the first meeting. It feels like these two Titanic teams should have clashed long ago, but lo and behold, here we are. But they have looked absolutely excellent so far. Granted, small sample size, but the same could be said for Sentinels.
Exactly, very, very true. And I think it's easy for us to take a look at Scream, take a look at Nevera, the two brothers on the stage together. The way that they've been performing, again, it was Nevera who top fragged on Haven in their first map. It was Scream who top fragged on the second. But I want to take a look at somebody else, somebody who brings a little bit of stability to the squad in Link.
Link was nuts. I mean, he had that ace, of course. I mean, he does such a good job locking down the entrances to sites. He works off his own utility very well as an Astra. This guy has been really, really impressing me. Among a ton of impressive Astras at this tournament, he has stood out so far. And, of course, it helps that he has an incredible team behind him. But, I mean, on his own, he is absolutely cracked.
Yeah, he kind of have throws of Mako, about him where if you need him to clutch, he absolutely can do so. Maybe that statement is not.
I was wondering how long it would take for one of us to make a Vision Strikers reference.
Some kind of reference.
I should have known it was coming.
I mean, seriously though, when you take a look at some of the best Astros in the world right now at this tournament, especially, like, those are two of the names that I'm going to bring up, even though Vision Strikers lost that series. But Link, I mean, he's going to be looking to come out here, and if he can take down Sentinels and continue to perform like he did in their last series, then maybe he's just the best site anchor in the world.
I know you already mentioned small sample size, but off of that small sample size, TL immediately inserted themselves into that conversation, right, for championship contending team. And I will have to say that if you take down Sentinels, even in their shaky form at the moment, that's one of the best ways to enter the quarterfinals and continue that discussion around, oh my goodness, is this one of the squads that can truly take it?
I think it has to. It has to make them one of the favorites alongside Fnatic. I mean, right now these EU teams are looking very crisp, very clean, very polished. Everything has come through for them in their practice. They play off each other so well, especially Team Liquid here. They've got great ideas on the macro and how to approach the map. I mean, bringing the Odin out onto Haven proved very, very powerful. You can control a lot of space with that gun. A lot of people kind of forget about the Odin on Haven, but not Team Liquid.
Nevera pulling that one out.
Yeah, they like to stick through with that one. I mean, we had the drop shot out of heaven with the Odin to go ahead and get a kill. So some wacky, wild nonsense going on there in that game. But yeah, I mean, they're very honed in on the match when they're in there. It seems like they're not really allowing themselves to get distracted at all. They're just constantly focused.
From Team Liquid to Sentinels, let's talk about them. Yes, they picked up the victory, but we're still not seeing that whole kind of that whole picture of what Sentinels once was in terms of the dominance that they have put up on the international stage before. Obviously, competition has gotten better. I just spoke to Nats, who very much said that, hey, all the regions are stepping up, and it's very obvious when you see these top teams challenged. But Sentinels, it almost feels like something's missing, something about that fire and ease at which they played while being explosive.
There doesn't seem to be the same level of coordination that really impressed me at Reykjavik. It always seemed like somebody was right there to step up. I mean, off of first contact, they were nuts, right? Like TenZ in particular was just absolutely devastating to other opponents in that. And if he went down, then somebody like Shazam or Dapper was right there to back him up. So I think there's a little bit of kind of lack of coordination, but my bigger complaint with Sentinels has been their mentality. It seems like they're kind of a little bit off their game. They don't seem as focused as I would like to see.
Well, so I like to call it on TenZ, right? Because he at least still individually looks like he's performing well. So then it is about that follow-up, right? Whether it be another member mechanically performing and finding those shots, or as mentioned, Shazam, the guy who's leading the team, right? And if it's the mental that's falling through, if it's the coordination that's falling through, you're going to look to him to get everybody back on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, while they do have Raucus here alongside of them, offering up some round over round little advice. This is what we need to focus on. This is what's going wrong. Go into this position. Shazam is still, at least to our knowledge, very much the one who is the driving force of this team. He is the one who's going to be doing the lion's share of the research, IGLing for this squad round over round. And if he is having an off day, that is going to affect the squad. We know this. That's true for just about every single team out there. If your IGL's not having a good time, you aren't either. And he has been shakier than ever.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You know what he can be. You know what he is at his peak, and that's why you want him in that driver's seat. You don't want to rip away too much responsibility from the guy who has become known as one of the top IGLs in the scene. So we'll see if he can get back to exactly that. Before we dive in to the series itself, let's get a quick word from Dapper on this quarterfinal qualifying matchup.
My name is Michael Dapper Galino, and I play for Sentinels Valorant. We're the first team to qualify for champions, and that was like a huge relief. Everybody wants to be at the biggest event while other teams are like fighting for their spots. We're just chilling there in the back eating popcorn, watching them. I think everybody expects a lot from us. I think we have a whole bunch of fans that care about our performance. If it isn't, we're not going to like beat ourselves up too much, and hopefully our fans don't either. Thank you for all your support throughout this year. Hopefully we end champions and with the trophy to take home for NA.
Sentinels have found themselves in a very interesting position throughout the year because of how early they qualified, right? And we hear Dapper talking about that just now, and that's where conversations of complacency start to come in. How do you really get better when you're at the top, right? That's a continual conversation in any sport, particularly in esports. And so I do definitely wonder how they'll ramp out throughout the tournament, facing tough competition like they do here with Team Liquid today. And on the conversation of prep and that opportunity that they've had to watch the other teams play, that's where things like map select come to mind, right?
Yes.
Okay, you've got all this game tape of these other squads. How are you going to win out starting in map vetoes?
I mean, this is going to be an interesting one to say the least, to see how they want to pilot this. I think for TL, we saw them take away Fracture off the rip versus Crew. I think that that's just a map that they don't want to touch. So I think that we're very likely just going to see Fracture off the board. After that is where it does get a little bit trickier. Breeze seems like a place they'd want to go, but every other map, for the most part, Sentinels kind of has them if you look at the all-time win records.
Well, so you're right with the Fracture. We're 1 for 1.
This gets a little weird for me here. I mean, Sentinels have been a good Breeze team, but they didn't look good against Furia. They dropped. That's the map they dropped against them. And, this is a team that I think can, create a lot of space. So it's going to be Icebox. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense, too. They don't like that map either. A lot of people are kind of not favoring that map outside of kind of the quote-unquote minor regions.
All right, you called out Breeze for Sentinels dropping it. And that means that maybe Team Liquid has targeted, said, hey, they don't look as clean as they once did on Breeze when it was first in the map pool at M3 and TENS was popping off. So they think maybe they have found something within Sentinels play that they can abuse. I'm wondering about Haven because both these teams like Haven. So whether or not you're going to force it into the map pool yourself or try to leave it up as that third map decider, I gotta wonder.
I think from here you want to go for bind. It's something that is not great for TL. Their win percentage at all times is going to be around 59%. Sentinels are sitting at 71. So if you want to just kind of go for mathematics, this is the clear-cut pick, in my opinion. So.
All right, so Sentinels, targeting in some senses Team Liquid's worst map. And if TL has thought that Breeze is Sentinels' worst map, we're kind of, mirroring each other, at least in the approach in strategy to map veto. So now we enter the second ban phase.
Well, now I think you got to take Haven off the board because of what you saw with the Sentinels on it. They looked really, really strong. They have a lot of really unique stuff. One play that I wanted to really highlight, just never got a chance to during that Haven game, was Dapper had an entry with his Cypher. It was crazy. The way they set him up, he used his cyber cages to push himself behind the boxes, picks up a double. You don't expect the Cypher to be the one popping around the corner there. So yeah, Team Liquid, this makes sense to me. I think this is the strongest map that's left in the pool that Sentinels have available.
Yeah, TL doesn't want to see it, just like you don't want to see it for exactly that reason. If somebody like Dapper is enabled to be an entry on a Cypher, it's going to make you think twice about it. So that means we've got Split and Ascent left up to go. Oh, and there it is. It's already been answered.
Okay, I was about to say this is a little bit of a toss-up between the two because Ascent, while Sentinels are going to be quite strong on that map. It is one of the few where Team Liquid have a slightly higher win percentage. And then they showed us from their series versus Furia that they don't really want to play Split. They banned that one away. So it's kind of, take your pick here. A little bit of a catch-22. It seems like they're just going to allow Split to go through as the decider if we do hopefully get to map 3.
So, yeah, hopefully, yes. I'm with you on that one. I want three maps. But how are you guys feeling coming out of this? Do you feel like either side came away a true victor in map vetoes?
I don't feel bad for Sentinels on this, to be honest. With Breeze and Bind being the first two, I think there's a shot that they can actually get this. The problem is just Team Liquid just looks overall so strong.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, pretty much no matter what, because they're Sentinels, even though they look shaky versus Furia, you have to expect that they're going to improve match over match. So it's really difficult to kind of sway in one direction just based on the map pick. I think TL, if they take Breeze, they're in a really good spot. Otherwise, if Sentinels is able to take that away, we could be looking at a 2-0.
I also want to see how TL looks just up against Sentinels gunplay in general, right? Yeah. I mean, we talk about the sample size and all of that. What happens when they do run into a wall? What happens when they do run into 10s? And we'll find out in just a moment. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, it's Agent Select and then Map 1.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you.
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now. Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Okay, okay.
Welcome back to Champions for our regional clash between Team Liquid and Sentinels. We've got our maps locked in. It's Breeze, Bind, and Split. We've got some Agent Select ahead of us to figure out what these teams are going to be bringing onto that first map in Breeze. But more than anything, man, I am just excited. I am just excited to finally see these two teams go up against each other.
It's huge. I mean, this is a dream match for fans. This is what you wanted to see. You pretty much expected it with the group draws, and we got it. We got our wish, and I mean, this is going to be huge. This is Valorant history in the making.
Sentinels on the defending side first here on Breeze. Let's kind of wax and wane on Agents as best we can. The major thing that we've seen here on Breeze as any kind of difference between squads would be whether or not they're willing to reach for the KO. Sentinels has already showed us that they wouldn't, but that's about as far as we get.
Yeah, last time out they go for something a lot more stock standard. Jet, Viper, Sky, Cypher, and the Sova. People still kind of straying away from Killjoys for the most part. Cypher's been the predominant Sentinel on this map, but Team Liquid, they might actually mess with some KO. They've done it twice in recent history at the Red Bull home grounds. They did play it. That one of their last series, I believe, in the Grand Finals versus Ascend. They brought it out. They were able to get a win there. And then prior to that was against Footballist, also in the same event. So they are certainly willing to kind of mess around with it. KO is great for opening him onto sites. So we'll see what they do here.
I personally love kind of both options, right? It's always fun to see a mirror matchup because then you feel like pure skill really does make the difference. But by the same token, every once in a while seeing a strategic difference. Okay, slightly different tools in the toolkit, and how are those utilized effectively? We're soon to find out.
Oh! They're going to go for it.
Oh, it is.
Yes!
There it is.
And I like this because I love seeing different players try out the newer agents and show us some new tech. PTC was one of the ones who really exploded on the scene for us during the LCQ. Now you come out, you've got Soulcast playing, you got a couple other people picking it up, and they're showing us some new tech. Stax's tech on the, attacks on Icebox, using it for post-plant utility was awesome to see. So I'm hoping that Soulcast has got some new stuff for us as well.
We got a few differences. It's not just the KO.
Right. Sure. Yeah, I was just talking about the Killjoy.
Yeah. I like the Killjoy in particular on this map because the nano swarms give you, especially on your attacker side, which is really the most powerful side on this map right now, it gives you that extra layer of post-plant utility.
Well, we could talk about this matchup for ages, but I know two others who could talk about this matchup for ages, and we got them standing by just now. DDK, Sean Cares. Take it away, gents.
Good morning! And welcome here sa Valorant Champions. Ako si Rain at syempre, kasama ko si Dax at kami muli ang night squad nyo na magkakaroon ng magandang casting mo sa Liquid tsaka sa Sentinel. Wow, clean ka agad, maganda yung casting. Grabe naman yun. Pero
ganun yun.
Oh, ganun yun. Syempre, kailangan every night, every good morning. Ewan ko ba anong oras na, basta magti 3 AM na. At sana di tayo matakot, pero mas mainit syempre yung pagsisimula dahil Team Liquid versus Sentinels. Alak, 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 alak.
What? Ano? Galing ka mo ma-hype? Paulit-ulit na lang. Grabe talaga mga taga 3 AM. So night shift warriors. Isa pa din naman tayo dito. Napaaga ng konti nga. Hindi ito yung inaisip natin na 4 AM. Pero yun nga, dulo na tayo dito. At pang good morning at good night to talaga. Sentinels versus Team Liquid. At bago talaga tayo mag-start, dito talaga natin. Itong matchup na to, Sentinels versus Team Liquid. Maraming nag-iisip na baka ito sana yung magiging finals dun sa Iceland. Pero hindi. Yung Fnatic nag-deny sa Team Liquid and all the like sa lower brackets. At Sentinels kayo naman ang naglalaro pa rin, trying to reclaim that crown, trying to reclaim that top spot sa ating world scene. Pero Sentinels iba, nila konti dito, Ray Dapper, mag-killjoy siya dito, doon sa kala Team Liquid. Lalabas na naman nila yung KO na pinag-experimentan nila first place. At Team Liquid kayo, no? Konting tambay lang. Pero pinag-uusapan natin talaga ito sa Team Liquid eh. Kapatid, Buff, Libera, Scream, ang laking addition talaga para sa TL squad na to. At si Teds gayon, tropo kaya si Tyson, nag-peek out natin sa cave muna, saktong flash muna sa Aldron rin.
Ayun na nga. At si Dapper, sinigilan na daw niya mag-killjoy. Baka daw, alam mo na, mahirap
mapagbintang.
na. Ayun na nga eh. At kita mo naman si Tens makakapag-one tap dahil na-post kasi si Dapper. Yun! Yun tuloy! Oh no! Ba't palipat-lipat? Nahihilo ata tayo kung sino sa sobrang bilis na mga pangyayari. Dax at si Link na lang kagad natitira with that Cypher. Hindi yan TikTok Cypher. Yan ang Cypher ng ng kanilang bansa. 17 HP? Okay, pero nga ring oras. Okay, wala na.
TikTok na, ano yan? Cypher ng England. Tea and Crumpets. The Queen. Ganun lang yun, di ba? Sige nga, ano ang British accent mo, Ray? Di ba mahilig ka sa mga ganun?
Saan ako mahilig sa British? Grabe ka naman. Ang type ko mga Korean boys eh.
Oo nga pala.
Shoutout nga pala kay 5K. Pero si Dapper, dapat pala nag-cypher ka na lang para naging 2-0.
Alam mo, hindi, kung nag-cypher siya, biglang go post yung game. Take pause, player. Tapos mga 1-0 ako sa Team Liquid sa camera. Pero hindi! Kung nakita niyo yung camera talaga, naglaro yung Sentinels against Furia, wala naman dun sa illegal spot, dun lang naman sa wall eh. Parang, dito lang, malapit lang, puro minimap lang inagbabasya ng tao. But ito na tayo, Breeze, controversial. Ilang months na, napaulit-ulit nagkaka-issue. Pero ito talaga, Sentinels, kita lang talaga may angle dun si Dapper para mag-hold dun sa left-hand side. 1, 2, 3, madalian lang yan. At Team Liquid na ngayon, ready mag-play ng shares and set. Pero kita natin ng respeto kagad ng Sentinels, pero one-tap kagad ang boy natin si Tyson ngayon. Pinatay si Scream. Goodbye na lang sa kanya. Big duelist matchup tong dalawang to. Leak next, mamamatay ito sa kamay ni Sink. At pakibitin na kagad, Sentinels getting the pick-offs and the pop-off so far here, Ray.
Kita mo na mga kagad. Tatlo na lang ang natitira sa Team Liquid. Napakainit na Sentinels. Nag-restart na ba to? Ito na ba yung Sentinels na is real? Am I real? Sabi ni Sentence. Sentence kay Soulcast. Yapi na lang. Tsaka si Nivera ang natitira. Uy! Nivera? Okay. Siya na lang natitira. Yan na si Nivera, ang pinakamalakas sa Team Liquid. And suddenly, they're gonna be getting this. Alam mo kung bakit malakas din yung kung bakit yung Team Liquid ngayon hindi nagpa-pop off. Kinuha kasi na last 2 yung swerte. Nanalo sila ng 2-0 kanina sa Astralis sa kabilang bang-bang. So, ba't kinuha yung swerte ng team?
Bakit ikaw taga-update nun lahat talaga ng bang-bang? Binabatayan ni Ray. At kung ganun yung logic mo, so kinuha ito yun. So, meaning nun, dahil nag-comeback win yung Gambit kanina, kukunin na lang yung swerte ng Gambit sa kabila rin. Ray! Ba't ka ganyan? Ba't mo kinakurse mo nga yung mga series na kinakas mo? Kinakurse mo pa yung laro na nga na hindi mo binabantayan. Pero bantay sarado dito si Tenzo. Phantom nga in hand. Guardian pa rin pala to. Same skin. Sorry, nagkamali lang. Pero ito na! Magkakamali siya sa kamay ni Solkas dyan! At ang KO natin, di nga niya kailangan sa press. Scream though. Gonna be peeking all out. Sig malapitan. Napatay pa rin si Scream dyan. Magpapasigaw na lang yung Jet. Ayan, flash for flash. Flash drive. Forces of guiding light. Pero si Dapper, naghahanda na lang sa push galing sa mid. Pero hindi. Big concentration dito sa side ng Team Liquid. Lahat sila nagsama-sama, nag-spelunking dito sa cave. Pero yun nga, yung aso nakita lang, uy, tatlo dito! Master, tatlo dito! Wala na. Back off na kagad dito ang Sentinels para try mag-hold ng plant na ngayon ng TL.
Ang Liquid, pero
uy, yung ibon! Uy, naipin! Si Tweety! I thought I saw a pusita!
Di namin nakita yon yung naipit mong ibon. Ni Vera gets Dapper, 3v4, pero lahat sila nasa pinch. Wala na nga lang sayang. Si Zombs pwede pa niya tapunan ng Molly yan, pero baka medyo madugo na yan kapag tinapon pa niya. Siya pa ang mapipick up. Ito na, Solkas makes their move. But Shazam will be trying to spray right through and Yampy gonna be going down. And Zom's gonna be denying si Nivera. 2v2 is the key. And remember, this is a full fire now coming from Liquid. Solkas makes away. It's going to be a 1v1 with the great one. Shazam! Ayan na nga yung kapatid ko. Alok! Sabi ni Link kagad sa buhok ni Shazam. Kasi parehas kasi ni Ray. Kaya magwawagi pa rin kami making this into a 2-1. Dax, unang first 3 rounds mainit sa mga teams ngayon, lalo na sa Team Liquid at Sentinels. This is the match of the history, of the making, of the Philippines.
Saan dyan yung Philippines? Kasi nag-chat nga rin si Shazam sa FB chat kasama mo. Tama. So yun yung 1% Pinoy ni Shazam. Uy, may camera. Uy, ayoko ng camera sa Breeze. Natatakot ako sa mga camera sa Breeze. Huwag natin tingnan yan. Bagong karakter na lang. Pero Team Liquid, masyadong marami silang losses doon. 4 namatay sa kanila. Sentinels now gonna get the buys on. At ito na nga, si Tens handa lumabas ng operator. At Ray, gusto ko sabihin sa'yo tungkol kay Tens mamaya. Pero ito muna, patayin natin si Zombs. Si Solkas ma-shutdown. Zombs are gonna be able to get 2 so far. Bigla na lang taga-hold. Pinapatay pa. Tinatadabala tatlo. Pero problema, masyado siya nagigil sa KO. Sino pero makakatalawa dyan? At si Sink naman ang makakasagot na sa Viper. Mag-isa na lang dito si Lig. Si Sink nasa kaliwa lang. Shazam daw, peekaboo, he sees you. At yun, diba? Huwag kami ulit. Naglalaro lang sila dito sa hotel. At guys, kung hindi alam bakit na doon ang Sentinels at ang Team Liquid ngayon, kasi yun nga, si Nevera, siya ay under quarantine. So, hologram gaming lang muna dito ang Sentinels at TL. Ray per Sentinels. Palong-palo, umpisa pa lang.
Yeah, nga eh. Iniba na din nila yung pacing nila sa Breeze kasi last time sobrang nabasa lang sila ng kanilang nakalaban. Pero nga lang, there's no denying na ready syempre sila ni Vera. Pero looks like si Zombs talaga iba. Lahat sila tumingin pero na-spray down lang sila. Mainit-init din talaga ang Sentinels as of now. Ganyan talaga guys kapag kinakas ko si Shazam, depende yan, 50-50. Magkahulay kasi kami ng buhok. So, Pilipino siya.
Alam mo si Rockus actually kakulay naman ng buhok ngayon ang alam ko.
Ayan, marami kami magkakalaya. Huwag kayo mag-alala. Suggest nga kayo na magandang color ng buhok.
Ano ba kulay ng buhok ulit? Ano ba kulay mo ulit?
Naka-bleach lang to Pwede ko patungan ng kahit anong kulay.
Anong kulay nga?
Hindi ko nga alam. Kaya nga sabi ko magsasuggest. Ikaw sinagot mo sa akin last time. Green?
Paano mo hindi? Anong kulay ng buhok mo ngayon? How do you not know the color of your own hair? Ano ka ba? Tumingin ka lang. Yellow. Diba? Yun lang naman to. Ang simple lang to. Anong hirap pa sagutin Pero ito na, mahihirapan na nga Team Liquid kasi wala kasi ng baril ngayon. Sheriff lang ang galawan yan. Playing the default here sa may A-side. At mukhang alarm bot nga mga trigger muna. Pertago dito si Dapper sa kahon. Shazam, lapitan na naman. Ito na ang plant natin in the first place. Team Liquid though. Spike mo papunta dito sa default. May sagot naman Team Pero Shazam! Kinombo yun! Kita mo yun? Zombs plus Shazam equals times 2 nung shock dart damage. Tapos goodbye na lang sa inyo kagad dyan. 5v3 scenario. Ito na, post na tinahabol dito na Sentinels. Kumunta na retake for Team Liquid. Naghahanda sa para sa postman nga. Nivera, Link, get the takedowns. Dapper gonna get on the board. Pero ito na ang guarding light. Papunta na naman sa Team Liquid. Asa-lasa na yung cleanup blue. There we go with Sick. Dash on the way si Scream. Pero si Sick pa rin. So sick of loud songs and so sick of Team Liquid. 4-1 na para sa Sentinels.
Uy, may niya na pakanta. Guys, hindi ako nagsisimula ng karaoke ha. Si Dax ang nangyari. So sick of love songs yun. And yun na nga, so sick by Neo. Kaunting throwback lang, mapagkakamala na nga natin kung ilang taon na si Dax. But looking at it, 4-1, Sentinels looking at really good form para sa kanilang mga sarili. At kita mo naman, kagad ngayon sa ating mga comment section. Napakaligalig ng 1.4k viewers natin na walang ka-late night talks. Pero yan ang mas maganda kung may ka-late night talks din pa ngayon na Sentinels dahil palo sila. Nakita ni Ted, sabi niya sa kabilang bang mas malakas ka sa akin. Pero dito babawi talaga ako. And speaking of, sinabayan na din kagad na Hunter's Fury ni Shazam. Shazam, na sinasabi ng mga tao na ano lahi guys? Di ko alam sa inyo talaga. Ayoko na sabihin, baka mapagalitan tayo. And right now, tatlo pa ang ultimates coming in from Team Liquid. Pero all of the sudden, bigla-bigla silang nawawala para silang pumunta ng Lucky Chinatown dito sa may Maynilaan. At talagang hindi na nila mahanap kung nasa ang kanilang mami. Nawawala na sila. Pero as of now, talagang isa-isa na lang. Si Sirep, yes, Tens, hinarangan ng konti. Next na shot, ang magiging operator niya. Pero look at this. Just the knife hitting it. But Tens, sabi niya, walang problema. Got you bro, got you fam. As Link na lang at si Nivera once again ang natitira. Pero medyo mahirap na to dahil kompleto pa ang Sentinels. And they're just gonna be holding all of it against Team Liquid.
Mapapasave na dito Team Liquid unless magkaka-hero play. Pero sobrang on the nose nun, Rere ha. Nawala ka ba dati sa Chinatown? Are you okay? May nangyari ba sa'yo masama sa may pinondo? Naku, parang totoo nga yung kwento. It's okay. Nasa bahay ka na. Hindi ka na mawawala sa pinondo.
Alam na ako, magiging anak na ako ng mafia.
Naku, isipin mo, magiging yung last name mo iba na kesa
10 seconds left. Ako na si Ray Wong.
Yun nga, diba? I was thinking the exact same thing. Paano ba to? Great minds think alike. Kaya talaga tayo nagsasama ng 3 AM. Pero Team Liquid, not looking too great. Real quick, back to some few serious things. Team Liquid 92% win rate sa Breeze. And pinapayaman lang sila ng Sentinels. Paano ba nanalo Sentinels? Hindi na lang yung maagas na take nila. Initial picks, ang bilis. Tens time! Alam mo minsan, you just start a round, Ray. And you just say, this is a tens round. Biglang, you see that first pop-off, you see that first kill, at ito na ang legendary strategy ng Sentinels. Tyson, go kill. Ano kagad ng operator? Walang kapake-pake sa suppress na yan ng KO. And PL, wala na naman silang baril ngayon, Ray.
Naku po, medyo nag-aalangan ayan. And that's a good call sa Team Liquid. Kasi ba magalit yung mga coach natin sa comment section. Nice one, coach. Sorry, coach. Sinabihan ko rin Team Liquid ba gusto nyo mag-time out. Kasalanan talaga ni Stewie to eh. Kasi kinuha ng Team Liquid na kabilang bang-bang yung kaswertehan ng Team Liquid ngayon sa Valorant. Pero at the same time, syempre guys, tandaan natin. The guys of Sentinels, nakuha talaga na naging kalaban nila parati yung Breeze and medyo talaga unfortunate para sa kanila. And at least ngayon nakapag-reset sila. Pero to, sorry, sobrang masopati. Mas maganda pa sa skin ko yung isang miyembro ng yung noon ng isang taga-Team Liquid. Sana all ganyan kakinis.
Parang, ito ba si Mr. Clean Boss? Bakit ka ganyan? Bakit ka ganyan? Una yung desk, tinatawag mo Star Wax, Floor Wax. Tapos ngayon, mga players pa pinag-trade-trepan. Alam mo, Ray. Minsan, nawawalan lang tayo na bokin lang yan. Nagandun lang ako. Minsan ganun lang. Ganun lang ang life. Oo, tama na.
Mamapagalitan.
Masusumbong ka talaga ni Shazam sa mga to. Nanunod siya sa chat ngayon. Sabihin niya, uy, magsasabi ni Riri.
Naka-egg mo.
Daddy chill. Yun yung daddy chill moments natin.
Chill kayo guys.
Chill kayo dyan.
Pinapatawa niyo kami ni Dax. 5-1 pa. Pag ito nabati ng Sentinels, kayo yung makakalbo eh. Pero
Yung ano, yung buhok kanina ng Vikings sa kalbo, di ba? Kinambak lang ng ganun. Kawawang bata. Pero ito na, Tens time, part 2, Shazam, magkasama sila. Scream though, Bladestorm nga ang galawan dito. At ito pa rin, Team Liquid, ang problema, di pa rin sila ganun kasapat sa pera eh. So, tatlo sa kanila, naka-pistol lang nga. Bladestorm nga pag-asa dito ni Scream. Yampi, pwede mag-Hunter's Fury. Pero it more unlikely will rely on the lurk nito. Ni Link sa kabila, baka si Nevera maka-timing nga dito. Pero besides that, Team Liquid, they need a hero play gamit ang mga ultimates ito.
Starting all over again ang Team Liquid. But nag-force pa rin naman si Link at si Nevera. Pwede pa rin naman kasi makabili sila sa next round, but here it is. They're gonna be going in, pushing lang. Good lineup still. And mukhang mapapa-back off talaga ang mga Sentinels as Yap goes for a plant. But Zom's gonna be denied. Pero napakaganda ng mga refrag sila. Timing ni Nevera kay Tens. Ayan na nga nangyayari. Nevera versus Tens. Yan talaga yung na-expect ko, hindi tungkol sa mga duelist versus duelist. It's all about how Nevera will be able to hit the shots, but Solkas also is very good. And suddenly, just because of that risky na force buy plus the setup coming in from Nevera, napakaganda pa nga ng naging execution ng Team Liquid. And kahit naman na-deny sila, at nakakatakot syempre ang operator ni Tens na dinedenay lang kanilang possible of those pushes with those setups really. Kahit talagang mabablock off din yung point of view ng Team Liquid, they're able to execute it towards A side. And that's how they got that round.
Ito lang yan eh. Yung Team Liquid, pasabi ko siya, may pag-egg bomb buff. Bakit? Kasi hindi lang yung tipo nakikita sa mga cams. Yung scoreline, may 0-6, may 0-7. Pero at least bumawi sila sa round na yun as a team. Now, in terms of all seriousness, that was a really good eco state sa Team Liquid. Di naman thrifty kasi nagka-hero rifles ka. Pero at the same time, biglang naman race sa ng Team Liquid ang economy na at si Solkas, ilalabas na niya ang kanyang null command. Flash rin dyan, tatama konti kay Tens, pero mukhang di pa naman makakapikaw na dito ang Sentinels. Operator na naman, hawak dito Tyson. Ito na naman si Shazam daw, Mr. Flackness. Nevera to makakatakas at Shazam, asa na magic mo? Wala pa rin. Tens to win the takedown. Dapper, ginamit yung nanoswarm dyan. At ito na ang Bladestorm ni Tens na naman. Tens time, one more time. Makakapatay pa ba? Dito si Tens. Link though, in the meantime, huli na si Dapper. At 3v2 na to, pero konting tama na dyan kay Link. Ayan na si Zoms na going for the defuse. Sick though, sobrang busy pa rin ni Vera. Ang ginagawa mo, hindi tumatama. Whiff risk si Boss ni Vera dyan. Namatay kasi yung kapatid. Namatay na rin siya dito sa dulo. At Sentinels, kinaya pa rin. 6-2. Okay na sana yung execute na ng Team Liquid. Pero yun nga, the story of my life and the story of this game para sa TL. Tingnan mo yung score for Dre Ray. Nako, mahirap kung wala kayong napapatay.
Oo nga eh, medyo kung may egg bomb, eto literal.
Di ba yung dalawang egg? Yan na yung, ayan ang ating scrambled egg, may hard-boiled egg. At si Nevera, unfortunately, doon sa dulo, no, medyo may pagka-egg performance sa spray niya dito. Timo, Sick, ginagawa mo dyan, Sick. Bakit di ka matamaan si Sick? Okay.
Hala. Pre, nag-whiff ako, pre! Pa yan! Pre, ba't ka nag-whiff? Pero here it is, like to watch me whiff. Bea Binene na nga ang nangyayari. 6-2 scoreline. At lumanhabol naman ng Team Liquid kahit papano. Gusto ko lang talaga malaman bakit basta mamaya na natin tanongin ang mga katanungan na baka hindi na masagot dahil si Solkas will just be put up until here in holes. And talaga marami lang tinatapon right now also ang Team Liquid, pero si Shazam is just holding his angle. Kailan kaya ang next na pa-beach ni Shazam? Dahil bagay pa rin sa kanya. Uy, nakon kasi Solkas, but he'll be able to get out of it. No problemo para sa kanya. They can just take things slow. They will be backing off. O yan, shoutout na kay Carl Justin tsaka kay Jan Gexel. Ayan, wag na kayo huwag na kayo malungkot at matulog na kayo. Baka magalit ang inyong mga mami.
Ito yun. Yun niya. Mag-persevere ka lang, tuloy mo lang. Baka rin mangyayari ang hinahanap mo. Diba? Galing. Shoutout sa inyo. Kasi kinulit si Ray. Gusto na marinig si Rufa Ray. Mamaya pa. Medyo energy pa kami. Yung kakanta-kanta na talaga. Pero ito na, kantahan dito ng Team Liquid. Pasok muna dyan. Soul ka sa gahanap din. So he might be the target ng hottest player dyan. Pero sakto, nasa si Shazam! Ayan na naman. Dalawa na dito para sa Shazam. Pero Yampi, sumagot na rin. Hindi siya makaparel. Sige, Hunter's Fury na lang ang palag niya para makapatay. Per 10, hindi pa tapos. 24 HP and a dream. Set up dito ng Cloudburst para lang maharangan ngayon ang Hunters, ang ating Rico Dark. Pero ayan na yung Shock Dart! Wala ka ng Flash Boy! Pamamatay ka lang dyan kay Yampi. At
10
si
seconds
Tens
left.
papipitas rin. Pero guiding light ang tawag dito sa ating ibon na Sick. At naghanap siya ng paraan dito para makalapit Ray Zom. Sick to gonna go for it yet again. Sick to with the takeout. Apat na para kay Yampi. Nag-pop off na siya. Babawi pa siya dito gamit ng ace. Phantom na ang hawak-hawak. Guiding light to. Makakuha ng confirmation. Pero ikot-ikot lang dito sa ating pyramids. Pero hindi. Na-ace pa rin ni Yampi. At 6-3. Clutch race dito para sa Team Liquid. At bumabawi pa rin ngayon ang squad natin. Ang tanong na lang. Ayan na. Yampi from 0 to 5 real quick. Scream! Where are you? Where are you, Scream?
Uy, Scream! Na-dejective ka! Ako po! Pero ito, napaganda na simula kay Yampi. Yampi! Hindi siya nagsato na one. He shot Kuda too. And now, suddenly when he got them, that already is a time that they can just clutch it to an out. Tapos medyo late pa siya na swingan ni Sick. Kaya talaga ngayon, sumisigaw ang mga miyembro ng Team Liquid. Sabi nila, oh yes.
Oh yes? Bakit
yes.
si Gatas bilang oh yes?
Oh yes, ang sabi nila, back to the game na tayo. Dak, 60 na humahabol.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Anong oh yes yun? Hey. Parang kakay may pagsabi mo ng ganun na. Yummy daw. Sige, balik na tayo dito. Si Scream! Ay, nako. Huli na naman siya. Sick, mga kadalaw na dito. Naku, nagkakasakit ang Liquid. Papasok na, mamamatay na kagad yung entry dito ng Team Liquid. Di na mahanap whatsoever. At ang Sentinels ngayon, umpisa pa lang panalala. Pero si Yummy is kanina kaya pa huli dito ng ibang members ngayon. Operator pa nga ang hawak dito ng ating Sova. Pero tingnan nga natin, pwede ba siya mag-pop off dito? Zomzo, tumalon ka pa para lang mamatay. Naku, kawawa si Zoms dyan. But Team Liquid, at least getting one per kita talaga natin. First execute nila dito, Ray. Wala silang napapalatol.
Kahit talagang tinatay ni Scream, pinapabalik ka na sa kabilang bakbang ng viewers. Ang lamig-lamig ni Scream. Pero at least naman,
30 seconds left.
kita mo naman yung mga teammates niya, nabubuhat siya. So, hopefully mamaya bigla na siyang uminit at this time around, 3v3 ang situation natin. At si Dapper, he tries to pick off, pero baka mabawasan pa siya ni Link. Pero si Sick, saan pupunta si Sick? Magiging timing ba to to hit against Soulcast? And right now, they're just gonna be depending on all of those utilities that they're gonna be throwing. And speaking of, Tens will be able to get Soulcast. Susunod na agad si Yampi. And it's going to be Link versus the two guys, pero wala na siyang oras at all. And that's it, Pansit. Ang isa sa mga miyembro natin na magaling talagang mag-good day manager ang kanyang egg bomb ay hindi mag-work on dahil nga mas maraming shield ang mga taga-Sentinels making this into a 7-3 and so far 11 round na natin ngayon and wala pa rin kill si Scream at nauntog pa siya kay Sick. Sabi niya, I'm so sick of love song pero nga I'm so sick of getting zero dahil wala pa ako nakuha kill ni isa man.
Okay, Ray. Maglalabas ako kasi nahilig mo maglabas sa ibang laro. Ito, maglalaro sa ibang laro. Alam mo, may character sa ibang Riot game na ano rin siya, wind. Yung wind yung ginagamit niya. Pag nag-0-10 ka as that character, magkaka-buff ka. So kung nag-league kayo, alam niya, the legendary Yasuo buff. Baka makita rin natin dito. The Scream, nag-aanap lang ng buff na ganun. Baka biglang babawi. Ito na si Scream kaya. Ito, Ray. Isipan mo, Sheriff, Bladestorm? Baka Bladestorm siya dito? Ace? Balik parang si Yampi lang? Bigla na lang nakalimutan natin kanina na walang kill si Yampi at all kasi naka-ace siya. This might be time to, erase ng history na yan natin. Pero alam na natin, Sentinels, handa pa rin. Stuck na nga sila sa A site. Hinabantayan pa nila yung default dito kasi ine-expect na nila yung eco state dito ng Team Liquid. Dediretso lang ni A, bigla matutunan lang doon sa Killjoy. Pero instead, para sa Team Liquid, gusto pa rin na mag-play ng mga picks and uy, Sentinels, atat na atat, Ray. Pinalabas na yung Seekers kahit 5 pa sila. At malalaman na nila dito na play safe muna ang Team Liquid. And Sentinels gonna be looking for a bit of more map control dahil lang doon, Ray.
Speaking of Yasuo, may kilala ko. May nasisigawan in-game dahil sa Yasuo. Nagpapangalang nations. Uy, Link! Sabi niya, I'll be making a lot of linkings para sa team ko na magkaroon pa kami ng win. And suddenly, still Zam of just the 9 after all. And the fact fact that it's still 3v3, a lot of chances for Sentinels to win, but there's no denying that once the Team Liquid nasa post plan sila, maybe they'll be able to win this. Pero all of the information will be securing right now by Sentinels. Pero nga lang, may expect ba nila na may nagpa-flank? Pupunta sa inyong likod. That's going to be Lick. Pero sinabayan na nga nila ngayon. But oy, always check the flank tens. Tanananan. Oh no! Instead of sniping, he was able to get at least one. Now, may Nathan lang ni Dapper and he gets two. Akala ko, masasaksak pa nga na si Tens.
Bakit may team music? Bakit may team music? Pwede ba umiyak muna for one round really quick? Bakit biglang nagka-team song? Ang lala. Ang lala, boss. Ang lala.
Akala ko masasaksak na si Tens.
Hindi. Hindi talaga eh. Mak. Love ko to sa akin, Dapper dyan. Wala eh.
Wait lang, natatawa ako sa comment box. Yan daw kasi kasalanan ng mga nag-auto-lock ng Yasuo.
Oo, tama lang yan. Wag banyas, boss! Wag banyas! Pero ito na. 8-3. At parang kahit 5 dito Team Liquid. Unfortunately, in terms of the impact, parang 4 lang sila ngayon. Pero hirap talaga sila in all honesty. Ang bilis ng Sentinels sa pag-react nila. Like, all jokes aside, pag pumasok pa lang si Scream, biglang target lock, huling-huli lang tagad siya sa pag-push niya. At kahit mag-dash pa siya, kahit mag-cloudburst entry pa siya, palagi na lang on-point in Sentinels para hulihin siya at saluhin siya bago pa siya makalapit dun sa site mismo. So it really goes to show na dito natin nakikita yung factors ng mechanical difference ng Sentinels over everyone else. Kahit malakas ng Team Liquid, Sentinels pa rin sa normal bang-bang lang talaga sa firefight na to, doon sila pumapalag at doon sila absolutely the best person na talaga ang Nano Swarm play. Nakita rin natin Soulcast nag-pop ng null command pero down siya Shazam pati Yampi and Vera getting on the board. At mga Team Liquid, since nahihirapan si Scream, why not get Soulcast do his job at operator ni Scream, makakapitas na rin siya ng isa. Spike planted, Shazam pinaglalaran muna at pinatay muna dyan si Soulcast. Link to in the meantime with a takedown out of the Sova. At Zombs, mag-isa ka na lang dito. 8-3 scoreline. Sige na, 1v4 man na to. Double operator nga hawak ng Team Liquid. Magpakita ka na. Kasi kung hindi, tapos na tong half na to, tas nag-save ka pa para sa wala. Ayan na ang snake bite though. But Zombs, ano na makikita mo? Link to gonna get Link low HP already. Operator dito tama for you. Second one, galing Yampi. At finally, Team Liquid getting on the board again. 8-4 scoreline. At yun nga, at least in-adjust nila ang entry nila doon, Ray. Null command kasi nahihirapan ang jet nila. And finally, nakakuha rin ng isa si Scream.
May
111.
Dito lang siya nagkauno. Ito guys, yung una na hindi ka matutuwa. Ako natutuwa ako sa UST kasi nung college pa ako. Hindi ko alam kung pares kami ng grading system. Pero one kasi sa amin yung, uno kasi sa amin mataas sa school like class. Ano ito ating bagsak?
Ay, joke. Hindi, baliktad sa amin. Amin, 4 habal namin. 4 yun eh. Pag uno ka sa Ateneo, nako, pasang-awa. At parang yun yung performance doon ng ating Jet after everything is said and done. Pumas Jet yung tunay na Jet diffs. Pero it's more of Sentinels We talk about this like that, pero it's more of Sentinels just shutting him down. I can't explain it already na umpisa pa lang, patay na kagad si Scream more often than not. Kasi wala naman silang gaanong ka-protection kay Scream in the first place. Isipin mo kung Sky yung gamit dito ng Team Liquid, it would be that guiding light at least leading the charge. Diba? Pwede pa niya habulin yung bird, tapos bigla na lang siya hindi titingin dun sa side na yun. Tapos wala na rin, may konting flash siya para makatulong. Maybe as well yung Viper wall para dyan. Pero more often than that, hindi para dun sa setup na yun, hindi para sa entry ni Scream ang mga utilities dito ng Team Liquid. Soulcast nga, diba? Null command for the intel, Energy Nappy for the intel, and it's up to Scream to use that intel to find a target. Pero rin, ang pang-walls nila usually for those post-plant scenarios. Pero kung kalaban mo ang team na palong-palo as Sentinels, kahit alam ng kalaban kung saan ka nakapwesto, ikaw pa rin lugit. 10's time talaga yun, tuloy-tuloy lang. And everyone on the team, sige, nakita natin na si Teds, ang lupit. Pero kita mo yun, ang ganda ng combo. In snake bite into the shock dart, double dash damage there, being that that's a vulnerable. Sick popping off, Shazam popping off, Zongs popping off, Dapper popping off. Ito talaga ang tunay na Sentinels experience. Sino kailangan ng strats talaga kung ganito sila kapalo? Pero not only that though, kailangan din natin factor yung mga tactics na yung mga calls nila bago pa mag-setup sa mga site. Alam na kagad nila ano yung dadalhin dito ng Team Liquid. And more often than not, dahil lang sa intel nila in terms of the utilities, in terms of the ultimates at yung pera talaga, dun sila nakaka-right call at the right time. And this is a very scary Sentinels na hindi lang nababasa ang kalaban kaagad. Kung hindi, umpisa pa lang patay ka na.
And ito na nga. So you can see there, kahit pa, buti na lang, sobrang laki ng pop-off talaga, tulong ng ibang mga miyembro nga ng Team Liquid. Pero pinumukha ni Scream, hindi siya natutuwa. Pero maybe on the defending side, they'll be able, of course, to execute on what they have, those operator shots. You may be able to connect those against sa mga miyembro ng Sentinels. Baka katulad lang din siya kanina nila Shadows siya ni Defo. Ang tagal bago mag-init. At ano nyo naman guys, kapag diesel ang gas nyo, kailangan mo talagang magpainit. So, bayan lang yung nangyayari ngayon sa kay Scream. Pag uminom na yan, makakapag Red Bull clutch yan later on. But as for the side of Sentinels, pag maganda nga ang naging start nila, alam naman natin na on the second half, they'll be able to maximize out yung kanilang energy. But as for Team Liquid, I think they're just pretty chill after all. May kamukha talaga si Yampy, hindi ko nasasabihin kung sino. Gusto ko siyang dalhin minsan habang nagkakastaw para makita nyo eh.
Sinabi mo na last time
particular. Tulog eh. Tulog yung kamukha niya.
Shoutout sa bagong aso ni Ray na si Gohan. Ang galing. Ang galing talaga. Pero ito na tayo. 8-4 scoreline. Ray, may tatanong ko sa'yo. Tanong ba? Castris ka ba o taga-kwento ka lang?
Ano ba dapat?
Parang alam ko, parang 40% cast, 60% lang yung tawag natin. Oo nga eh.
Pag gawin mo na nga yung trabaho mo, Dax, kapag nagsustart ng time, bawal daw kasi tayo magkwentuhan. Kahit nakapost, kailangan
Pwede ba tayo mag-English ka ulit?
Real
quick? Ay, nako. Ako, papagalitan talaga ako ng ating prod nito. Pero sige
Pag sineryoso natin to. Game.
Sentinels right now looking to go for the rotation. Already we see Dapper taking advantage of the elbow, and he's going to go for that mid control here. So it does seem like Sentinels now feeling very confident with their push. Not only that though, there's the intel courtesy of Sick looking to move on around to that A side. But the thing is, Team Liquid, there's a lot of respect right now. Not only that though, intel is going to be the name of the game, and Yampy over up top already gets a takedown on the Sick. He can actually use the vent there just to get that intel, and does so with that recon dart already. Now then, Viper Wall gonna be into play. Link in the meantime with the camera setup. At hindi tayo binabara talaga sa English kasi kaya diretso na tayo dito sa Tagalog muli. Dapper right now gonna go for the take pa si Sogas na dyan. Then Divero mga katalawa. At Team Liquid, bantay sarado lang dyan, Ray. 8-5. Ang ganda ng hold. Sobrang depensa talaga. Sinabi nila, defense na tayo guys. Dito na tayo talaga makakuha ng points.
And now, speaking of, bumabawi pa rin talagang Sentinels. Kahit pa yung Team Liquid, they have all those setups also denying the possibility of Sentinels pushing in. But even if Diver was able, of course, to get those first frags, but all of it, one by one, they will be able to get it. And finally, after those series of them being just denied by Sentinels, they are already back on track. And that's a big possibility of making this into 8-6 and maybe getting the lead later on against Sentinels as they're just gonna be having those picks against them. Pero nga lang, ayoko na rin mag-English. Ayoko na rin magpakaseryoso dahil syempre, seryoso naman tayo pero bibigyan lang naman natin ng onting twist yung mga pagkakas namin ngayon ni Dax. But as of now, nag-wait lang talaga ang mga taga-Sentinels. They need to play this passively. Hindi na dapat nila magpapaka-over-aggressive kasi alam din nila na Team Liquid, kapag na-pick off sila sa mga guard and of course, kapag alam na nila yung parating dynamics of how Sentinels go and so, baka sila pa ngayon ang magkakaroon ng malaking lugi. Pero si Scream talaga, naghihintay siya for that cross. But unfortunately, yung mga Sentinels, they're trying to push through sa A side. If they pick off against one, and that's going to be Yampy himself, and magiging possibility nga of denied ang win ng Team Liquid for this round, even if they're able to buy out those stuff that they need to.
Ay, talaga. Stop pa talaga, no? Ganun yun. Ito lang. Yung konting stuff dito. Konting stuff dyan. Pero kita naman natin, may palag pa dito konting Sentinels. Tens, maglalabas na siya Marshall. Nag-pop up siya gamit ng operator kanina. At alam natin dito sa mapang to, sa Breeze, ganda ng mga sightlines para lang makapop off kung tatama talaga sa ulo ng kalaban. But here we have it. Scream. Ano na ang ating magagawa ng kuya na to? Tens, so in the meantime, mapapatay muna si Yampi. At si Tens, nakadalawa para si Scream. Masasagot na rin. Makakadalawa para sa kanya. Tatlo na para kay Scream. And shout and let it all out. He's looking for a fourth. Kaya pa niya patay dito si Zombs gamit ng mga no-scope. Ayan na ang kapatid niya, brother. Andito na ako para sa'yo, kuya. 8-6 Team Liquid yung brother buff talaga. Nakakatulong sa kanila.
The brother buff, the bro connection. And alam mo naman, Dax, na sa tuwing marami tayong alam sa mga FPS scene na kapag magkapatid, magpinsan, talagang parati silang nagkakaroon ng malaking chemistry. And even if, medyo ano si Tenza, ano ba yan? Face ka. But even if ngayon, Sentinels, they're just denied on those 2 rounds. At least ngayon, pwede na silang magkaroon ng big step up. Tense with the Guardian, yan talagang usually niyang ginagamit after that first full round on the after nung bonus round na ginawa sa kanila ng Team Liquid. Ito na nga bang oras kung saan magiging maganda ang kanilang scoreline 9-6 nice or denied pa rin sila ng Team Liquid all over again. And looking at that, guys, alam naman natin na sobrang lamig ni Scream but looks like he's already starting it together with his teammates and that is already a big success dahil kanina medyo may pagka one-sided but yung Team Liquid talaga every time na talagang dehado sila, nakakalaban sila kahit papaano. And all those setups, they know how to dictate the pace at what they have. But remember, timing is very important. Sick will be able to pop off that flash at nakatingin na din kagad si Nick with the setup. So napakaganda yung anchor na ginagawa ng Team Liquid when you take a look at it. But they just really need to take care of those entries now. Speaking of, denied nga lang din, set up lang ng konti. Sabi ng Sentinels, hindi natin kailangan mag-push kapag medyo imposible. And speaking of, time is ticking. But all of these slow plays, baka makuha na nga sila ng Team Liquid. And speaking of Yampi, masisimulan si Link once again. Pero nakapag-entry na sila sa side. But looks like Punisher is out. Naka-team sila ni Link. As he gets 2. And now it's just going to be Zombs together with Dapper. And Dapper, nasaan ka? Hinahanap ka, hide and seek as the very will be able to get you. And after this full round, Sentinels is just taking so slow and they're attacking, making this into an 8-7.
It's a setup here. Ito talaga na natin makikita ang lakas dito ng Team Liquid. Kita nyo, si Link nakatambay lang dun sa side na yon and Yampi, tinutulungan rin niya na todo-todo yung mga kampanya with those shock tires. But look at just how he rotates here. Cyber Cage ginaba niya, peekaboo, peekaboo, I see you. At kasi hindi nga nag-iingay yung Cyber Cage kung siya yung gagalaw. Sa kalaban, okay, naku, magkakatok sound. Pero 8-7 na ngayon. Team Liquid na naman. 3 rounds na, bonus time yon. At ito talaga kung makuha nila yung setup na hinanap dito sa depensa nila, ang lakas ng hold, especially on that B side. Sa Breeze, Ray, marami na sabi, ang hirap pag-defend ng Breeze. Diretsuhin ka lang, tapos wala ka na magagawa sa mga angles. Pero kung ikaw yung gagawa ng sarili ng mga angle dito, gagawa ka ng maze gagawa talaga parang coloring book na kukulayan mo na yung B side ng mga utilities here. Kita talaga natin, true artists ang mga Team Liquid ngayon. Pero ito na naman, Tens trying his best with the Marshall. At ang Sentinels ngayon, naghahanap lang sila ng kahit anong opening dito kasi alam na nila na yung B-side, huwag na tayo dyan. May Viper, may Cypher. No, thank you very much.
And speaking of, kahit talagang ginagawa naman ng Sentinels yung kanilang desisyon. Ito na naman ata yung sakit na natitira sa kanila. But get Scream! Sabi niya, kahit sinasabi nila, Rayleigh, na napakainit mo, kaya ko mag-deny dahil ako si Sick. Ako ang kanang kamay ni Neo. Alam mo ba yung isa niya sa mga top hits na so sick? Ayan ang dahilan kung bakit naging pangalan yun. But then so kas on the other side, hindi niya talaga mapipigilan niya lahat ng mga miyembro ng Team Liquid as we only have Dapper. And pupunta na nga siya kagad ni Jumpy. Oh, yun. Nag-whiff. Hindi nga siya nag-whiff eh. Talagang hindi niya natamaan and making this into an 8-8. Not gonna be making a wish. Not going to be the shopping cart sa iyong Lazada or Shopee. But then Team Liquid is just denying all of the possibilities that Sentinels has.
Ano naman silang baril dyan? Pero yun pa rin eh. Pwestuhan lang talaga. Punta ka na B, Cypher, Viper, punta ka ng A, may tatlong handa, and Sentinels na ngayon, hindi nila ma-solve at all ano gagawin nila sa attacking side nila. Usually, gusto lang nila play ng hard entry. Yun nga, diba, meron silang pwede pang flash, pwede silang pang intel, at from that point on, pwede na talaga makapwesto si Tense. Pero what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. What happens is though, they just die all the time. Palagi lang sila napapatay. At bakit yun? Kasi, more often than not, yung mga angle seed ng Team Liquid, hindi kagad nila nakikita. Bigyan mo ng empty plane ang Sentinels na nakatayo lang sila sa isang side, tapos yung kabila 1, 2, 3 draw, parang talaga yung mga old western movies, mga cowboys versus aliens, mga ganun. Pero at the same time, kung hindi naman nakikita ng Sentinels, saan gumagalaw dito yung Team Liquid? Tapos bigla na lang may mga sources of damage na hindi namamalayan at all ng Sentinels kung saan nanggagaling. Doon talaga pumapwesto at doon talaga pumapalag yung Team Liquid in the first place. They have that KO, they have that Sova, they have intel for this Ray Ray. That's not only that, may Cypher pa sila. So lahat na lang ng tactical advantage pwede gawin dito ng Team Liquid. Yun yung malaking bagay ngayon na ginagawa dito sa defense. And it might mean nga na kailangan talaga isipin ng Sentinels paano sila gagalaw na map. Nakita natin sa entry points mismo na BTA, doon sila gipit. Why not try to go for mid control para sa Sentinels? Kung makakuha sila kaya ng konting backstab lang dito, malaking tulong na yan kasi yung setup talaga ng Team Liquid, sobrang front-oriented. Yung talaga, yung parang nasa classroom ka, tapos yung teacher mo palagi lang pinapansin yung harap, yung mga teacher's pet na mga ganon. Kaya okay ka sana sa recitation kung nandun ka sa harap, pero wala talaga yun. And Sentinels, kailangan nila yun para pumasa dito sa mapan to.
Yun, kahit mainit yung laban ng Sentinels sa Team Liquid, mas mainit ang laban sa comment section. And speaking of Soulcast, just by talking of those flashes, sobrang ganda talaga ng performance with this KO, and looks like that Yumpy's gonna be denying Zoms once again. Wala na nga kagad ang pang-set up pang Sentinels, at tignan natin kung makakabawi pa rin naman sila kahit papanan. Shazam gets against Yumpy. Is that a sign of already Sentinels winning this round, that it's going to be 4v4? Soulcast is actually low on HP, but they just gotta take care of how Link makes the pacing ngayon ng game. And in-expect ni Dapper, sabi na, I always do these things! And alam ko paano ka basahin. Just like how kayo mahal ng jowa mo. Tatlo na lang kagad na natitira sa Team Liquid side. And Sentinels, they're gonna be able to push through. Of course, here in B, is he trying to fake? Yes, para lang talaga ma-pick off yung defense ng Team Liquid. And that's how Dapper does his magic. Now, speaking of Sinivera, bibigay niyang sight most likely, but a little bit of the distraction. Looks like Team Liquid, question mark sila. Ano nga ba dapat ang tamang sagot? Letter A, letter B, letter C. Pero nga lang, A side is actually open na upper grabs, and Team Liquid na fake na nga sila. And as they go for a retake, will it be successful? Dahil mukhang medyo malabo na nga talaga to sa side nila.
Yeah, malabo na talaga dito. Pero Team Liquid, unfortunately, I can have the right angles here. Sentinels nakuha na rin nila yung push in the first place. TL masyadong aggressive, gotta say, for that round. Sentinels na muna ang magwawagi dito unless si Scream. Yan lang mga kapwesto. Time is ticking. We have Soulcast low on the HP ni Vera. Nandyan na. Brother buff talaga. Parang magkasama lang talaga sa save dining table. Pero mukhang nagsasawa na dito si Soulcast. Siya ay mag-back on away. Ang plano dito ng ating dalawang brothers ngayon, mag-try at the very least i-peek out yung whole way dito. Pero wala talaga Ray Sentinels gonna finally get on the board. Nakuha lang nila mga unang pitas, doon na kagad talaga sila nanalo eh. That's the difference right now. Pero parang invested ka sa ibang bagay ngayon ah. Ano ba ang tunay na rivalry natin? Sentinels TL o sino ba sa ating favorite na comment section dito sa PPGL?
Ay, ako, natawa lang ako kasi kaboses mo daw si Rakart. Si Rakart talaga.
Ano ba yun? Hindi mo ba alam, guys? Pag sa, andun ako sa ibang bangbang, pinapalitan ko pangalan ko, pinapalitan ko yung buhok ko. Ganun lang yun. Alam mo si Hannah Montana? Alam mo yun, Ray? Di ba favorite mo yung bata ka? Parang ganun lang yun. You get the best of both worlds. Alam mo, kung...
siya din si iCarly.
Ako rin si iCarly. Tapos, pero si Carly at si Carly lang yun. Ano ka ba? Paano mo pinapanan mo? Pareho lang sila. Pero hindi. Hindi lapit yung si Raka. Tropa yun. Shoutout sa kanya kahit dun siya sa kapilang bang-bang. Pero ito na. Hunter's Fury muna. Dapper, ba't mo kinukutsilyo yung kahon? Namatay ka tuloy.
Wala na daw siyang no choice kasi Dax dahil na-scan na talaga siya. Wala nang kawala kahit sa angulo pa siya, kahit kumembot pa siya. Katulad ng ginagawa ng mga taga-sex bomb girls. Mahirapan talaga siya. But apat pa naman kagad sa Sentinels, but looks like Solkas is just gonna be denying 10. Pero sinamahan na nga din ngayon ni Shazam with that Hunter's Fury. Will he be able to pick up at least one? No. Hindi din kagad sila makapasok ngayon sa side. He gets a gut shot against the screen. Maybe a possibility of them winning this, pero nga lang mahirap na. Dahil lahat ng mga player pa ng mga taga-Team Liquid would just be denying them once again. Asisik na lang kagad na natitira, and Nivera gets a good timing. 9-all pa nga. Dax, wala talagang gustong mag-let go sa isa't isa.
Oh. Ray, okay ka lang?
Bakit?
Buti naman. yun lang. Kala ko may gusto ko yung dagdag dun really quick eh. Wala na. Okay na. Nabitawan na. Tapos na ang yun, chapter na yun ng iyong kwento sa Wattpad Presents. Pero we just go back to basics eh. Kung ano ba nakita natin last round, di na nangyari. Sentinels sa 1 Lampitas kanina, okay. Pero dito, hindi. Team Liquid again, plays it safe, plays it right. At pag walang makuha ang pick-off dito ang Sentinels, wala pa silang napapala on the attacking side. So at the very least, hanapin nga natin kung sino gagawa ng play. I really want to see more of this mid-control guys sa Sentinels. Kung kaya na talaga i-push to the limit, make it all the way doon sa may spawn, baka kaya makuha nila angle. At si Tens, tingnan natin. He has 12 takedowns, pero interesting enough, 13 deaths na siya. Siya palagi naging high impact, pero also namamatay kagad-kagad sa mga rounds na to. And at the same time, mukhang nag-up-trap fate muna siya dyan at mag-hold muna ngayon si Yampy. So, at the very least, ginagawa dito ng Team Liquid, Ray, na parang pinaplug muna nila yung mga potential leaks. But at the same time, kung mabasa lang to ng Sentinels, kung ma-realize nila na may konting leakage kaya na pwede mangyari sa ASAT kasi yung KO lang ang nakatambay doon, baka nga mahanap nila yung timing na yan. So, eto na ang rotation muna ng Sentinels. Iniisip nga kung fake muna sila papunta na B, diretso na nila A. But Sentinels right now, nakuha na nila yung kailangan nila at Team Liquid at least reinforcing muna doon sa eastern side ng mapa na to.
And speaking of Sentinels, medyo mabagal kanina yung kanilang decision making, but at least they're quite confident na nga sa gagawin nila ngayon. But then Yampy with that operator, madedenay ba niya si Tens with that blade storm, pero lahat ng setup nandun na sa talaga sa Sentinels para lang maharangan si Yampy, but he still makes a move. At si Solkas din, I love the crossfire that they've been doing. At dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira si Dapper together with Sick dahil nga hindi rin makasetup ngayon dahil sinanahan na nga kagad ang ultimate coming in from that KO. And I think it's just time to save lang ang save for the money. And now, wala na nga talaga silang time para pa ma-plant ang spike. And I think that's just it. Sentinels will be losing this. And Team Liquid, finally, after kanina nag-bleed naman sila against Sentinels, they'll be able to get this. Making a big lead, 1 round against Sentinels. At tatandaan mo, full buy pa rin na Sentinels yun. So mapapasave sila. They need to really make a lot of decision right now. Dahil kanina pagkababahan ng toxic screen, nagkaroon pa rin ng opportunity si Yampy together with Solkas to just shut them down.
Nakita mo yung bounce na yun? Mulupit eh. Pinounce lang niya off the wall eh. Parang pang slam dunk contest, pero kaysa slam dunk, kaysa basketball ginagamit niya, pinarel niya yung tatlo. Kakaiba, street rules. Team Liquid. Yun lang yun. Kaya mag-ingat kayo pagkasama palaban ng Team Liquid sa basketball. So far, Team Liquid defense, sobrang kakaiba compared to the attacking side. Kasi Sentinels palong-palo kanina, basic plan ng Team Liquid. Pumasok talaga sa para sa Intel at mag-pop off si Scream. So it didn't really happen too much. Pero dito na mabawi as a team on Team Liquid. Tactics na naman. At ito na ngayon si Scream nasa muna ng smoke soul. Kaso in the meantime, huli na siya ni Sick. They got dito pero si Scream naman ang sasagot. At baka ito na rin nang lalamig kanina. Pero baka iinit. Hindi masyado siya nakitatan. At si Shazam na ngayon, mahuhuli na lang si Scream dyan sa corner na yan. Not only that, Sentinels nakapwesto sila dito dahil sa Viper's Pit. 3 players so naka-share lang. Aldro naman makakita ng isa pero hindi nila natag. So mukhang spray out down muna dito si Nivera. Kailangan talaga mag-ingat dito ng Team Liquid. Walang kabaril-baril dito ang Sentinels unless you consider mo si Dapper ngayon. Yampy doon na meter will take out Tens at patungan na to ng mga supply. 5% on 5% action. Nivera, Yampy gonna get on the board. Shazam na lang mag-isa. Isas para sa kanya. Pangalawa kaya hindi. Malapitan kay Nivera. Pero ang oras, dikit na dikit. Kinaya pa ba dito ng Team Liquid? Mamakuha pa to Nivera. Mukhang kinaya pa nga rin with 2 seconds to spare. Team Liquid, mukha nga nakapwesto ang Sentinels pero hindi pa rin nila kaya tapusin yung round na yun para sa kanila. 2 na lang kailangan dito ng Team Liquid.
Speaking of 2 rounds left, 2 seconds na lang din, may papanalo na with that clutch. Pero nga lang, ang ganda na sana ng post plans, but there's just something unexpected. We still have Niver, we still have Yampi. Sila din talaga ang usual foundations ng Team Liquid kapag mahirap na ang sitwasyon. And speaking of, walang kakabakabay mukha ni Niver ang umiti. Si Nivera, sabi niya, naibasa ko ang Sentinels ngayon. And it's the first time na nakita kong umiti si Nivera. And finally, naka-lead na nga sila by 2. 2 left na lang before they can take this. But as for Sentinel side, talagang outmanned sila ng Team Liquid. Parehas talaga silang napakaganda ng performance sa kanilang scene. But how will Sentinels actually climb up from this? Dahil tuwing binibigay sa kanilang side, they do well. Pero pagdating talaga sa retake, looks like ang on point talaga ng Team Liquid. That's all of it are just going side by side. Napakaganda ng tune-in of how they actually execute things. And on the side of Sentinels, talagang nakita mo naman na medyo disrupt yung gusto nilang i-execute kada round when they started off sa kanilang attacking side.
Ano yun eh? Ngiting wugi. Parang pag bigla kang sinatat ni Ray Ray sa chat, yun. Ganun yun. So, Nivera, baka na-shoutout ka ni Ray Ray dun sa round na yun. Pero masasabi ko na lang talaga, Team Liquid, kita talaga dito sa depensa nila na sobrang importante yung paghuli na sa mga angles in the first place. At yung pagka-clutch lang ni Nivera, naisip niya, Viper Spit nga. At isipin mo, kung pretend, nung bata si Scream at si Nivera, diba? Tapos naglalaro si Scream ng ibang bang-bang, yung luma. Tapos sabi ni Nivera, gusto ko rin maglaro kuya. Tapos binigyan siya ng mouse. Tapos nakikita niyo yung galawan, ang bilis-bilis. Ganun yun, gumagawang child prodigy. Kesa yung hindi nakakonect yung controller, tapos feeling nila naglalaro sila. Nilalaro talaga, pero ito na. Maglalaro na ba ang Sentinels in the first place? Na si Tens nasa gitna naman. Like again, na nag-bait control dito ang Sentinels, pero at the same time, pag ginagawa doon ng Sentinels, kita mo positioning dito ng Team Liquid eh. Handa na lang para sa firing range. At Yampi, goodbye sa'yo, Tens. Wala ka na talaga. Hindi ka pa nga tinawag ng cute. Mukhang isa pa dito kagad na naman para sa Team Liquid.
Win streak cutie na ba para sa side ng Sentinels? Pero I think Yampi talaga with that operator sa kahit anong map, especially kapag Sova usually rolling, napaka-prominent talaga nung nakita natin sa kanya last time sa kanilang LCQ. So that's really something to look forward with. And paiba-iba yung ginagawa niya. And secret now, it's just gonna be loaded by a Scream. And at least, aside ng Team Liquid, they also have that information. Kaso nga lang, yung Sentinels, nahihirapan talaga sila magkaroon ng passageway, magkaroon ng hole against sa Team Liquid dahil denied lang sila. And pag sumilip ka, hindi nga lang tumama si Yampi. Medyo kumembot lang ng onti ang mga miyembro ng Sentinels. But here it is, 25 seconds. Kailan kaya makakapag-desisyon ang Sentinels habang binabasa lang sila ng Team Liquid like a book, like a child storyline. And Scream gets si Dapper. Tatlo na lang agad. Will this be a match point na ba? Dahil si Shazam and si Sick, meron pa kasi silang potential talaga. Gigil for the kills and they're taking all of the picks, and even if the whole sa oras, they're able to stand up. So, tas na lang versus 3 and makakapag-heal pa nga si Sick para sa kanyang teammates. Makaklatch niya ba to? Or si Kapitan, or si Sick, or si Zoms talaga makakapag-pick off sa kanya once the toxic screen is gonna be going down.
Soul casting nga natin. Full utilities para sa kanya. Fragment muna. Tatapon dito sa likod para mag-pick. Ito na. Magpapakita kay Shazam pero wala talaga. Soul cast na dulas. At Sentinels, makakuha na rin ng point na naman dito sa kanilang attacking side. Pero yung pinamalaking bagay doon, Ray si Link. Nasira na rin dun sa may B-site na huli ng tatlo. Hindi naka-ultra play ang ating Cypher. Pero grabe, pinaghirapan rin din ng Sentinels eh. At the very least, kita talaga natin yung mga angles nila, hindi nila binibitawan. They were looking for that mid control. They got it in the first place. At kahit tumatay kagad, ang isa sa kanila, kinip pa rin nila yung pressure there. Not only that, kasi nakapwesto nga yung Team Liquid. Wala silang takas-sakas eh. Yung setup nila, sige nga, pwede pa nga sa mains in the first place. But at the same time, kung sila ipitin nila sarili nila para lang umadjust dun sa mid-control na ginagawa din ng Sentinels, it's either they shoot their way out of it o mamamatay lang sila. So, great play there sa Sentinels. Kinaya pa rin lumaban dito. Tingnan nga natin kung matutuloy pa to. Pero all eyes now on Tens. Kanina si Scream yung medyo naglalamig. Ngayon naman si Tyson, si Tens, patay na naman si Tens! Ayun no! Asa na yung jet ng attacking side? Nawala si Scream kanina. Ngayon nawala si Tens. Pero si Link, nagpakita na naman. Apat na para sa Cypher. Dapper though! Ayun, toxic si Soba dahil namatay si Nivera. At may chance pa dito si Dapper. 1v2 versus Scream. He will shot, let it all out. Yun nga, may curse dito, Ray. Kung ikaw yung Jet sa attacking site, wala ka napapalao.
Kita mo si Tens, kanina siya ang nagta-top frog, pero siya ngayon ang denied. Pero still, Jet defense pa rin naman against Scream. But then, si Link, yung step up niya talaga, as of now, kita mo, hindi nila mapigilan. Isang round lang nila napigilan si Link all throughout in the B-side. And the way this man anchors with that Cypher, sobrang kakaiba. Dapper talaga, isa sa Sentinel Road. Gulat ako. Sorry. Isa sa mga Sentinel Road na inaabangan natin. Pero we also have Link that is slowly growing up and he's doing so much sa side ng Team Liquid. And that roar itself, sabi na, roar! Talagang sign na ba to ng win para sa Team Liquid?
Hindi ganun yung roar nila eh. Gulat ka, di ba? Let's go! Let's go, man! Yun eh. Bakit roar? Kung makakarinig talaga ako ng roar sa Team Liquid, ewan ko na lang. Talaga kinakausap talaga ng mga pro si Ray, promise. Pero eto na, lockdown play. Para lang sa space. Everyone needs space. Pero problema sa Breeze, may konting pwede puntahan pa dito ang Team Liquid. Pero binibigyan naman ng respeto ng Team Liquid ang Sentinels ngayon. So dart muna dyan. Tens, nasan ka na? Dito na as. Where na you? On the A side. Pero hindi pa siya makakuha ng pitas dito on the attacking side. And really goes to show, yung pag-anchor lang talaga ng both teams in a way that they're just shutting down the duelist entry in the first place. Pero spike planted. Guiding light gonna be the call. At ang Sentinels ngayon, makatatlong rifle sila. Umaasa sila sa Martian dito ni Zoms. Pero Ray, ito na kagad Team Liquid. Pero hindi! Malapitan na lang na nabanan! At Zoms and Sick makakuha na dalawa. Scream though in the meantime with the takedown out. Shazam, ito na si Soulcast, palapit na palapit. Pero mukhang siya mag-iinit. Huli na siya si Sick. Flash drive muna dyan through the wall and more. And si Soulcast talaga! Hindi ngayon mabudulas. All up to him. Si Mr. Romaboto, domo arigato. At mag-isa na lang ngayon si Zoms. Marshall lang ang hawak niya. Pero sino nakabantay? Isa, dalawa, tatlo. Sa toothpaste na ito. Ito na si Scream, palapit na. Pero yan na! Classic na kailangan para manalo! Libre lang yan! Pero sa Sentinels, linibre at nakuha pa rin ni Zoms yung round na yon. Clutch para sa Sentinels. Ito na, 11 to 12.
Ow! Zoms!
Walang makakatalo sa libre, Ribe!
What? Ano yun? Akala ko mananalo ng Team Liquid. Pero remember, si Zoms malamig. But when you need him the most, hindi siya nawawala. Hindi siya nag-ghoster. Classic lang pala ang kailangan maging way. And finally, Sentinels will be able to win that. The magic of disguise. Yung experience talaga ng Masters Champions natin sa Reykjavik is doing it. And there's one. And they'll be able to make this into a high score. Mapapa-overtime nga tayo sa very first map. And Dapper does it. Nabigyan na nga kagad na isa silik. Rivera sumunod na din. And Sims like we're gonna be really having it. As Steve tries to pop off with the knives, he gets Tens. And yun na, kabawi na kay Tens. Naka 1 point na. Pero nga lang, sinabayan na nga kagad yun ng Viper's ultimate dahil sa ginawa ni Zoms earlier on. Makakapag-retake kaya ang Team Liquid.
Nakasap lang kanina pero ito na, confident na ngayon ang Sentinels. Hindi pa yan, si Zoms di pa tapos. Siya nakuha ang Viper Spit, siya ang papatay ngayon sa Scream. At lahat to dahil lang sa efforts ng Viper. Pero ito na, null command ka pa! Naku, ito na ang blue screen effect sa harapan niya dahil kay Shazam. Yampi, ano pa pala ng Recon Dart na yan? Wala ka nakikita na dyan. At bigla na lang yung pick na naman ng Sentinels. Overtime pa tayo. Pero Zoms,
switching sides.
Dahil sa'yo, manu-nerf na naman yung classic pagkatapos ng champions.
Salamat sa'yo, Zoms.
Salamat, Zoms. Thank you very much.
Zoms, sa'yo yun.
Oh, sa kanya, back to back. Kasi, di ba, 3 kills para mabuhay pa Sentinels. Dahil doon may Viper Spit, peek on out, control the lane na hindi binabantayan ng Viper Spit at all. At palong-palo na Sentinels, isa mag-clutch sa kanila. Biglang on fire ang buong Sentinels, si Ray.
Dax, alam mo, ito lang yung out of all sa mga kinakas ko so far and sa mga napanood ko, ito yung sobrang gandang eksena, Team Liquid and Sentinels. Diba? Grabe. Ito yung only na natutuwa.
sabi sa'yo, dapat ito yung final sa Iceland doon. And finally, after all these months, nakukuha na natin. Pero masasabi ka lang, kung gusto mo describe ko tong game na to sa acronyms na WDP. Di ko pwede sabihin on stream, pero alam nyo na guys. Kasi kakaiba talaga ang labanan ng Sentinels sa Team Liquid. Pero eto na tayo parang yung pinaka-kailangan gawin ng 2 teams natin, kung sino man talaga maka-figure out paano makukuha yung decisive attack. Kasi sa defense, kinakaya nga na pareho in different ways. Pero sa attacking side, nako, especially yung dalawang jet natin, dun sila nangangamote.
Sana talaga. Hindi na mga mote ang either of the teams, pero nga lang si Sik, palagi niya ginagawa to kapag kailangan na siya on a certain angle, kapag nasa momentum na sila, and is pretty confident about it, denies the possibility of him being picked off, but Nivera will just be saying bye-bye. Pero next week, kaya nila si Yampi nakakapag-push na kagad dito sa may pyramid, and linked together, makaka-pick off kaya sila, at pwede pang possibility of Team Liquid wins. And speaking of, nampulaga na nga si Link. Sabi ko, kaya pa rin namin even if nakabawas na nga ng dalawa si Sik, making this into a 3-3. And now Nivera is gonna be denying. And looks like, ito lang ba ang trailer ng Team Liquid? Pinalamang lang? Gusto pa bang manalo? Gusto pa ba nilang makabawi pa rin? And Zombs na lang ang natitira, but going up against T, it's pretty hard for you to do this. But it's the Zombs magic we're talking about.
Zoms, mag-isa ka na lang. Team Liquid ngayon. Nahuli na rin nila yung hinahanap dito sa attacking side. At hindi lang yun. Nivera, nakakuha ng Viper Sit sa OT. Laking bagay na to. At Zoms, kanina kinaya ng Classic. Yun ba? Kakayanin rin ba ng Phantom niya? Pero ang ganda ng pwesto ngayon ng Team Liquid. May bantay sarado sa loob. May tagalabas rin. At ito na talaga. Magpapakita lang para motay kay Yampi. Team Liquid! Kaya nga, di ba, ang lakas nila dito. Dinagdag lang si Nivera. Kakaiba na yung paningin sa team nila. At si Yampi, kanina 0 kills yan. Tingnan mo, top fragging with 20. Ang dalawang Sova natin.
Mga Sova talaga, they do their work. Pero as for Sik, at kadalasan
diba, okay na sana eh.
Hindi nila in-expect si Link talaga. Tapos meron pa follow through kay Nivera. Itong dalawang talaga to. Combo talaga yung nakikita natin para sa Team Liquid every time you have them. And they've been playing so well kapag sila na lang natitira, kapag nag-retake tapos nag-anchor sila ng sites. Sobrang palong-palo ni Link together with Nivera, and mapapa-time out ka talaga. And ano kaya ang mangyayari sa Sentinels this time around? Kanina yung overtime na yun dahil lang kay Zoms, pero all in all, when it comes to the strategies, talagang nahihirapan sila. Only bit of a setup, syempre, step up sa kani-kanila lang individual plays, but as a team, paano kaya yung next na form ng Sentinels right after this? Dahil isa na lang, and Team Liquid will be able to win this.
Pwede natin pag-usapan to in a way na categorize lang natin eh. Tactics versus mechanics. Yan lang, di ba? Bang-bang versus utility. And kita naman natin yung strengths talaga ng each team so far. Team Liquid though, nahabol na rin nila yung opening na hinalo sa A-side. Delikado na kagad eh. The Sentinels playstyle, pitasin kayo kagad, goodbye na lang. Tapos talo na kayo kasi mas marami kami na pwede itapon sa inyo. Viper spit rin, just to confirm it. Nung nakita na natin yung ult ng Viper, wala na talaga yan. Unless talaga, ganun ka-magical ang makita natin kay Zoms, hindi na yung nangyari. And not only that, Team Liquid always 2 steps ahead dun sa pagpwesto nila eh. Nakatambay lang yung Sova, ready na doon. At ang Sentinels, ano magiging plano nila? Their attacking side did not really inspire confidence unless makakuha sila ng pitas kagad dito. And the question is Team Liquid gonna gamble here? Kasi si Scream at si Solkas, pwede gumawa na play. Pero mukhang kinuha na kagad ang Sentinels yung option na yan. Ray, trailblazer mo na yan. Tama din dyan. Scream daw malapitan, dash on the way. Pero the presence is revealed! At kitang-kita siya! Kinagawa mo dyan, Scream! Tumatakbo ka pa para walang nabubuhay ka pa dyan. Walang survival at all dahil lang sa intel na binigay doon sa Sentinels. At 5v4 na kagad to, Ray.
Mabilisan na pick off, you take out Scream, pero nga lang sa tingin ko mas maganda pag it's either si Yampi, Link, or Nivera, pero lahat si Scream lang pwede mo madedenay, pero dapat pa ng mga ginagawa ng Team Liquid ang buhay na buhay pa rin. Pero tingnan natin kung madedenay nga ba na lang isa pa dahil lahat ng mga miyembro ng Team Liquid ay nakatingin na kagad at Sick goes for your plan. Pero you need to take care of where Nivera is looking because Solkas will be able to get the 3 stems together with Zoms, making this a 3v2. Solkas together with Link na lang nabubuhay. Sa Zam, will you be able to save? Yep, mukhang mahatay pa nga to. Dahil si Link na lang dito na. Oh no, it's going to be 1v1. Oh no, sino kayo makakuha? Oh no, si Zam sees as to where Link is. Pero nga lang yung time.
May Torres pa, ayos pa.
Ng Sentinels ba? Pero nga lang yung pressure na
uy, kumatong! Sino mo patong dito, Link? Kakaibang galawan ni Link na naman! Minsan mo lang makikita mag-tower climb ang isa dito sa may A-side, pero napagana pa rin ni Link at Team Liquid ang magwawagi sa overtime. What a game! What a game! Umpisa pa lang, alam mo na nag-iinit. Pero doon sa dulo talaga, si Link ang magtatapos ng lahat. Sayang yun sa Sentinels, Shazam! Ang ganda! Ang ganda-ganda na ng angle eh. Tingnan mo dito, nakuha pa niya si Yampi. Pwesto dyan, perfect para si Kinevera kasi sobrang tight niya sa right-hand side. Pero isipin mo, sino gagawa nito? Si Linklan. Siya talaga ang Mr. Clean kasi lininis lang niya ang lahat ng Ray. At Team Liquid, nakuha pa nga ang Breeze. Mataas nga win rate nila dito. Pero pinaghirapan talaga nila against Sentinels sa mapang yun.
Na-egg bomb si Shazam. Pero alam niyo guys, alam niyo nasa advantage ka na, but sometimes talaga the power of Link himself, he was able to do that, and oh no, it's di mo talaga ma-explain. May mga ganong moments talaga na it's always about yung tactics plus yung momentum ni Link eh. So, nasa 100% lakas na siya, naka-big brain energy na siya against Shazam.
Wala nga lahat ng buhok para dun.
Nandun na,
diba?
lahat eh.
Oo.
Lahat ng box. Ay, okay lang. At least, sabi mo nga, Mr. Clean. And na-clean niya talaga ang stake para sa Team Liquid. Although, nakita na natin naging overtime siya. But let's begin. Even if magkakaroon ng overtime, mapapanalo pa rin yun ng Team Liquid. Dahil lang kay Zoms with that classic. But all about the tactics, Team Liquid side talaga ang nagkaroon ng malaking revelation to us. And in Breeze talaga, alam natin, Sentinel, they have been performing really good. Pero seems like here in Champions, denied sila ng mga teams at mababa na syempre ang kanilang win streak, ang percentage ng kanilang mapa nga pagdating dito sa Breeze. Pero as for the next map, it's going to be Bind. And gaya nga kanina na we're having those discussions, sabi ko, I think all of the maps magiging dikit. Pero Dax told me talaga na may something kakaiba about Bind at pag-uusapan natin yan later on kapag nakita natin.
Guys, pero ito na, mag-break muna tayo dito kasi magiging sad na naman si Ray kasi doon dinurog yung kanyang opa na si 5K ng Sentinels pero matalo lang sila dito sa Valorant Champions. Pero magbabalik tayo, game number 2. Ako si Dax, kasama si Ray. Don't go away! Team Liquid versus Sentinels pa rin ang labanan natin.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now! Isang mahabang...
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Bubblegum. It's like it's 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 bubblegum. We pop bands 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 like it's bubblegum. 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 Bubble bass.
Welcome back to Champions. We're only one map in, but this series is already delivering. Gave us an overtime and a comeback win by Team Liquid. Just phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we wanted. We knew that this was going to be a spicy series. The first time that these two teams are clashing, and it's all correct. Everything is right in the world right now. We go to overtime, and unfortunately, we can't go beyond 14 and 12. It seems like, with the 3 OTs that we see, that's going to be the final score. But is just awesome.
I'm going to lose my voice, and I'm not even on the cast. I'm yelling at this thing so much. This is just unbelievable. So many back and forth plays, so many incredible moments, so many hero plays. What a treat.
What a step up by every single person on Team Liquid. Sure, Navera's got the top combat score at 230, but you look across 227, 227, 221, and those top 4 players for Team Liquid all had 20 kills. So they evened it up as a squad, and it all started for me in a lot of ways with Yampy early in the series, right? He was the one who was doing something on the first half, and the rest kind of picked it up behind him.
I mean, they like desperately needed somebody to do something, and Scream absolutely was not. He and Yampy were going back and forth, round over round, not being able to pick up any kills. Yampy finally gets on the board, makes it an ace, and then from there continues to find steady impact. We know that, you know, him playing Sova, he is one that will always go for that operator, whether he's on that, whether he's on the Killjoy. That's where he feels the most comfortable. That's where he starts finding that impact for the side of TL, and everybody else just kind of gets on board with it.
And it's his utility as well. I mean, his utility play was absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
This headshot percentage is absolutely just ridiculous.
Team headshot percentage over 30%.
That's stupid.
That's nuts.
That's
very good.
Nuts. Shows you how they were turning it on, and that's just incredible to see. Again, it started there with Yampy in the first half, that round 9 ace. Phenomenal. We had everybody else stepping up behind, and I don't know when Breeze became a defensive-sided map, but apparently it is now. We speak of Yampy turning it on with that ace. That's our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. Let's relive it one more time.
It's just absolutely beautiful off the bat. You know, you're just going to go ahead, get in here, get a nice little dart through. And this definitely comes, you know, to him suddenly just getting more than he was even expecting. Comes up with 2 kills off the Hunter's Fury, but he's just trying to get 10s.
Yeah, we celebrated the first kill on the Hunter's Fury because it was his first kill of the game.
Right.
Yeah. And then he followed it up with 4 more.
This was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the around the pyramid with the operator is just disgusting, and then he follows it up with the flick on the sick. I mean, just absolutely nuts stuff from him. Our second Sova ace of the day. I mean, this has just been one of the best days of Valorant I can remember. I mean, period.
Sova players rejoice. I also do want to call someone else out, though, on Team Liquid, because my personal MVP for them
I'm right there with you.
was Link.
Me too.
Yes.
Yep.
It was Link.
Yep.
I mean, we talked about him as an anchor. That's why we featured him before the series even started. And B felt like it was almost never an option for Sentinels, simply because that's where Link was posted up. And then even in the late rounds was coming in clutch time after time.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about him in the pre-show coming into this, you know, how great of a site anchor he is, but he is also incredibly clutch. You know, if he's by himself, more often than not, he's going to be able to take the rounds for you, and he just continues to show this time and time again. You know, he just has a great game sense. He doesn't necessarily need to flip over to his Cypher cam to get info. He's just got a great read on where people are going to be typically, and, you know, that last little 1v1 standoff, him versus Shazam, is just the perfect way to kind of end it.
It was brutal. It was brutal.
He's so good at so many things, and the lockdown is the first thing you see, right? You saw that quad kill towards the end of the half, and then he's good on the lurks as well, right? He's showing up at the right times in the right place, and you can see his KDA phenomenal. First bloods, whatever, we don't need that, but 20 kills is absolutely ridiculous. This guy is unbelievable right now. His form is nuts.
Yeah, round 15 had a B-side on lockdown. It was round 22 when he had that 4K just floating out in the middle of B site with the Phantom, which was incredible in and of itself. And then, of course, the final round locking it up. So kind of every step of the way on the back half, bringing Team Liquid to a 1-0 lead on their own map. And I think that's why it was important for them to win it, because we talk about where we're going next. Sean called it out. If there's one hole in Team Liquid's play, it's going to be bind. But there's also something that we need to talk about on the side of Sentinels. While everyone else stepped up, Tens found himself in the 4th slot on the leaderboard, 14, 21, and 4. So a step back for him, and I want to check in on him and how he's warming up for this second map of the day with our Aim Lab shoot-around.
Well, he's already had to reset once, so not a great look, but I suppose. But yeah, it was a bit of a roller coaster ride for just about everybody throughout this first map. But 10 started off strong again, a bit like Yampy, gets that operator in his hands, starts finding heavy impact. But as TL picked up the pace, he wasn't really able to keep up with it. He started falling further and further behind, and it really fell on the shoulders of the likes of Zoms, of Dapper, of Shazam to really try to push Sentinels into that OT. And then unfortunately, they just don't quite get far enough. They fall short.
And I want to give Zoms and Shazam in particular a lot of credit here. They played really, really well. Shazam hit some really nice shock darts multiple times, some great snake bites, some great cover from the teams. I mean, those guys did all they could, but Tens was just a little bit behind, and we saw, of course, that whiff coming through mid doors.
That was brutal. That was a bit of a tilter. And by no means do I want to paint this as a disastrous position for Sentinels. Again, it was a 14-12 victory for Team Liquid. It was close. But that is the kind of person that you're going to look at in terms of a scoreline to say if a couple things change for him, that whiff doesn't come through. That's a round win possibly for Sentinels. Maybe you're not going to overtime to begin with. There's a number of things, right? This is just going to hurt me to rewatch it, but it's important.
Got to do him dirty with the replay, huh?
Hey, I didn't choose to do that.
Production pulling it out.
Yeah, don't point the finger at me.
He's just trying to follow him to the left, and then he ran out of mouse pad space.
The cord got caught. That's why you got to switch to them wireless mouses out there, friends. Okay, you don't want to get caught on the end of the desk. Let's talk about map 2, though. Let's talk about the recovery that's necessary by Sentinels here. We're going to bind what works for them, what doesn't. Where can they take advantage of Team Liquid?
Well, they're starting on the attacker's side, and we saw this lockdown defense. I mean, I don't think you're going to see a Cypher on bind. You usually don't, but you're still going to have the Viper. That's still going to be a problem. And the way that, they used the KO was really interesting because they had the Viper utility and the Cypher utility on one side, the KO on the other side. So that way, if they tried to break through A, they can throw that knife out, slow down the utility on that side. It was just unbreakable on the front side of B with everything that was in the way. There was no way to counter it really on the way that Sentinels had their agent lineup set up.
We asked a lot of questions about KO. We asked a lot of questions about KO on Breeze, and we're now seeing the effectiveness of it. You got to start to wonder how much is it going to start bleeding into other maps? Will teams start utilizing it to kind of stymie the offense, the pushes that you're talking about, while you're using different utility to just put up, a great wall of defense on the other side?
Yeah, Soulcast played it extremely well. He was shutting down utility left, right, and center, canceling Sova drones, taking Tens out of his Blade Storm when he's trying to enter. They're talking about on the broadcast, suddenly he finds himself stuck at Pyramid with just a classic in his hand, nothing else realistically to do, and he just ends up dying. He played it extremely well. Bind is a map where you can see that KO come through. It's just, have they workshopped it enough to feel comfortable going for it, either of these squads? It's hard to say because TL, they banned it away in their first series. This is going to be our first updated look at this map with them. Same for Sentinels. We didn't see it in the Furia series.
I'm done trying to predict stuff. I'm just throwing out options at this point.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, this tournament's been so wild, Dash. It's just been like everybody's kind of playing maps that we've never seen or they usually don't play, and they're bringing in new stuff. I mean, like I said yesterday, Vision Strikers brought KO for the first time ever. So there's all kinds of new stuff being brought to the table here. Everyone is bringing, everything they have, every strategy they've been planning for the last couple months for this event.
For me, that's the fun of having a 7-map pool, finally, right? It really is forcing a lot more creativity. You're seeing teams pushed onto more unique iterations or combinations of map, matchup by matchup.
Yeah, gone are the days of, ban your opponent's best map, play your second best, etc. Now there's a lot more depth to it. There's a lot more thought that has to go into the map draft and whatnot. So it's absolutely fantastic to see. And you do have to make these hard decisions. If your Team Liquid, it continues to see that they want to ban away Fracture, and they're willing to go to this map where they do not perform well historically, because they're just that much more concerned about the other maps.
Prime Gaming agent select him. We're delivered another KO. Soulcast is going back to it.
I mean, I feel this is going to look a bit similar on the defender side for Team Liquid, where Soulcast is on one side, and you can transfer around between A and B with the KO. I think either way, you've got a lot of ability to control Showers or U-Haul on A, and then Hookah and B main on B side. So a lot of options here for Team Liquid, and Sentinels, they've got to find some kind of magic to break through this stuff.
I kind of figured that Tens was obviously going to stick with the Jet. I wasn't sure if maybe we would see any kind of adjustment, somebody go for something like a Raze, which has kind of been creeping back in popularity a bit, at least on our side of the planet, their favorite thing. But no, just going to be sticking with it. So nothing too shocking to be seen here, I suppose. It's just going to come down to how they pilot it.
Right, will be that single difference in where the flashes come from. Sick on the Sky, Soulcast on the KO. As we mentioned, Sentinels maybe going to feel like they just took a bit of a punch to a gut, having been in such control over the map Breeze from their first half. But again, this is where they should feel comfort in terms of the map pool that is in front of us for this best of 3. So looking for them to pull something out, dig deep, bring us to that map 3 that I know everybody out there wants to see.
Yeah, I hope that they are able to get it done, but one of the big concerns is,
Uy! Yun na nga pala ang nangyayari, guys. At nandito na ulit kami sa Valorant Champions. Ako si Reyna at kasama ko si Dax. Akala ko hindi pa kami magkakasit pala. Tinawag na pala kami.
Countdown na nga
Sabi ni Deadpool, kami na daw ang magkakas. Pero, looking at the Asian selection, we are now here in the bind. Of course, Team Liquid pa rin at Sentinels ang kinakas natin. At nanalo nga ang Team Liquid sa pinakaunang map sa mga kakatune in pa lang sa may breeze. Pero Dax, double controller. We've seen this, of course, a lot of times already, especially after nga ng LCQ talaga yung super dominant na pinipili ng mga teams. But as we see here, Solcas, of course, with that KO still. Tapos, wala silang hard Sentinel talaga at all. But looking at Zoms and Dapper together with Link and Nivera, very interesting kung ano yung mga particular lineups na and timing na may mapupull out nila.
Ang interesting part na, okay, ito, in terms of history, Team Liquid with pagalugi on the stats-wise. But Sentinels, ang tagal na rin ng hindi nilalaro tong bind. So may pag-update dito at naiiba lang sa mga comps natin yung KO naman at yung Sky ngayon. So you can see it here. Soulcast, kanina ang ganda ng mga suppress niya. Ang ganda talaga ng pag-setup niya and the flashes through the walls. Absolutely important against the Viper players. But at the same time, dito naman sa side ng Sentinels, it's really something tried and tested at nag-pop off na sa kanalina. Tingnan natin kung kaya pa rin. But one thing to watch out for, here's for the side of Team Liquid talaga si Link. Pero pintayin natin muna to si Tens. Huli na si Soulcast dyan. Link to in the meantime dito muna sa Cubby. Biglang ito na pinaprime na ni Yampi ang mga dart niya. Bounce muna pupunta ng hook. Ayan! At isa pa nga, just for good measure. But Peekaboo Zone see you. Pero kinaya pa rin ni Yampi ang dalawa. Tatlo parang kay Yampi. Tens no sasagot kay Link na dyan. At ito na, 2v3. Pero grabe, Yampi looking yummy with the shots. Where Shazam will find that take ng 2v2 na ngayon. Pero tingnan natin, mag-iinat na ba si Boss Scream ngayon? Ito na si Kuya Pende. The 10's difference. Tyson na makakatatlo ngayon. Dash on the way to the right hand side. Nivera naman ang magiging target. At sabi niya, pinatay mo kuya ko. Ako naman ang papatay sa'yo. Pero ang tanong, sino ba mag-pick dito? Bantay sarado lang sa exit ng hookah. Tens nandyan lang sa likod ng container na yan. At dalawa pa to. Para sa side ng Sentinels, Nivera magpapakita lang para mamatay. At ito na, Sentinels ang mananalo ng pistol. Pero nakakatakot yun ni Ray Yampi. Yung triple kill galing doon sa Octagon talaga. Laking bagay galing doon sa Sova ng Team Liquid.
Speaking of Sentinels, buwabawi ba sila? Pero they usually get good momentum Pero Team Liquid, they just need little bit of the time. Pero nga sabi nga ng ating panel, yung advantage ng Sentinels, they have it. Pero we gotta take care of si Yampi. Kung di siya napatay doon, then that round could have been for the side of Team Liquid. Lalo na't buhay pa si Scream together with Nivera. Brothers versus the BFFs ang nangyari nga doon. And then this bonus round, will Team Liquid finally deny ang Sentinels or makakabawi pa rin ang Sentinels and maybe we can have that split match?
Well, tingnan muna natin a few factors here. Team Liquid, last na naglaro sila versus Ascend. And it was the grand finals ng Red Bull tournament nga palagi na natin pinag-uusapan. Pero doon nga natalo sila ng ilang overtime pa yun. 17-15 scoreline. Pero yung KO talaga, hinatry nila hanapan ng paraan dito para sa mga shutdown. And map like Find, kung tama yung knife mo, not only to get into behind the walls, pero laking AOE rin ang mapapala mo dito. Not only that though, Link having the game of his life last time talaga. Nanalo pa sa base ang Team Liquid dahil sa efforts niya. And on a map like Find, that's one thing that Team Liquid has always been strong on. Especially pag pinasok mo lang isa dito, baka dito sa may lamps, baka dito sa may hookah, or dito sa mga small little nooks and crannies, pwede magpapasilig sa pag-hold niya sa mga angles in the first place. Pero Tens, guardian naman ang galawan. At nakita natin to kanina sa umpisa, especially sa first half, doon nagpapusetin na first screen na ngayon, sasagutin na si Tens. So, sa muna take down, Link gonna get on the board. 3v3 na muna. At nag-stack dito ang Sentinels sa loob ng lamps. Pero delikado pa rin, Soulcast, hinahanda na yung flash drive. Ayan na rin yung pwede yung throw na 0 point. Pero bago yan, Sik ang makapatay. 3v2, Yampi Link, ano gagawin nyo dito?
Mga katanungan, but I think it's just going to be a Sentinel win dahil kita mo naman yung hold, yung control over lamps, alam mo na kagad yung mangyayari sa'yo. Even if hindi pa nakapita si Solcast, medyo naging imposible na nga ang mga pangyayari. Little bit of distractions lang ang ginagawa ngayon ng Team Liquid, pero sila naghihintay na naman. Pero nga lang, he will be able to hit Dapper. And I think that's just gonna be it. Wala na ding oras and magpapabay na nga sila. Makakabot pa. Hindi sila mapipick off syempre ng ticking na bomba. Ay, nabot si Soms.
Sa dulo pa. Bigla ka pang nadamay ka pa. Isipin mo, yung pintuan, magsasara na, tapos bigla ka pang maipit dun sa kabila. Grabe. Sayang kay Soms. Pero Team Liquid, kita natin, si Link pa rin, he's still feeling absolutely on fire. Yung mga shots niya dito, mga chef, laking tulong na naman sa team niya. And ito na ang gunbuy ngayon ng Team Liquid. Pero ang tanong, Sentinels, paano ba nila lalaroin pa to? Kasi nakita natin last time, pagpasok natin Breeze, diba? Yung utilities talaga, yung mga hold alongside the guns, dun pumapalag ang Team Liquid. At nakita na rin natin, may angle lang na hindi take dito ang Sentinels, may angle lang na iwan lang nila. Naku, delikado na sila from the likes of Yampi and Soulcast so far.
Waiting na naman ang Sentinels. Pero if they win this, alam mo na, may kita mo na ang bright future ng Sentinels. Pero at the same time, Team Liquid, just a little bit of those slow-paced lang na game and maybe they can get this. Kaso si Link, ayan na.
Nako, sabi.
Inakayong skin ng judge. Kakaiba itsura.
Handa ka naman mamatay. Yun lang yun sinatanong ni Link ngayon eh. Kita mo, yung Dragon Flame, parang nauntog yung Dragon, pinisat. Tapos biglang ginawa parang bilang martilyo na ewan. Pero ito na, Dapper. Gusto mo ba mabiktima? Link! Ayan na talaga! Ang classic Link experience dito sa Bind. 3v3 na ngayon. Ray Link to. Judge pa rin ang hawak-hawak. Nagbabatay kung may mapupunta nga siya sa dito. Pero at the same time, si Tins, nihintay lang kung mag-pick yung Astra. At ready rin siya magka-Bladestorm ngayon.
Waiting ulit. Meron pa makuha for the 3-take, pero si Scream! He's screaming his lungs out. Sabi, saan ka nakatingin? Always check everything up ahead para sa'yo. Si Zoms ngayon masusunod. Pero here it is. Lick gets Shazam, but all those post plans sana. Pero sabi ni Vera, got you bro, got you kapatid, got you kuya. And now, Team Liquid will just be able to win. Sa kanilang full buy against Sentinels at pinapakitaan pa rin naman tayo ng Team Liquid na kahit advantage ng Sentinels, mapapanalo nga na lang yung 2 rounds. Pero kayang-kaya pa rin naman namin i-deny lahat ng pagkapanalo mo. And even if si Tens, nakuha nga siya ng good entry, sa tinitingin-tingin mo dyan? Hindi mo na-realize na nasa likod mo na pala.
Ang ganda ng wall ba ko? Perfect! Absolute perfection! Tens, hindi na alam. Bigla na lang siya sinispak sa ulo pag biglang pagising niya. Punta niya sa Skyrim dyan. Pero kita talaga natin dito. Sentinels, kailangan nila gawa ng solusyon tong sila. Kasi makulit tong bata to. Nako, kung nakikita ka na ng kakaibang mga judge plays sa Bind na paborito talaga ni Ray, mas malala pa to. Ito talaga yung the next level play. Galing kay Link. At ito na naman, Dapper! Kinaya niya! Walang katakot-takot. Sinabi niya, kaya natin patayin yan. And Sentinels right now, gonna get the hookah control. Pero yung baril nila, hindi gano'ng kalakas. Dapper though, ready siya dito sa judge. At si Tins, dinadaanan lang. Hindi siya matatamaan though. Nang si Soldiers muna ng flash na ganyan. Si Zobs naghahanap and eventually, nahuli na rin nila yung KO na yan. Hunter's Fury though, galing kay Yapi. Sistol niya muna ang spike plant dito ni Sig. Pero at the same time, meron na dito mga baril ang Sentinels. Pero interesting enough, kita mo, hindi lang isa, kundi 2 judge singing nga. Ano gagawin ng Sentinels dyan para sa hold?
Nako, tinaruan to ni Super MJ.
Nako,
kaya talaga papalo yan, shoutout nga pala kay Super MJ dyan. Pero ito na, naturuan mo ni Super MJ, napulungan niya sila Dapper and the squad. And may makibit ka ba? Swing lang na, that's one. But Scream will be able to get down to you. But time is ticking and Tens will be able to pull out na kanyang Bladestorm. And Sick will be able to get a Scream. Pero mo na 350 ka lang, spray ka lang ni Dapper na frenzy. Grabe naman yun.
So eto na yun. Eto na rankings natin, Ray. Yeah. So, ang pinaka worst gun yung Operator, tapos yung Vandal Phantom, tapos yung Odin, tapos yung mga best gun na yung Judge, tapos yung Frenzy number 1. Okay, I'm glad na pareho tayong iniisip dun sa ating weapon power rankings. Totoo, 100%. Ganun kami mag-isip. Kaya kami 100%. Hard stock na hindi pwede mag-pro at hard stock na natalo. Pero
hard stock caster.
Caster. Hanggang salita lang ang alam. Pag sinabi, sige nga, ikaw nga gumawa, sabihin namin, no thank you. Okay na to. Hanggang dito na lang kami. Pero ito na, pass na tayo dyan. At pass na muna ang Sentinels sa hard aggression ng Team Liquid. 3 magpapakita ni Verdo, mahuli na si Sig. At ginagawa nga lang nila Snake Pike sana, pero Shock Dart, hindi tumama rin. Nasa sulok na si Nivera, pero na, Nova Pulse, nahihilo ka na, nakikita mo pa, may wind sa harapan mo. So si Nivera, nako. Ito yung nangyari sa tuligan. Ray, oh. IRL and in-game. Ganyan si Nivera ngayon, boss. Quarantine.
Nangyari sa kanya yung nahihilo, nalilito. Astan nga ba ako sa'yo? Yan ang ginagawa talaga ni Nivera. At yun yung favorite ng playlist kapag nagkakaraoke siya. Kasi nagkaraoke nga kami yan. Pagalingan kami, pataasan kami. At dito man sa Valorant, talo ako. Pero sa karaoke, mas magaling ako. And speaking of Scream ni Nivera, and wala na ata, medyo mahirap na nga to. Scream is just taking on for that. Medyo sayang ang kanyang Blade Storm, pero yun na magkapatid. Brothers in Ad, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood Season 78 ang nakikita na nga natin ngayon. But as for the post-plant, I just all think that this is just Sentinels time. Sabi nila, okay, out na tayo. Medyo mahirap talaga kapag na-pick off pa natin. Exit frags is kind of maybe a way, but then Nivera will just be able to save at least one Phantom, and that's just it. Sentinels talaga looking strong ang kanilang form on the first few rounds. Mamaya pag ito na naman Team Liquid nakakuha ng little bit ng pagbabasa, may card readings.
Ano card readings? Card captor? Sino ba yung mga card captor?
Card captor Sakura. Sakura, cherry blossoms. And speaking of si Dapper,
galing. Galing. Ano yung relate? gusto mo lang sabihin, hindi, nagkakasaw guys, di ako kumakata ng anime yun. Hindi. Ginagawa ko trabaho ako. I am a bit interested though. Back to the game real quick. I am interested, but hindi tanaw nila yung script lang lahat. Naka-blade storm siya. Might as well do something with it. So, ayun lang, parang nakakahinayang lang in a way. But at the same time, right ko naman yung overall save doon ng Team Liquid. Nans na masyado mapapala. And that will be another Sentinels point. But Yampi! Nako, operator binigay mo. At si Dapper, bigla na nabura sa mundong to. Pero 10, malapitan. Sabi niya, sige, judge gameplay pa lang dalawa natin. At Labs Control ang halap na dito. I like this a lot ng galing kay Tens kasi iniisip na kung wala dito si Link sa kabila, doon siya sa kanan naman. At ito na talaga, Tens naman, pinapakita kung paano maglaro ng judge. Bakit pa yung baril na to nandito sa larong to? At si Tens, pinapalitan na niya. Operator, hawak-hawak, 4v3. Pero kita mo yun, nabuksan lang kagad ang Sentinels gamit yung shotgun na yan. At ako si Link naman, a new challenger appears, Ray. Pero shock dart muna galing kay Shazam. At alam nila may papunta na galing dito sa Team Liquid. Hop, skip, jump! Link to cannot do it again! And Sentinels right now, bigla na lang siya shotgun konti ni Team Liquid. Pero Scream, at least makakaisa gamit ng Guardian. Teds ngayon, lalapit, pipik ba yan? Pero Soulcast with a backstab. Bintay sa lahat, umiikot pa si Scream para lang mamatay! Teds, na-track on down yan! Pinakita kasi yung whip kanina sa freeze. Ngayon, may init na naman ang kamay at Soulcast versus the world. Pero si Zombs is my world. At 5-1, Sentinels na naman.
Speaking of, talagang show me your world. You light up my world! Ayun ang nangyari para sa side ng Sentinels. Kasi looking at it, just by control, sabi mo nga, lahat na naman ang makakalaban natin na Ducks kapag naglalaro tayo, naka-judge na dahil lang kay Pence. Pero looking at it, he was able to get at least by Scream. And all of those, once na na-contest ng Sentinels, ang lamps, tapos hindi na talaga maka-entry at all ang Team Liquid, especially na-counter nga nalang dalawa. I think that's the sign already na mainit pa rin ang Sentinels. Sabi nga nila, 14-12, not bad, really close, tapos natalo pa dahil sa 1v1. So kita-kita mo talaga ang malaking pagka-differences nila when it comes, of course, sa mechanical wise, pero for the, talaga itself, for overall talaga, when you take a look at their players and their executions, sobrang the same lang. Pero pagdating talaga sa bind, looks like the magic of Sentinels is actually working, and is pretty good. Dahil nakita mo pa rin yung momentum kahit nasa Team Liquid, nakapag-reset naman na Sentinels kahit papano.
Oy, Ray, ito na lang gawin muna natin habang nag-iintay.
Ay, ano yan?
Judge Power Rankings, kasi ito ang kwento talaga. Si Link, makulit yan, batang yan. Team Liquid, yun isa pwede na asahan. Hookah o Lamps. Ako, pwede pumesto yung judge na yun. Pero sabi ni Tens, talaga nakukontest niya. At I wouldn't really be surprised at all na magiging judge fiesta nga ang pwede gawin dito kasi tingnan mo na naman ang binili ni Link. Yung baril na parang inipit pero Ray, parang tatlo ang judge ngayon ng Team Liquid. Tama ba itong titing natin? Scary with a K.
Tinuruan ni Super MJ.
Di ba siya yung super guru talaga eh. Pero scary with a K. Crazy with a K. Okay.
Crazy.
Okay. Di ba bukas pa Crazy Raccoon versus syempre Team Secret. Pero judge, sige nga. Eto na, Dapper. Ikaw ay magiging biktima. Oy, nako. Tens though. Goodbye sa isang judge. Bawasan.
Oh, no.
Sheriff lang yan.
Oh,
Sheriff.
no.
Oh my God, Tens! Paano mo nagagawa yan? At goodbye.
Paano yun?
Oh my God.
Ano daw, hindi ko ma-explain. Parang hindi ko ma-explain kung bakit mahal ko siya. Bakit ganun, Tens? What was that?
Let's go tayo soon. Yun lang, isa pa. Okay, Tens. The Tens Show! Nagpakita na naman ang palabas natin. At ito, isipin mo Kasi round na to pala ng Sentinels tayo kay Tens. Isipin mo, pretend. Umabot nga ang Sentinels at Team Secret sa playoffs. Tapos, maglalaban sila. Isipin natin, yung rivalry. Si Tens versus Dubstep. Hindi! Alam mo sino yung tunay na rivalry, Ray?
Ano yan?
Si Tens versus si Wits. Kasi alam natin, ang sinabi ni Kaide tungkol kay Wits. Kaya, nakita mo yun? Yung no-scope na yun? Sample lang yun nung gagawin ni Tens kay Wits if ever. Nagkita sila sa sinabi. Nangyari, di ba? Ako, Wits, mag-ingat ka na. Mag-ingat ka na, good sir, Wits. Wits, alam ka namin, pogi yan. Riley yan, pogi yan. Pero, kung no-scope ka ng ganyan ni Tens, nako talaga. Kaya siya, kaya talaga siya si Let's Go Tyson Tingnan mo to. Ano yan? Deleted. Parang naglaro ka pa. Mag-alt F4 ka na. Escape, leave game. And just say, okay, go next.
Let us hunt.
Grabe talaga si Tens. Ako, pinaka-idol ko sa lahat si sarili ko.
Ang kapal ng mukha.
Akala mo, ang galing sa Valorant. Puro shotgun lang alam. Ito na nga, sarili kong idol ko dahil you gotta love yourself, bro. Pero speaking of, si Tensa naman, baka may manoscope, ginawang kabilang bangbang. Sa kabilang bangbang, may kita mo pa na, uy, normal day pero dito talaga pag Valorant hindi normal day yung no-scope
Normal lang yan sa kanya.
Normal lang. Ganyan talaga may GF buff. Eto, silip ka. Ayun! Nakita lang yung kabila pero sabi ni Shazambuy, ako ang tignan mo. Look at me. That's how I look at you. Look in the eyes. Kaya nga ng kanta ng Jonas Brothers. Pero ito na nga, Tens, make some aggressive moves. Pero denied lang sila right now ni Soulcast. Pero walang mapipick up kahit pa paano. Buhay pa sila. They can take a lot of time. But here it is. They will be able to plant, of course, the spike. A sick goes for it. And Soulcast will just be watching them. Pero sabi niya, here it is. I go with that. I'll be flashing off. Pero nga lang Shazam will just be taking him. And isa-isa na lang nahuhulog ang mga miyembro ng Team Liquid. Scream na lang together with the Yumpy Dumpy. And, nakakaganda ba? Will they be able to win this? 2v2 Yump? Oh no! They still get it! Ba't kayo nagkakalito? Hello?
Parang gulat na gulat ka doon na. Team Liquid! Kinayo nga si Yumpy Dumpy. Kisato na wall pero hindi siya yung na-fall. Yung Sentinels pa yung napafall niya doon. At kita talaga natin si Scream rin. Gusto niya kipaglaban pero umpisa pa lang. Ito na isang bagay. Team Liquid, tama na, Judge. Tama na. Kasi si Link parang binibiktima lang. Kanina, siya yung talaga nag-iinit. Ngayon, wala siyang range eh. Wala naman tayo magagawa dyan. Pero Scream, pumasok lang. Patay na ang lahat. 1, 2, 3. I want to scream. Grabe, it's just... Dito talaga, etong labanan ng dalawa sa pinakamagaling na jet sa mundo. Scream sa kabila, Tens sa kanan, at ito na talaga, Team Liquid. At least nakakuha ng isang round. Pero alam mo sa Team Liquid, dalawa sa kanila malupit mag-operator eh. Yung isa na sa Sova, yung isa na sa jet. At syempre, may hindi pa rin nagpapatalo. Sabi ni Link, guys, gagana to, promise, this round. For sure, gagana to.
Let's see if they'll be able to get this. Pero nga lang, double narrator talaga. Ang pinas. Hindi tumitigil si Link with that judge. So kung saan ka masaya, ang importante yung kasiyahan mo. Pero to masaya nga ba mamamatay ang Sentinels isa-isa dahil screamer to speed the 9-10s. Kung kanina sa please, may jet diff tayo. Ngayon, wala tayong jet diff dahil lahat kami may contribution. Pero si Sick, meron tayong flash right now. Kaso nga lang,
narinig niya yun.
magbaback off na lang siya. Ayan, ito na nga. Dapper creates some space here in A side, pero you gotta take care dahil may mga patiently waiting pa ng mga miyembro ng Team Liquid. Pero uy, nakadaga na siya papunta A side. Sabi niya, nandito na ako guys. Hinihintay ko lahat ng angulo na pupuntahan tayo ng Team Liquid. Now speaking of, if Dapper takes at least a 2, and that's already a confirmed round para sa side ng Sentinels.
Pero ito na, Sentinels, at least nakakuha ng plant ngayon. At yung Team Liquid, ayaw pa nila bitawan muna yung showers in the first place. Keep that Viper split up, Akinivera. But right now, they deny niya kagad ang intel dito per Link. Kaya yun na muna, at ang kulit mo talaga, wala kang mapapala dyan. Paano yung tumama yung dulo ng clip na yun? Si Soulcast namatay pa rin kahit nag-dull command. At nag-iisa na lang di pa si Scream, hindi dalawa pala. Ayan na yung brothers, the blood is gonna be running thicker than water. At gusto nila makapalo pa na iba. Shazam gonna go on down. And it's all up to Zones for the stall. Scream, no! Hindi naman di-diffuse. Naging busy masyado. Naging mekaniko. Si Nivera, pero mukhang makuha lang dito ng Team Liquid ang kamatayan ni Zombs sa dulo. At Nivera inisip niya, magpapakumatay ba ako dito para sa pera? Hindi. Pero yun, Team Liquid, ba't ka pa kayo nag-up? Nakalimutan niyo ba? May buhay pa sa Sentinels.
Ay.
Talaga, kasi imuting mo, Nivera, he was racing Soulcast, and I guess it just seems like iniisip dito ng Team Liquid na malayo si Zones, but then again, ubos na stars niya, kinilangan nila lahat para sa setup in the first place. And Sentinels, they got away with that one. Nung pwede na sobrang mag-pop off talaga yung dalawang magkapit sa Team Liquid eh.
Quite lucky, ah? Sentinels! You're very lucky in that round, pero Team Liquid side naman, mapapa-force na naman sila mag-save, but let's see if they'll be able to get some good step up dahil hindi naman imposible. Hindi ka magkakaroon ng creep. Now, speaking of, Liquid will be able to put up against Dapper. And yun ang sinasabi ko, di ba?
Ano ba sinasabi mo? Sige nga, ano sinasabi mo?
Matitrifty nila. Ay, hindi pa daw. Sabi ni Shazam, sabi ng kapatid ko. Hindi pa daw ito ang oras para makuha ng Team Liquid itong round and maybe make it with an 8-4. Pero speaking of, they're spamming as to where Shazam is. Pero Zoms on the other side, saan kaya tayo pwedeng lumipat dahil marami pa namang oras?
Well, ito Shazam. Ang problema lang, pero hindi kinaya niya yung dalawa sa harapan niya. At triple kill na dito para kay Shazam. Nakuha pa niya. At isipin mo, ikaw na yung captain, dati ikaw nga yung coach, ikaw yung RG kill, ikaw pa yung mag-clutch para sa team na tatalunin mo yung double pick ng kalaban. Shazam! Sabi nga, di ba? Ganda ng hair. Parang kay Riri lang, kaya sobrang bias dito kay Shazam. Pero at the same time, Nivera, kakayanin pa ba? Kailangan niya protektahan do ang site na to. 1v2 situation. At baka naman, sabi ng Team Liquid, tayo na talo sa double pick. Tatalunin mo sila sa double pick nila. Pero crossfire muna ang setup dito ng Sentinels, and this should just be the round over unless ma-peak kagad to ng maayos dito si Nivera. Waldo, so just get in the way for time ticking. Stick right and be there for your recon dart talaga. Hindi mo pa pwede pagtaguan yung Radiant na yan. At Shazam, yung magic na naman dito ng Sentinels. 8-2. Kapatid mo Ray nag-clutch para sa Sentinels dun.
Nice one, brother. Pero ito na nga, when take a look at it, napaganda na nung setup sana nila, pero it was just a punish, right off the pinch. Pero sige, lahat kayo, tignan nyo, asimin nyo dahil matitrifty nyo. And Shazam, the captain power up. At yun na nga nangyari.
Kala ko ano, parang sa lahat ng ethnicity ni Shazam, walang Japanese na nariri. Ba't ikaw naghahapon? Kala mo, 1%. Parang ikaw yung adopted eh. Parang ganun lang eh.
Kami ng brother ko na si Shazam. Magkaparehas kami ng buhok ko. Kapag nagpakulay yan ng pick, magpapakulay din ako ng pick. Pero ito na, si Tenser now, he gets Nivera. And suddenly, alam naman natin si Nivera talaga. Ang maganda ng impact. Pero he's just popping off. And he was able to get down too. Yung magkapatid, yung natuhog niya. May bonus pa. And dalawa na lang kagad Soulcast together with Now, Solkas, he can go for the backstep, but then will that be able to make a good impact? Dahil si Zoms ngayon, he will just be running away. Perfect timing. But then, makakatas ito kung magpapakita sa kanya, syempre. But he just needs to take care of it. But as the flank shows, I think mas maganda na mag-save sila kesa sa talagang i-push pa nila to.
Ay, Sentinels. This time, hindi sila nagpapatalo sa first half. Pansin talaga natin, hindi na let go yung momentum at all. And not only that, na-outclatch pa nila kalaban eh. Just, I think it kind of fell apart para sa Team Liquid on this first half. Dahil lang nagkamali sila doon sa round na dapat na sila nanalo. Nung na-stop pa yung defuse ni Scream. Medyo nanibago talaga yung tingin dito ng Team Liquid. Not only that though, parang umpisa pa lang, may pinipilit sila masyado eh. Kita mo si Link na give up na. Tama na rin yun, Judge. Balik tayo din sa Phantom. Labanan versus Dapper. But, he's at 47 HP. At isang shock dart para makapatay. Ayun. Galing. Galing ng kapatid mong geometry ah. Okay siya. Parang pasado. Yung tipong may protractor ka palagi tapos nilalagay mo sa monitor mo. Okay rin.
Grabe naman kayo sa mga nagsabing Rere Game 3 Queen. Hindi ako natutuwa sa comments. Akala niya natutuwa ako.
Ano ba?
Okay
Totoo
lang.
naman yun eh. Wala,
Totoo
alam niyo
naman.
guys, may inisip ako. Minsan, nag-iisip pa ako, bakit pa ako mag-research? Na yung tipong gagawa akong pick games, yung tipong gusto ko predict, iisipin ko sino yung talaga manalo per series at gano'ng katagal. Kung hindi, tingnan ko lang yung casting schedule namin. Hanapin ko saan si Ray Ray. At sure na yun! 3 games, kahit anong matchup pa yun. Kaya yun lang guys, pag alam niyo si Ray Ray na mag-cast, alam niyo na, hanggang game 3 ang lahat. At sa labanan na ganito, come on, we already know, Sentinels gusto nila pilitin game 3 for Team Liquid. Gagawa ng teleporter play, pero walang nakapunta resto dito sa short. Bigla na maggulat dito ang Team Liquid. Asa ng Sentinels. So instead, Yapi na ang taga-search dito gamit ang Hunter's Fury. But at the same time, ito na talaga. Teleport na naman all the way to the A site. At kita mo to, linibre lang ng Team Liquid ang Sentinels sa A site, sa pitas na yung kay Solkas. Binigay lang talaga sa Sentinels ngayon ang pwestuhan na to.
Tingnan natin kung Sentinels all over again versus Team Liquid or talagang mahirapan yung Team Liquid on this very last round sa first half. Pero to, sinabayan na nga nila kagad ng well-divided but tens! He just gets two! Minamani niya ngayon! Nagsusmurf sa mismong tournament! And speaking of, ang ating scoreline, it's been a while!
It's been a while! Ito na! Masasabi na natin talaga! 2-10!
10!
Ayun na! The mythical 2-10 has arrived! At sakto pa sa Team Liquid at sa Sentinels pa. So masasabi na natin na itong 2-10 na to, pinakita ng Sentinels paano talaga. Tens though, kanina low lights eh. Pinakita yung whiff pa ulit-ulit sa panel, pinakita pa rin. Pero ngayon, highlights lang to ng Sentinels. At ang tanong talaga, ano pa ba magagawa ngayon ng Team Liquid? Kasi lahat ng kakaiba na gusto nila gawin sa bind, nawala. Hindi gumana. Judge gameplay ni Link, X yan. Solkas on the KO, hindi makatiming kasi hindi tumatama yung mga utilities dahil sa aggression ng Sentinels na katabi na lang pa niya. And at the same time, just a few mistakes here and there in the communication, it made sure that Team Liquid wouldn't have the scoreline na hinahabol nila eh. Feel ko talaga pwede pa ito maging 4-8 muli eh. Kung hindi lang nagkakamali ng mas I'd say mas dire na hindi mas grabe compared to some of the small mistakes we've seen from these two teams all day. And it really goes to show na pagkalaban mo yung Sentinels, kakaiba rin yung pressure eh. Na talaga kailangan on your toes ka palagi. But Team Liquid, ang tanong, paano nila gagawin tong attacking side na to, especially with this amount of momentum Sentinels has right now.
Tapos nilagay mo pa sa passive operators, Etens? No po. Baka talagang mahirapan sila. But kita mo kasi yung mga bike, ang weird ng mga bike kanina ng Team Liquid. Sa tingin mo ba, super worth it not against Sentinels? Yeah, you got that pick off. But then, when advantage-wise talaga, it seems like in Team Liquid, they're just repeating things all over again. You put si Link sa may cubby, and he's been doing that for how many rounds? And the Sentinels, alam na nila parati how they'll be able to come up with it. So talagang the experience so wise itself, alam natin nasa Sentinels, and Team Liquid talaga wala pa tayo nakikita particular style that they can get out of it. Yep, nakikita mo na nga yung mga sense of creativity nila, but overall, yung upper hand talaga nasa side ng Sentinels. Pero may nagsasabi ba dito, viable ba talaga si KO bilang agent?
We've seen it so many times na.
Yeah, oo naman.
Diba?
Oo naman.
Iba't ibang
Dati
teams.
talaga hindi pa makakuha yung teams ng grasp eh. Pero ikaw ba, Dax? Ano take mo? Just a little bit lang.
Hindi, ito yung ano talaga, proving grounds ng KO basically. Lahat na nakikita natin games, dito mo gagawa yung case for the KO, honestly. And nakita naman natin, pag gumagana, nakita yung suppress, tumatama talaga, nasi-shutdown yung mga big abilities from the opposition, then it works. And in terms of the abilities, familiar naman yung boss mechanics dun. Nung fragment, nung nung flash drive. Pero pag hindi talaga tumatama yan, pag hindi na-chepan, ang dali mo lang na-overrun. At kita natin dito, diba, Tens, the operator show. Tens is the best. That's by Tyson right there. Let's go, Tyson! Let's go, Tens! And let's go, Sentinels! Ang isisigaw ng lahat. Yan ang tingin ng tunay na Sigma Grindset. Yan yung Ray. Ano muna? Valorant muna! Bago sa lahat. At kung gusto nyo mag-radiant, guys, yun talaga yun. Pag-isipan nyo na. Kung gusto nyo maging next Tens, Valorant muna. Bago sa lahat. Pero, Team Liquid, dito nila kailangan bumawi. Now, talking about the utilities, it's pretty similar lang naman eh. They're gonna be getting a bit more intel nga galing doon kay Soulcast. Yung suppress rent, kung tumama talaga sa mga members dito ng Sentinels, di malaking bagay na yan. But at the same time, yung problema dito ng 0 point, kung hindi makuha nung Team Liquid yung intel anyway, kung itapon nila yung knife na yan sa wala, sige, pwede sila mag-push ng opening na yan, pero hindi naman nila makuha yung effect ng suppress. At kita natin dito, nag-triple stack pa nga ang Sentinels. Sick muna na una. Yampi gonna go on down. Si Link though, taga-tambay lang. Neverdo, namitay going to fight. At Shazam will go down. Sick though, win 3 so far. Neverdo comes into versus Staffer versus Sick. And now 2v2 na to. Tens at Sobs, magkalaban na ngayon si Scream at si Nevera. Kita talaga natin yung jet na natin dalawa. Buhay, Nova Post, no. Diyan prevent ng spike plan. Pero mas stun ng konti ang Viper na yan. At ito na si Tens. Manggagaling sa elbow na to, Ray.
Speaking of Scream, Niver, I think really ito na ba yung glimpse na magkakaroon tayo ng pagbabalik?
Oh, yan na!
Dahil si Nivera, he's working versus Tens. Brothers versus Tens himself. Ano ba ang katumbas? Oh no, he gets one! And it's going to be 1v1. Jet versus Jet. And he will be able to get it! Oh, Tens is really popping off compared sa Breeze.
Ray.
Yan na ba talaga? Ano yan, Dax?
Wala talaga. Magkapatid pa kayo, hindi kayo makakatalo ng talagang Panginoon ng Valorant. Boom! Ganun yun.
Boom.
20 kills na si Tens. Pero in all honesty, ito yung dapat nangyari kanina sa Breeze in terms of the first half momentum. Tapos, sa galing at talino ng Team Liquid, dun nila na comeback. Ito naman ang storyline na yung Sentinels again, first half domination, tapos tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang kamatayan ng Team Liquid. That's the problem right now. Hindi mahanap ng Team Liquid yung sagot sa Breeze. Nagawa nila lahat. Ang ganda ng Cypher setups ni Sick. Ang ganda ng setups ni Nevera. Ang ganda ng pag-suppress ni Soulcast. Pero dito, nakuha na ng Sentinels ang lahat ng sagot na yan. At yung mga pinaglalaroan pa na antics at pinag-isipan na Team Liquid nakakabang strategies, umpisa pa lang na shutdown na nila. Kanina si Link, ang ganda ng scoreline. Tita mo ngayon, 5-12 here in Bind. And this is why this is a bit of a problem sa Team Liquid. Sige nga, sila ay nag-iba na ng roster. Sige nga, ang galing talaga. They have that perfect record, Ray sa series. Every 6 na si Nevera. Pero one thing that cannot lie is the stats of Team Liquid on Bind compared to Sentinels. And Sentinels here, just absolutely on fire sa map pick nila. So kung tutuloy pa to, mukhang mapipilit na tayo sa map 3 sa gandang-gandang series na to. Pero hindi pa naman tapos. At yung Team Liquid, kanina nga, di ba? Nakuha pa nila yung comeback, nakuha pa nila yung tied scoreline, at sila pa nanalo dun sa overtime in absolutely convincing fashion. But at the same time, kailangan nila umasa dito sa entry ni Scream at dito nagkaano nangyayari gumana dun sa Breeze. Then again though, ayan na yung distraction! At ito yung Team Liquid na hinahanap natin kanina sa attacking side. Nagulat na ang Sentinels, nandun si Scream versus Scream. Ngayon magulat nandiyan si Shazam at Soulcast. Nalaban ni Zombs, 3v3. Shazam though on the inside of the lamps yet again. 2v3 na ngayon. Chef lang ang pag-asa ngayon ni Yampi. Pero there. On point na naman yung shots for Shazam. In and out. Tricky na para sa sofa natin. At Yampi na lang natitira dito. Guiding Light. Pero Sick, huwag ka magpakita ng ganyan. Ayan na ang Sentinels na naman. At ang ganda na ng effort ng Team Liquid Ray. Kita natin na kaya nila pumalog. But at the end of the day, this is just a Sentinels team that is clutching as crazy as they can dito sa bind.
Kita mo naman, Sentinels, they're really doing it. I love the reset that they had. And of course, their performance pa lang Dax ng first half eh. Madedetermine mo na na kayang-kaya talaga nilang magkaroon ng kalamangan against Team Liquid. And talagang ito na, glimpse na ba to ng split? Pero, to be honest kahit, syempre, di naman ako malas ng mga game team. Pero, pagdating sa split map, sa last map para sa series na to, I'm so excited kasi alam mo naman nangyari sa Sentinels, di ba? Pagdating sa map ng split. So, as for Team Liquid naman, di ba? How will the research go? But seems like Solkas will be able to get a tap. 4v4, yeah. Pero, maybe the guns are working also on the side of Team Liquid. Peso nga lang Sentinels, kailangan pa rin na naman nila alagaan kung anong meron sila. Kasi ni Vera, he has that Viper's ultimate already.
I mean, at least wala na si Dapper dito, so hindi gaano kakulit yung mga smokes ngayon ng side ng Sentinels at asa na lang sa Astro Stars ng mga to. Pero ito na nga, ni Vera, you said it, Viper split, yun yung one thing the Team Liquid does so well, at least for that map control, kuha talaga ng ultimate para sa Viper nila. And here we have it already this early on sa second half, pero one round na lang kailangan dito at si Tens hindi magpapatalo. At ayan nga si Shazam, na Tens and Shazam, so kisa na nga natin sa Sentinels, palong-palo na naman at goodbye sa Team Liquid dito sa bind. Hello tayo sa split at mabilisan lang tayo dito sa ating second map. Ito ang Sentinels na tinitingnan ng lahat as the best form and as the potential best team ng bundong ito. They're looking to reclaim that ground that they lost last time sa Masters Berlin. And kung kaya nila gawin yun against a team that has been undefeated in all the series, everything sinadag nila si Nevera. Nako, kitang-kita natin, ito talaga ang momentum at true form nila. 1-1 na tayo, Ray. Split. Maganda yung labanan kasi kakaiba yung tactics ng parehong teams pass natin sa third map.
Speedrun. Ang ikli lang nung 13-2, parang 30, less than 30 minutes lang ata tayo nag-cast stacks. Parang kanina kumakain pa ako ng Meiji na snack dito. Biglang, tapos na. Mabilisan lang. A lot of good setups naman din coming in from, of course, Liquid. But then, Bind talaga is one of their weakness. And that's a good read din sa Sentinels. A lot of denies talaga ang nangyari sa kanila. And I love their performance compared talaga sa Breeze na sobrang nabasa lang sila ng Team Liquid. Pero alam mo ano mas maganda? Dahil next map is going to be in split. And mamaya, sasabihin ko sa inyo kung bakit nga ba sobrang excited ako na makita yung split once again. And sa tingin ko rin talaga, Dax, it's a tense show this time around. Kanina, nag-start siya ng sobrang ganda. Wait lang. Dapper! Huwag mo simulan, di pa kayo panalo. Huwag ka man trash mo.
Ano ba yun?
Pinabati mo na naman.
Alam mo, sa NE, okay lang mambate kasi ganun talaga sila. At ayun, Sentinels, nako, pag buong laro na ganun si Tens, kakaiba talaga yung nagiging performance. Yung shutdown kanina ng mga Jet Surprise, but not this time, walang kasagot-sagot ang Team Liquid sa powerhouse ng Sentinels. Pero alam naman natin talaga, Ray, may map 3 for good reason. May palag ang dalawang teams na to, and coming in to the champion scene talaga. These two teams, you have to say, as ito na, kumasayaw na nga si Ray, pwedeng-pwede talaga tayo sila mag-champion kung umabot sila sa playoffs man. Pero guys, kasi gumagawa ng interpretive dance at sign language dito si Ray, parang pala sinasabi niya sa akin, let's go on the break. Magbabalik tayo dito. Ako si Dax, si Ray, itong kasama ko, at kayo nanonood ng Valorant Champions Filipino Broadcast.
Welcome back to Champions. After the way the first half went, we expected it to be quick, and it was exactly that. Sentinels locking it up in 13-2 fashion, pushing us to that third map. It's where we wanted to go. I think it's the first thing that came out of your mouth
Pretty much.
when we were talking about this series was take me to map 3.
Map 3, first time squaring off against each other, all those good little statistics. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly where we wanted to end up. Split of all places is certainly going to be a bit of a shake-up here for both of these squads. Neither of them, I would say, would particularly say that Split is their favorite map. So this could get a little bit slobber knockery, I guess, if I could use that.
Oh, good word.
If I could
good
make
word.
that a verb.
I'll allow it.
Or an adjective.
Yeah, you're right.
Grammar those words away. Killing
Whatever.
Gotta love it.
I don't have a degree in English.
I don't want to oversell the scoreline. I mean, 13-2 is dominant, but it was a win that it was expected for Sentinels, right? So maybe a little bit more dominant than we would have thought, given how close the first map was. But I think for me, the way it was impressive was the recovery, mentally, specifically, and for TenZ now to be rightfully atop the leaderboard for his squad.
Outrageous. He just caught fire. The wind literally behind him. He's just nuts, dude. And I mean, the real question is if we go to Split, historically, he hasn't played Jett. Can he maintain that momentum when he goes over to the Raze, if that's what they do?
If they do that. And also, they love to play the double duelist as well. So will we get to see the Reyna? Because that was a change off bind. Typically, they would run Reyna on here with Raze, but they actually shifted, and it worked out for them.
And it's a good point. While TenZ had the 3.8 KDA, not far behind was Shaz with 3.5 on this map. So want to give him a call out as well, since we talked so much about TenZ in the first half. Shaz with a couple of stellar rounds on his own. And again, as we know, very much the in-game leader that was piloting them strategically for a lot of those site executes on the offensive half.
Sitting great utility all day today. Honestly, across both maps, he's getting a lot of really important drones, a lot of important recon darts. Shock bolts have been incredible. A few good Hunters, Furies here and there. But yeah, now Team Liquid still hitting heads. But
I literally just made a face. We're off screen, but as soon as this graphic came up, I was like, are those flipped?
It feels weird to think
a 13-2 when you're hitting 13% headshots?
I mean, it was certainly really impressive on the first map, but sometimes when you're forced to just go for Sheriff eco rounds over and over again, the only thing you really can get is headshots. That can pad the stats a little bit there for their favor, but I mean, they're still being accurate, which is good to see. It just didn't translate at all.
TenZ was also doing unfair things with the judge.
Yeah. Like, Sean DDK were talking about it. TenZ with the judge just does not feel fair.
Oh, my goodness. So. Oh, my goodness. All right, let's move past bind, because I do want to talk about the decider map in Split. Yeah, I'm sure they would as well. I mean, look, the same way we talked about how, in some senses, map 1 would have been a tilter for Sentinels to have had such control of it and let it slip through their fingers in an overtime situation. That's one type of mental battle. Getting stomped is another type of mental battle. But actually, when you talk to a lot of pros, sometimes they say it's the easier one to overcome because you just go, okay, look. Everything went wrong, shrug it off, and
you're losing
reset.
it. Yeah, you're losing the map anyway, probably. Like, you don't feel comfortable. Your strats aren't quite, fully fleshed out yet. You can see they didn't really have an answer for a Jett on really any side of the map. It was basically TenZ just running rough shot all over everything. So, okay, wipe that one clean. GG, go next. And Split, I think, is either of these teams' game. It just depends on who can have typically the better attacker half is who wins Split.
Okay, are you calling, though, like a straight 50-50 in terms of the feeling of comfort for these two squads?
I think it's another overtime.
Oh.
I don't necessarily disagree. The one thing that gives me a bit of pause here for the side of Sentinels is that they felt the need to ban this one away from Furia. Furia has only played this map 10 times. Granted, they have a 70% win rate, but Sentinels having played it way, way more. They have I think it's 77 or 78%. I have it jotted down. 77% win rate on this map. So maybe they haven't been favoring it as much lately in scrims. Also, the last 3 times I believe that they did play this map were losses. They played it at Masters Berlin. And it was rematches against F4Q and G2 where they were able to turn around, take down Sentinels, and then, of course, they lost it to Envy.
Starting to make a little more sense then, maybe why they would have wanted to avoid it in a previous matchup, but they're going to have to play it this time around. I've got 2 main questions then here. Number 1, while we talk about TenZ and what he was able to do on bind, does he have the same kind of opportunities on a map like Split? It doesn't feel, once you get through those chokes on bind, I feel like you have a lot of space to work with. Doesn't quite feel the same on Split.
Exactly. It all depends on what agent they're going to slot him into. Again, historically he's been on the Rays in recent history for the Sentinels, so that means he can't quite do the same things. He can't quite go for the Guardian, right, on the anti-eco round. That's not going to be effective. You're going to see him more with the shotguns, the judges, those kind of things, which of course he can be effective on those too, but it's not going to look nearly the same, I think. So I'm kind of curious what the Sentinels have workshopped. Like, are you going to keep allowing 10s to open up with the jet, with the snipers, with the long-range guns? Or are you going to just, be comfortable enough to put him on the Rays?
Second question is the battle of the site anchors for both squads. We called out Link as being integral to TL's success early on Breeze, basically nullifying an entire site as an option for Sentinels when they were attacking. I'll say the same thing about Dapper. When Sentinels look their best, he's also able to do similar things on his Sentinel, locking down a site. So how do you see that battle playing out between some of the anchors?
I would have felt really confident about, Link coming out of Breeze. After Bind, things did look a little bit rough. I'm expecting him to be playing around the B side of the map, poking into Garage, looking for that early aggression, and if not, lurking back, maybe trying to catch people off a rotation through, ropes over towards A, etc. If he can find the group, if he can get back into having a very solid read on the movements of Sentinels, I think he could have the upper hand, but it's whether or not you can shake that stomping that you just suffered on Bind,
They're going to need someone to play the flashes, and recently it had been Link with the breach, but he's so good at the Sentinels or Astra that I almost would like to see him be in that role pretty much permanently as much as possible. I mean, he's not a bad breach by any stretch of the imagination, but he's been so good recently with some of the controllers and Sentinels that I want him on that.
Well, that's where I'll throw out there, Soulcast on the KO. Not that I'm going to say he should play KO on every map, but he clearly does have a flashing agent in his pool. Does he want to go to that so that they can re-link up to play a controller? Maybe. We'll see. It's all...
Yeah. It's all, I don't know.
Contemplate. It's all just conjecture. That was the word that I took 15 seconds to find. Sorry.
I couldn't remember the name of Cypher. I'm like, what's the agent with the gray hat?
Oh, man. Oh, dear. We're getting into loopy territory here.
Yeah.
We still have this whole last map to go into. That's a look.
All the adrenaline's going to come back as soon as they load into the server.
Oh, yeah.
It's that kind of thing. We're completely glued to our screens. Yeah, they're 3 inches from our face, and we're having the best time watching these players play. So recapping real quick, the question of will anyone bring out the double duelist is a big one.
Yeah.
Probably Sentinels if anyone's going to do it.
I think as well, we haven't talked a ton about Yampy since that first map.
Sure.
And, when he gets an op in his hand, I am always curious to see, how the game can swing. Gets a lot harder to push into A site, for example, when you got at holding on ramp, things like that.
We haven't seen the double ops either.
We haven't gotten there yet. There's always a chance that we do see that come through. I mean, obviously, Yampy now, he's going to be changing over. Likely, we're going to be expecting the Killjoy, I would suspect, just because...
Over the Sova.
So, yeah, I mean, split Sova, you so rarely see it. We've had it a couple times over in the Korean region. It never looked particularly great. I've heard some rumors that people are starting to mess around with it a little bit more, maybe actually make it a bit of a workable composition, but I'd be really surprised to see it here in this such an important match to really try to go for that. So I'm expecting to see Shazam and Yampy both shift away from it.
Just time will tell.
Really curious about what this is going to look like. I mean, I'm just anticipating something unusual from somebody, and I think I wouldn't be too surprised to see the KO still rolled through for Team Liquid in some manner or another. It seems like they're very keen on trying to make this work across the board.
It's also one of those situations, too, when this is a qualification map and you've been pushed to this point, you don't continue hiding something.
Yeah.
You've got it available to yourself, right? This is the moment that you pull something out. If you've been prepping it behind the scenes, we get our answers rather quickly.
Okay, but I mean, the shocking thing here is, so as we're talking about Link, we'll be moving over to the breach. It's going to be Yampy who picks up the Astra, actually, so they are not going to be running the Killjoy, but they do have the double duelist with Soulcast.
I was about to say, what do we say about the double duelist?
Yeah, well,
but I was expecting Sentinels to do it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why it's surprising.
It is the comp that Team Liquid ran against Ascend at the Red Bull Clutch, so they are kind of not showing anything new here, but it is a bit of a different look for the Sentinels since the last time we've seen them on Split. 10's on the Jet. And that means Shazam goes over to the Sky. And then we've slotted in the Sage. We haven't seen everybody be taking the Sage on split these days.
Well, this is it. They got to get it done with these two comps. It's either Team Liquid or Sentinels booking a trip to the quarterfinals. We're one map away from finding out. DDK and Sean Garris, take it away.
So guys, nagbabalik tayo dito sa Sentinels versus Team Liquid Game 3. Ako si Dax Campos dito, si Ray na naman. Pero bago sa lahat, kuha muna kayo tubig. Kasi parang nauuhaw na kayo. Dahil sa init ng larong to. Hindi naman dahil sa comment section na anything, pero ito na. Ang laki bagay na to dito sa match na to, Ray. At pinag-iisipan talaga natin, ano ba ang lalaroin ng Sentinels dito sa split. Tumutuwa ka talaga dyan eh. Pero ikaw talaga nagkikwento na mismo. Alala mo pa nga ang yung OPA na si 5K. At yung mga ginagawa ng Sentinels doon nung Masters Berlin na iba't ibang easy kinalaro na, iba't ibang role swaps. At yun nga yung race ni Tins na honestly wala masyadong napala. So may sagot na tayo dito, Ray. Sentinels gonna go for the Jet and the Sage combination. In the meantime, Team Liquid, ito isang tried and tested comp nila. Nalaro nila to sa kaka-tournament lang nga nila. You have the breach into play. Soulcast, so interesting enough nga. He's gonna be on that race. And here we go, yung double duelist para sa Team Liquid kesa sa Sentinels.
And speaking of gumagawa lang ng halo-halo ngayon ang mga taga-Sentinels. Pero nga lang, Scream is gonna be starting. Oh no, Scream with that Reyna. I love that Reyna Scream talaga na tandem. And seems like they're just gonna be denying Sentinels one by one. And yes, although kanina nga, sabi ko, I love when it comes sa agent composition ng Team Liquid. As for Sentinels, is this gonna work? Is this something that they have against Team Liquid? Dahil ngayon, the 3K from Soulcast, tapos saktong-sakto tugbang tugma talaga sila si Link, definitely tells us that they also have that agent composition as an upper hand sa Sentinel side.
Yeah, ito yun eh. Ako nga, may konting duda. Soulcast can be playing that race. Pero mukhang wala kagad duda dito ng Team Liquid. As already you get Soulcast popping off there to go for the takedowns. At kita talaga natin handang-handa sila sa pag-push dito ng Sentinels. You have that race. You have that breach. At ang dami talagang pwede gawin dito ng Team Liquid. Magagulob ka na lang talaga. Ma-rock ang world mo. Rock your body and rock and roll talaga si Yapi dito. Malapitan. Ginagamit lang talaga yung spectre niya para patay si Dapper. At ito talaga si Team Liquid. Tinetest nila kung may pagka-flexibility nila. Kasi dito sa split, may mga role swap nga, may mga ages na bigla nila lalabas. And Yapi nga on that Astra. Go for it, Neverdo. Still sticking around doon sa ating Viper. Snake fight na tama na dyan. At si Sick na lang natitira dito. Tumalon lang para mag-inay, para magpatay. 2-0 na to. Team Liquid na naman. Pero alam naman natin, split defense at syempre, sa defense na nakita natin kanina sa Breeze, dito talaga aasenso dapat ang Team Liquid.
And speaking of Team Liquid, starting this round talaga, starting this map, and usually nakita mo naman Sentinels yung nanalo pag pinakaunang pistol tapos yung bonus. And this time around, what will happen na? Now that they're able to buy already, magkakaroon na ba sila ng particular setup? Hindi na ba sila yung parang puro aggressiveness na lang ba? Or talagang hindi sila nakagawa talaga ng bagong tugma dito sa split? Pero si Dapper nagla-line up po. Talagang ginagawa niya. But as for the other members ng Team Liquid, will they just play this one out into an aggressive way? Because Dapper also, she's gonna be going with that. Pero yung makita lang naman ang knife. Pero still, Happy will be getting him. At, uy, Dapper. Isa lang ang word na masasabi ko sa'yo. Bakit?
Bakit? Bakit talaga? Bakit ka kaya? DC na sadya. Wala talaga. Tinulak na lang. No, ni Yapi yan. At siyempre nagpapa si Yapi. Handa siya. Pero yun no, Nevera di ka mag-flick. Shazam still doing it here. At huwag natin kalimutan siya ngayon nag-jet dati dito sa Sentinels para sa split. At ngayon, on that Sky right now. Pero Tens again, happy to stay on that agent. He loves to play. Yun talaga yun. Tens race, ano yun? All I know is 10 shit every day, all day. Pero si Scream, pwede nga mag-Reyna dito. At mukhang ang 2v3 na to. Pero si Zam, isa pa para sa kanya. Yampi, hindi na makakapalag. All up to Scream. Problema daw, Ray. Wala na siyang orbs na pwede pagluruan. Puro na lang headshot habol niya. Pero si Tens, natalo pa rin. Shazam, ano plano mo dito? Kukutsilyuhin mo ba? Ito na ba yung knife? Hindi. Mag-push on out si Scream. Si Sick ang papalag. And there you have it. Sentinels with the first point on the board. Pero pinaghirapan nila yun, Ray. So some good damage done by Team Liquid. And not only that, may cosmic divide na ang Astra nila.
Talaga na, hindi si Tens yung best race in the world.
Sino ba? Sino best race sa world mo, Ray?
Bunny.
Oh. Kala ko may masagot eh. Parang may napasa ako dun.
Best race sa page, syempre si Super MJ yan. Yeah. Siya ang nagturo kay Bunny eh. So, baka talaga si Super MJ pinaka-best race, syempre. Pero ito na nga, si Soulcast. Oh! Paupo! Pero sige, may TD Scream. Not bad. Kaso nga lang si Tens ngayon ay...
Ay, wait, time check. 5:10. Kaya pala lumalabas na yung accents dito ni Ray. Okay, mamaya. Kita nyo tong Sky na to, guys. Pagiging voice actor na ni Ray ng Sky. Pero yung Pinoy dub, ready na ako marinig yun. Pero speaking of the Sky right now, galing na naman kay Shazam. Gets confirmation na dikit lang dito si Scream at hindi napapalag dito ang Sentinels. Isipin mo, yung Reyna makakuha lang ng isang patas. Ang pitas dyan, ang bilis-bilis na niyang maka-out in the first place. Pero Sentinels ngayon, mid-control muna ang laro. May lurk rin kanina pa, galing kay Sick dito. Iniisip niya, baka may mabait kumuha ng orb. Pero yung Team Liquid already, nasunog na sila isang beses. Mangyari pa kaya ulit? Matitempa dito si Lig, pag kinuha mo yan, ikaw mamamatay. Isipin mo, yung toxic rin makakatulong sa'yo yan. Hindi. Link, huwag ka pumunta dyan. At mukhang naririnig ako dito ng Link. Siya ay nagbabantay na lang dito sa may ramps. Sentinels kayo, naubusan na ng oras. Si Sick ang papakita. Pero ito na, Link gonna go for the flashpoint already. The blind, pero si Sick pa rin naman nanalo. At Sentinels, hindi nila kailangan matay nila para pumatay. Push na to, papunta ng A-side. Gipit muna to si Shazam. But at the very least, ito na, ang Sentinels handa para sa Team Liquid.
Nakala-counter lang nila kaagad yung mga flashes. But hey, si Nivera nakuha siya with that operator shot. At Zombs na lang at si Sick ang natitira. And let's see if they'll be able to counter that, because if Sick gets a good hold lang, good control lang ang mangyayari, they might be just denying ang Sentinels from winning this once again. And here it is. Oh no, Zombs takes a move together with Sick, and as he gets through, and still, mananalo ang Sentinels out full by ng Team Liquid, making this into a tie. And nakita mo na kagad yung ups kapag ganito ang roster mo, and at the same time yung Sentinels, may bago na talaga silang binibigay at pinapakita sa atin right now.
Alam mo, yun ang pala yung sagot eh. Pag may operator, lagyan mo lang ng orb sa mukha, ng barrier orb, yung wall, wala na. Parang Nivera, he did get the takedown, pero bye-bye. Gagawin mo na. Kita mo, yeah! Ano nga, dab mo nga sila real quick.
Ha? Sabi na, lil.
Get out of my way.
Ayun. Nako.
Tapos kapag
Guys,
tayo ng tawa, magalit na naman sa atin si Madam.
Hindi, okay lang. Pabayaan mo yan. Isipin mo, mag-6 AM na. Tulog na yan. Pero guys, huwag kayo matulog dito. Mainit ang laban na to. Ating Sentinels nga. Pinapakita lang yung new look dito sa split. Pero si Scream, handa pa rin kay Tens. At yung Bladestorm mo, ano nagawa? Wala kasi dyan na si Scream. Makakatatlo na kagad. Dapper nasa likod lang to. Alam mo dati, Ray, nag-debut kami dyan ni Nomad with green screen para lahat. Sumulutan lang kami dyan. Pero ngayon, ang pag-asa na ngayon ng Sentinels para lang dito. At mukhang nabantayan pa ni Dapper nga. Yan na yan, Viper's Veto is the core. Pero Nivera, one shot pa rin ang galawan. Kanina operator, ngayon yan yung Sheriff. At Team Liquid, dahil lang sa pagkabayani doon ni Scream, handa na si Lick at si Nivera para mag-clean up doon sa dulo. 3-2. At kita natin dito, first time in forever, but when it counts, Scream top fragging with 7 so far.
And speaking of, mukhang mainit na talaga, pero at looking at Scream's perspective, talagang dinedenay niya lang isa-isa, but then leading by 1, talagang on point na sila. Pero as for Sentinels, wala problema, tayong dalawa, magsasama tayong may pera. And as of now, Tens with that operator, magpo-push off na nga ba ito as he wants to at least pick off one? Pero wala pa naman talagang malaking kaganapan ang nangyayari. Pero kita niyo yung ganda ng champions na di ba? Na barrel kapag ikaw ang top fragger. Pero pag hindi, di yan mag-glow. Ang meron lang ako ay glow up, hindi yung glow ng champions na barrel. Pero
So sinasabi mo kung hindi ka mag-top frag, huwag mo na yan kunin. Kasi ikaw feels bad. Feels bad,
Karambit
man.
lang yung gusto ko. Tapos maganda yung ng animation ng karambit dito sa Valorant kesa sa kabila.
Oy.
Bang! Pero ito na!
Baited.
Okay, wala pa naman talaga ang kaganapan. They're gonna be moving back. Inuubos nila yung utilities maybe ng Team Liquid.
Na-bait yun eh. Na-bait yung shot. So, Scream. Sayang eh. Kung hindi lang biglang tinadtad ng bala ni Sik yung ramp, easy pick na yun para kay Scream. Pero you mentioned it, there is that utility usage that they do want to get rid of. So si Link, papapatambay na muna dito sa may A side. Ayun na ang ating Cosmic Divide. At interesting to kasi Yampi, gusto niya i-cut the map in half para lang talaga malapitan ang laro dito ng Sentinels. Pero Nevera, huli muna si Tens. Unang mamamatay ang jet natin. Nevera right na backing on the way. Pero si Link, tambay lang dito sa A side. At dalawa na kagad dito, nag-iintay lang. Patience is a virtue na pinaghahanap dito ng breach natin. Shazam, siya na lang. At ang si Dapper nga. Pero tulak muna dito onto the side. Makakuha pa siya ng opportunity. Makakuha ang Spiker Soul kasi is there to get the takedown. At Shazam, nako, one bullet. Parang pinitik lang konti. Pero walang napala. Team Liquid na naman mananalo dito, Ray. Reload din, Shazam, pag may time.
Ako, mahilig ako mag-reload pag naglalaro kami ni Dax ng ano.
Kaya ka pinapagalitan eh.
Oo. Tatandaan ko yun. Nasisermo na ni boss.
Shoutout si boss ni Ray.
Pero, shoutout nga pala.
Yun, di ba? Team Liquid.
Boss natin dyan.
Ang ganda ng pwestuhan do, before tayo continue natin to. Ganda ng pwestuhan, Cosmic Divide, pilit yung Sentinels malapit at sino handa? Sila Solka, sila Link, and that was it. At si Scream na naman, kinagat ka ng aso pero wala siyang kapake-pake. Kasi hindi naman makakatulad yung Sentinels. Never mind though, kasi hindi siya gumamit talaga ng Orson dyan. Shazam gonna be able to get that takedown, and Scream, he's gonna go down there very quickly. Bukang alam mo na, makakatakas ka pa. Pero hindi, nakagat ka talaga ng asong yun. Yung rabies bigla, bakit ka palang wala ka na? At 5v4 na to after the rest per Nevera. Sabi niya tama na yan kasi si Zombs naman ang mahuhuli next. Eco state lang to para sa Sentinels, pero interesting enough, gumamit pa sila ng Riz. Gusto mo gumamit ng ultimate dito, pero ito na ang Seekers rin at talaga gusto manalo ng Sentinels ngayon sa round na ito, Ray.
And gigil na gigil sila. Good pick off! Pero uy, ni Yampi, marami na tingin sa akin. Something just didn't expect. Plus si Shazam, sabi niya, Solkas, what you doing there, bro? Link na lang at si Nevera ang natitira versus 4. Nakapagkuha pa nga si Shazam at si Dapper. Nakapag-loot sila ng kanilang mga barel. But as Link tries to see if meron dyan, wala siya nila dyan, Link. Sorry, natawa lang ako. Nasayang eh. At lahat na lang ng post plans nandito na nga sa side ng Sentinels. Talagang napakadikit lang ng laban natin. But going up against 4, I really do think wala na talaga enough time left pa ang Team Liquid. Save na lang siguro to.
Save na to. Sayang rin yung rolling tatay. Uy, Link! Gusto nyo ng gun upgrade? Sarap pa lang niya. Pero yung Nevera pa rin. Frenzy nga, best gun. Isa pa. Frenzy ni Sik. Eto na. At mukhang nilabas yung Phantom para makamatay. Thrifty win para sa Sentinels. Ginastos nga nila. Mga ultimates na para doon. Sik? Tens? Nahula lang naman para makakuha ng reset ng economy. But then again, Sentinels nakakuha ng baril. Nakuha yung round. Nagawa pang lahat ng tagtibag pa sa dulo. Yan talaga yung tunay na Sentinels checklist. Step 1, patayin sila lahat. Step 2, look good doing it. At step 3, frenzy, best gun, ubusin ka ng bala. Doon ka lang papalit sa Phantom. And there you have it. Sentinels back in the game, Ray.
Gising na sila. Alam mo ba, napag-Red Bull na kasi sila, Dax. Kaya ganun.
Red Bull clutch. Ikaw, alam ko taga-Red, may ano kay, marami kang Red Bull dyan eh. Ready para sa isang araw talaga ng casting 24/7.
Huwag mo naman i-reveal yung mga wala akong tulog.
Uy! Tins! Ninja moves! Dash on the way! Nailagan pa niya yung showstopper na yan! Isipin mo, kung si Naruto nandyan, Wala, patay siya. Si Tens na lang talaga ang tunay na Hokage ng Konoha. At kita talaga natin dito, Sentinels, makakatakas pa rin. Yan yung galawan, quick reflexes galing dito sa Sentinels. Habang ngayon daw, Link, nababatayan pa rin. Kahit yung flank, pinapanood ngayon ng Sentinels. Cosmic Divide rin yung call at ang dami talaga harang ngayon ng Sentinels. Ray, may Viper Wall, meron rin yung Cosmic Divide, pero yung Rolling Thunder yung sagot. Freeside take, dito pa sa tayo ng Team Liquid. At hindi na natin nililis na sila. Soulcast with 2 Scream, makakuha rin ng point. Shazam in the meantime with the fight on the Link. At ito na, bababa na dito, Sentinels versus Scream. Inaalagaan, pinaprotektahan, service yung totoo lamang galing sa Team Liquid. 5-3 at isang ult lang kailangan ng Team Liquid sa lahat ng kalokohan na setup ng Sentinels.
Loko-loko pala yung Sentinels. Loko-loko pala eh! Pero at least faithful talaga sila. Loko-loko lang sila sa in-game, pero faithful sila. Yun ang mahalaga. Ang mahalaga yung importante. And those post plans, they try to work it all out. Pero Sentinels, denied na naman sila kagad ngayon, making this into a 5-3. Talagang napakamalupitan when you're on the defending side. But as for Sentinels, maybe they just need to take things slow. But nakikita mo na eh, yung mga weird naman nilang ginagawa, effective naman. It's just that the Team Liquid, they have yung mas marami sila, tapos saktong-sakto din yung mga utilities, and there's no denying when Scream with that Reyna, in my opinion, isa talaga siya sa mga best Reyna users, bukod kay 5K, kasi bias ko si 5K.
Bias mo talaga yun eh. So, yeah, and then talaga, pero Sentinels, a little interesting nga kasi yun nga, napag-aso pa sila ng konti just because of some of the unfortunate events na nangyari, but at the same time, nothing really much to lose anyway. So, Sentinels right now, push muna talaga ng A site ngayon. Handa na sila sa mga baril, except na naka-Jarjan si Tens, but kung mainit naman siya, palong-palo naman yung one-taps niya. At tingnan nga natin kung paano sila papalag dito. But Sentinels, as of yet, gonna be going for the push. Ito na si Nevera, magagaling sa likod daw. At si Dapper naman, ang mananalo doon, Nevera. Kala niya makuha na yung spray na yan. At asa tayo dito kay Link at kay Scream. But this time, Sentinels gameplay all day, every day. Run and gun action. At mukhang nakapwesto pa nga si Tenson para lang patayin kagad si Scream. 5v2 na kagad dito. At Sentinels naman this time, tingnan nga natin kung mabuhay sila doon sa spike ngayon ng kumpletuhan. Per Yampi, may plano siya. At Shazam, pinapanood talaga kung may lalabas dito na isang Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, pero mukhang si Yampi galing lang sa shoe stop dito. Kakabila lang Air Jordans. Ito na ang Astra natin nag-set up ng stars. And at the same time, wala eh. Parang mapapa-eco na lang dito, mapapa-save na lang rather ang Team Liquid kasi Sentinels, kompleto pa sila. 5v2 situation, Yampi. Kung tumabay ka dito, nandiyan lahat ng Sentinels, patay ka. Pero Shazam, handa ka na ba? Drip drop, raindrop, drop top. Galing kay Yampi dyan. At least, mapapaback on away ang ating cool kid na si Yampi. And yeah, Sentinels. Uy, Sentinels, baka hunting niya ba to? Sabi niya, sabi ni Yampi, part ako ng team niyo. Guys, mag-gusto na ako dito. Promise. Pero hindi, walang peak. So, okay lang naman. So, Sentinels, 5-4 for the time being, and you can see it here, palag pa rin talaga ang Sentinels, Riri.
Alam mo yung every time na dati talaga sobrang hindi sila makapag-come up with something, pero this time around, Team Liquid finally knows what's gonna be their next move. They come up with another one na naman, and Team Liquid is caught off guard. And at the same time, kada round, iba't ibang playstyles, iba't ibang setups, iba't ibang plans yung meron sila. Pero speaking of plans, at habang timeout tayo, syempre, wag yung kakalimutan na malayo ang mararating ng gaming needs mo with Globe at Home prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load HomeSurf 199 para meron kang 30 gig data na valid for 7 days at 199 pesos lang. And of course, winning starts at home with Globe at Home Omni Fiber Up with Plan 2699. With speeds of up to 100 Mbps, siguradong panalo ang pamilya with its powerhouse bundle. So kung ako sa inyo guys, mag-Globe na kayo. At maybe, next nyo lang magiging rank ay hindi na silver, hindi na gold. Alam mo kung ano?
Ano?
Radiant.
Wow! At ang rinig ko, guys, huwag niyo kalimutan, rinig ko talaga yung baby kicks. Nag-immortal na yon. Kung nag-group pa talaga yun, nako, radiant na. So, grabe talaga yung mga casters natin. Yung kasama ko talagang lupit. Ang lupit.
Napaka-lupit. Kasi may mas malupit dito. Sino daw pipiliin ko? Si Dapper daw o si Tens? Wala dyan yung sagot ko eh.
Wala
si
talaga.
5K ang pipiliin.
Guys, isipin nyo na, ayun na, yung ano talaga, Asian sensation ang habol ni
Asians
Ray Ray.
talaga ang type ko, guys. Kaya kapag gusto ko ng EU looking, wala talaga akong... Except kay... Hindi, Asian din naman tignan si...
Si Cloud9 coach. Diba? Alala mo yun. Pero mamaya ka nakiligin dito, Ray Ray. Kasi si Dapper na naman ang papakita dyan kalaban ni Yampi. At ito na naman, Sentinels makakuha na opening dito. Blastback. No, ano gagawin yan? Sabi ni Dapper, wala. Tapa na lang lahat sa harapan ng Viper natin. Tatlo kagad dito para kay Dapper. Scream Nevera. Ano ang sagot ng dalawang magkapatid dito? Pero eto sila. Sige, brothers ka. Pero tunay na pamilya. Nasa harapan nila yung Sentinels. Yung grupo nila. Dapper though, brought back to life. Isipin mo yun? Si Steve, sabi niya, balik ka nga dito, Dapper. Huwag ka muna umalis. At ito na, Scream Nevera. Sige, magkasama nga sila. Pero ano gagawin nila dito sa setup ngayon ng Sentinels?
Sabi talaga, I will never let you go. But speaking of, ma-let go pa talaga itong round na to dahil nung kapatid na naman ang natitira, ang talagang real cast ng Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, si Scream together with Nivera. Pero looking at what they're doing, kapag nakita nyo sila sa mapa ngayon, mag-save na lang sila. And talagang malaking match-up ang meron tayo. 5-5. Equal talaga. Ibig sabihin, guys, lahat na strats, even if maraming differences pagdating sa agent selection at sa lineup na meron sila, kayang-kaya pa rin talaga nila makapag-contend sa isa't isa. And kaya nga sinabi ko, I'm a big fan of yung roster, or rather yung agent selection ng Team Liquid, but Sentinels talaga pinaprove nila. Shazam with that Sky, and of course, Ten still with the Jet is something incredible para sa execution nila.
No, it's finally, honestly, Sentinels accepting who they are. Parang ilang beses natin nakita sa split na paulit-ulit, pinipilit sila eh. Ano ba yung Tens raise? Ano ba yun? Sige, Shazam Jet, pwede pa naman para sa pero iba pa rin ang Jet ng mundo, Jet ng NA na si Tens. At mabuti naman siya pinalaro dyan. Not only that though, Shazam, yun nga, yung flexibility to move on over to that side. A lot more impressive in the first place. And here we have it right now, 5-5 scoreline na ngayon. Yung Sentinels, pinaghandaan talaga nila itong mapa na to. Kaya nga, pinabayaan nila at pinapakita nila sa lahat na hindi na pareho yung ginagawa nila from the Masters Iceland or sa Masters Berlin. Scream daw pa rin, hindi magpapatalo. At ito talaga isang constant dito ng Team Liquid. Si Scream, ilang beses na talaga pinapanood ng marami. Isa one of the best duelists dito sa EMEA region. Pero siyempre, katapat nila yung malakas talaga dito sa NA, Tens and Sikdo. Sakto pa sila pareho, nagpa-wall boost ngayon. At ito na, parang binigyan mo bigla ng tapakan yung maliliit na bata. Panurin mo to, tingnan mo to. Makikita mo na rin, may sisilip. Uy, ano yan?
May ibon na lumilipad. And ito na nga, nag-show na nga si Scream ng kanyang leer. Pero on the other side, dinedeny lang nila. But Sokas makes a move together with Link. Charges the key. Mga tinuruan ni Super MG na kanyang highlight. And speaking of, may oras ba? Maraming oras. No problemo. And finally, Team Liquid will just be getting this. Pero nga lang, 1 by 1, Team Liquid mananalo sa round na to. Sa next round, Sentinels. Ano ba talaga? Sino ba talaga ngayon ang magkakaroon ng mas malaking setup? Pero looking at this, si Zombs, wala talaga siya ganong frags, but he's been doing so much with it. 7, of course, the assist para sa kanyang teammates.
Yeah, ang ganda ng mga huli dito ni Zombs actually. Problema lang nga, nauhuli siya after using those stars. Pero yung initial impact niya, yung mga Nebula, yung Nova Pulse rin, ang laking tulong dito sa pag-push ng Sentinels, especially pag kinocommit na naman nila yung Barrier Orb, hindi kagad nakaka-rotate yung Team Liquid overall doon sa pwesto para i-contest yung push ng Sentinels dyan. So, at the very least, kita talaga natin. Sometimes, if you can't get the frags, you can go for the roleplay instead. At dito sa Sentinels, yun lang naman kailangan nila from the Astra anyway. And at the same time, Team Liquid, this is a 6-5 scoreline. This is still split. So, may pagkalanganin pa rin in a way na ganito kadikit ang labanan ngayon. Pero sabi ni Scream, tama na nga tong first half na to. Tatapusin na niya in his own terms. At ipapop niya yung Empress dito, Ray Ray. Bantay sarado, Tens na ko. Linabas na rin yung operator. Nice snake bite. Yapi! Papakita lang para mamatay. At ang ganda talaga ng combo na naman dito ng Sentinels. Patulong na isa. Guys, pacheck mo nga dyan sa corner kung may tao dyan in the first place. At free kill na yun para sa Sentinels, Ray Ray.
Oh no!
Yung
Sentinels
sagot.
pero Scream! He gets dapper. But sick talaga. Sobrang sick ng kanyang mga galawan because he's been getting what? Every kill sa kada round talaga na meron. Pero he was able to clear out a side. Oh, Scream! Still gets Shazam. Sabi niya, mind games is everything.
30 seconds
That's
left.
why. Alam ko na kung saan kita usually expect 3v3 is the key. Pero nga lang, Solkas, makakabawas pa siya. Hinarangan lang siya ng clouders. Pero ano naman din? Oh no, he sees one. 2v2 right now as Zoms will be planting. And as the retake goes in, here it is, Solkas. Just one kill. And mako-confirm nga niya, syempre, ang kanyang 2 kills against Sentinels or hihintayin lang niya si Scream dahil ilalabas na niya kagad ang kanyang Empress. Here it is, sick together with Zoms. Who's gonna get who? Kaso Sol kasi silip na kagad siya pero aware na nga sila na meron pang isang nasa screens pero almost cover fires at Zoms is gonna be
Zoms!
Oh, Zoms! Mind games is the key! 6-6! Ano ba naman to, Dax? Napakadikit! Mas dikit pa sa amin ng crush ko! Kitang-kita mo naman kanina 5-7, 8-4 pero sa last map, it's going to be 6-6.
Tied scoreline. Ito talaga ang pwede dalin ng Team Liquid at Sentinels. At guys, sabi nga natin, diba? Ito dapat nga yung pwede maging isang grand finals nun sa Iceland. Hindi nangyari. At ngayon, yung Sentinels, inayos na nila ang lahat. Team Liquid, na kumpleto na tunay nila ang roster ngayon. And in this 5v5 scenario, we are all tied up. Pero yun lang yung Ririk, binati mo lang real quick yung ating Astra doon. Sabi mo, di naman nakaka-frag yan si Zoms eh. Biglang siya pa yung talaga pipigil ng lahat. At kids ko naman bakit iniintay pa dito ni Soulcast si Scream. You wanna go for that clear in the first place. Pero pabus na ang oras at nahuwi lang sila 1 by 1 ng ating Astra. Kung makakuha pa sana ng isang pitas doon si Soulcast, feel ko panalo na yun ng Team Liquid kasi he was 1 away from that showstopper. At kung tatambay ka lang sa site, mamamatay ka talaga dun sa rocket na yon. So, kita talaga natin, minsan yung mga decision making dito for both of these teams, it comes to the clutch. It comes to the absolute last part of the rounds. At yung pinaka-micro decisions, dun talaga nakikita natin paano sila nanalo. But so far, so good. It has actually been a relative shutdown ng Team Liquid K-10s. But yung 10s natin nakikita, it does feel like he is still playing the part that he needs to play. Yung pag-open up ng mga sites dito, make that space for the rest of the team. At sino yung takalinis? Si Sick, yung isa talaga pwede natin bantayan. You get that stage to top frag. Res lang ang nakukuhang value. And compare mo sa Team Liquid, yes, you have that breach on link. Yes nga, maganda yung nagawa niya ng Rolling Thunder. Pero ilang beses natin nakita yung free win ultimate na yun. Hindi gaano kasi 5 kills lang siya alongside ni Vera. Yung mga control options dito ng Team Liquid, hindi masyado nila nakuha kasi yung orbs nasa side ng Sentinels yun. Yung mga patay na pupunta sa mga utility ng Sentinels, and it was up to Scream and Soulcast to play out of their minds. And they did naman, Ray. They got a 6-6 scoreline. This is the first time, I believe, in this series na si Scream talaga ang nauuna dito, just out-dueling 10s as well and going for the takedowns and carrying his team. Pero at the same time, kailangan pa rin natin isipin yung win condition, and instead of Team Liquid going with the utilities that won them out ng first game, diba, sa Breeze, dito naman nakikita natin yung dual potential ngayon ng Team Liquid at sa kabila naman yung Sentinels pa yung naging util dito.
And alam mo, talagang kitang-kita mo when it's not just Tens doing it, sobrang maganda yung nagiging style ng Sentinels. It's not just Tens anymore. It needs to be all of them. And kanina, medyo nag-waiting game tayo sa Breeze, pero it looks like they're everything right now, especially in Spit. Mas confident na nga sila ngayon kaysa sa mga moves nila earlier. It's a very first map, but here it is. Much more important, syempre, is to get that good lead as the pistol round is gonna be coming. Pero fan talaga ako ng Rumination na Ghost. But as Tens is just gonna be waiting. May tatlo! Nakakuha sila ng information. We need to be able to get those snaps. Oh no! Si Solkas ang magbibigay. Pero alam na nga nila na low on HP ang dalawang miyembro kagad ng Team Liquid. Pero mag-shift right through na nga sila sa A-side. At tignan natin kung makakabawas nga ba talaga si Dapper right now, as he is the only man waiting there.
Ayun nga, diba? Hintay na lang. And what can Dapper do? Kaya ba niya talunin ito lahat? Sige nga! Ayan na yung Viper natin! Set up with the Poison Cloud! All about the decay! Ayun na yung Snake Fight! At nako, Jumpy! Nagpakita ka lang! Si Scream rin! Nakapakan nila! asan na yan? At parang nadulas lang kagad siya, naubo. Tapos bigla na lang namatay. Dapper already, kaya think si Bear gonna go for that one. At si Zombs, nagpahulog lang siya pa yung napafall dyan sa kamay ni Link. At yung ang Team Liquid ang handa na dito para manalo. Pero hindi, may ibang sagot dito si Sick. He's been popping off like crazy. He wants to go for more. 2 na dito kay Sick. Pangatlo kaya! Pero tatago muna. Pero nag-reload dito si Sick. 47 HP. Pero may meds naman siya. Hilang real quick gamit ng healing. Orbat si Sick pa rin! Kayang-kaya ni Sick to! Walang palag ang Team Liquid sa stage natin. And 7-6. Sentinels, they do it again! Talaga! Crouch ng crouch kasi he deserves it. There, the celebration ngayon ng Sentinels.
Scream 2.0 ang kanyang KD. 16-6. And man, yung clutch potential ni Sick, we've seen this a lot of times. Pero with that siege, here in of course, sa mapang Twin Split, super rare. Of course, we've seen those before. Pero napakalaki, napakahalaga nito. At kita mo naman, gulat na gulat sila. Sick! Anong nangyayari talaga sa'yo ngayon? He's just really insane, popping off. And now, on to the next one. Bonus buy para sa side ng Sentinels. Pero kailangan pa rin nila mag-ingat syempre. Para sa mga sheriff na hawak-hawak ng Team Liquid. Dahil kapag meron kang Link, meron kang super clean talaga na ginagawa ng Team Liquid, baka kayo pa ulit ang magkakaroon ng underhand.
Ito yun nga sabi ko, di ba kanina, Ray? Kasi ang laki bagay talaga ng economics ng ultimates dito. Look at Sick! Halfway already. Done with that resurrection. Mahirap talaga bigyan ng second chance sa mga tao. Pero kung kasama si Sick, Diyos ko, second chances per day. Pag bibigyan ka niya, sabi niya, okay lang yan. No problem. Mamahalin pa rin kita. Pero ito na, Sentinels, tambay muna sa may tower. At yun nga, di ba, may Spectre sila dito. Ready sila makipagtagtad sa mga kalaban. 10, so I'd love to see him get the kills here. Para lang may konting confidence para sa kanya. Team Liquid ako nimitay. Oy, may natamaan. Pangalan niya Shazam. Buti na lang. Hindi siya namatay dyan. At si Yampi ngayon, tinatry niya ang best para patayin dito si Tens. Pero ito na, may mag-peek pa nga si Soulcast. Naghahanda Shazam low on the HP. Tens can be able to get that takedown back on the way. Pero si Soulcast, napahamak pa si Shazam. Masyado pang eager dun sa peak. Naubusan to ang oras dito ng Team Liquid. Pero tingnan mo to, Ray. B-site, parang sus na open. Andyan si Zombs. At kung may isa pang second chance dito nga, andun si Sick. Pero ito lang, Zombs 1-2. Link to be able to get that takedown. At mapapatakbo na dito si Link kaya papunta sa site.
Oh no, Sick could just be denying his plan.
Oh, the fake! Ay, wala na sa oras. Wala na sa oras. Wala na sa oras.
Last player standing.
Wala na. That was so close though. I honestly thought na ako yung mali. Pero talaga, it's parang slightly less than 4. Hindi ko ganun ka alam. Kasi mahirap yung ganung klaseng math. Pero muntik na yun. Sobrang muntik na yun. At actually gusto kong panurin to yung replay kaysa magkwentuhan tayo. Tingnan mo yung oras. Oy, replay! Huwag mo harangan yung oras! Ano ba yan? Ano ba yan? Hindi naman nakatulong yung replay. Hindi natin kita yung clock.
Yeah, right. Nakita na.
Asan yung clock, Ray? Asan na yung oras?
Ayan, may nagsabi dito, 0.10 ba talaga? Okay, thank you kung sino man nagsabi niyan. 0.10 lang daw yung difference.
Fast ice. Pero wala na siyang oras eh. Nakita natin, umabot na ng 3. Ganun lang kasimple. Pag umabot ng 3, talo ka na. Pero lapit nun. Ang ganda sana na play doon ni Link.
Sayang. Tapos nakuha pa niya yung top, no? Kasi kapag, it's a 2-in-1 eh. It's either denied ang plant or siya mapapatay. So, ganun din. And here it is.
Gawin yung props to ito. Dahil yung 2-9 na NT. Ito na, Sentinels no with control at Team Liquid, may baril na sila dito, Ray.
Naghihintay na nga ang Sentinels. Will they just be able to get out? Sumilip na si Tens. Hey! Di patami! Bye-bye! Pero si Nivera, he's just going with of course, flanks. Jumpy, happy! He says hi! Hello, Shazam! Hello, my friend Hemlo! And now, because of that one kill itself, makakapag-clear pa nga sila ng side. Pwede pa sila pumunta ng ina kagad, denying all those picks from Sentinels. But then, May dapper kaya. May dapper ka pa na nasa backside. And tatlo, nakita niya kagad. Merong ibang lower HP. Pero nga lang, matutulungan ba talaga ni Dapper ang kanyang team? Yep, he makes it. And nako, Blink will be planting. But Dapper behind the backs. So alam na nga nila kung nasaan. And Sick right now with a clutch. No, because we only have Dapper going up against 3. And Nivera will just be denying them. Making it to a 7 to 8. And kita mo talaga, Dax, napakadikit. And those boom by itself. Team Liquid was able to survive out of it.
Ang klaseng scoreline na ni Ampio? 10-10-10.
10.
Alam mo, usually they say great minds think alike, pero kung pareho tayong kabobohan iniisip, ewan ka na lang talaga kung tunay ba. I think kesa ganun, ano tayo, share a single brain cell together. Yung isa lang.
Yeah.
Isa lang talaga.
Think 0.5 sa'yo.
Ha? Hindi. Akin 0.8. Sa'yo yung 0.2 promise. Sabi ko na sa'yo.
So, ibig sabihin mo, stupid ako kesa sa'yo. Napakasama.
Wala akong sinasabi. Ikaw nagsabi na mismo.
Wala pa. Siguro di naman obvious.
Ikaw nagsabi, hindi lumabas sa bibig ko yan. Pero ito na, balik na tayo dito kasi bumabalik naman ang Team Liquid sa larong to. Pero napaiko nga ang Sentinels, pero nako, tingnan mo yung baril ni Sick. Kita mo yan? Yan yung nadadurog ng lahat ng baril eh. Yung frenzy ni Sick. Pero oy, Zobs! Ingat ka dyan ha.
Close kayo ni Zobs. Ingat ka be. Sabi ko.
Tinext ko siya real quick eh. Kasi baka naman may mangyari pa sa niya. Bigla siya matamaan ng kotse. O baka bigla siya mabaril eh. Kawawa naman siyang bata siya. Pero ayun na. Ito na entry dito ng Team Liquid at Soulcast. Makahinali na shutdown na nila. Yung frenzy na yan. Enzo finds the shutdown to Nivera. Versus Scream ang magpapakita. At kita natin, nag-init talaga dulos dito ng Team Liquid. Versus Shazam! Mas mainit pa mga kadalawa. Link to with the deny. 1v2 situation. At singa, eto na, Sentinels, proof of concept. Dapper, 1v2, winnable?
Magiging winnable na ba talaga? Dahil walang information, pero nga lang, oh no, I think it's just, oh no! He sees one, pero nga lang, alam na kung nasan siya. It! Wow! Just the saving breeze! 8 to 8! When will Sentinels, when will Tens finally get that operator kick in? Pero looking at his skills, medyo hindi talaga siya nagpa-pop off na. Pero at least yung teammates niya, they're there. Nandiyan naman si Shazam, nandiyan naman si Sick. They have his teammates together with Dappers, making of course those good calls. And for that round itself, kitang-kita mo naman na hindi talaga siya bibili ng operator. They don't want that to happen once again. They don't want to make the same mistake siguro. Kaya talaga magsistick lang siya with that Vandal. Pero Nivera, uy! Paano kaya ito magiging smart play from Nivera and the squad?
Inikot to. Inikot-ikot lang. Parang kumuha siya bigla ng hook, tas inipit lang niya dito sa may A-site. Parang may isa pang... It looks like something else pero di ko na lang sasabihin. Pero real quick tayo dyan. Yung A-site, may daan na dito ang Team Liquid. At ang creative nito. Gumawa sila na number 6 real quick na napupunta ng A. The corner na usually natagwan ng mga tao. Hindi rin mapupuntahan dito ng side ng Sentinels. At basta puntahan to ng Team Liquid. May free range sila pumunta mismo sa A-site, Ray.
Kaso nga lang, isang mistake lang dyan. And looking at that, Sick is quite prepared for it. Kapag na-trap sila, sino kayang unang makakabawas timing itself sa may tower? Sino kaya makakuha ng unang pick-off? Magka-close na nga sila. Nilabas na ni Soulcast ang kanyang showstopper. Will be able to hit at this one. Wala siya makikita. Oy, ba't ka nagtatago, Sick? And Soulcast will be able to get two. But Dapper gets him out. Siya na rin na maglalabas. Kaliwat sana ng ating mga Vipers. Ultimate as he gets Nivera. And finally, he's going to 3v2. But Dapper makes it still. He goes with the ammo. Ito na lang kagad. Very happy behind the scenes. Will be able to see now big Sentinels. And even if Nivera already started out with a good setup with that Viper's ultimate, sabi ni Dapper, ako rin, gagaya ako sa'yo. Parehas tayong magaling na Viper. And Dapper still, he's making it. He's doing it. And kita mo naman, di ba? Possibility na ng Team Liquid na may panalo yun with Soulcast going with the entries. But right after that Viper spit, really, lahat nakita niya. Nakita niya mga paa. Hello sa inyo. Hindi niyo ako matutuktukan. Pero nga lang, maganda rin kasing pag-concast ni Zombs on timing na timing talaga.
Ang hirap kasi rin nung contest eh. Si Nevera pa mismo yung lumusob. Sige, wala nga siya yung spike, so okay lang naman siya yung pupunta doon. Pero at the same time, mawawala yung Viper split nila. And nag-spread na lang na tuloy-tuloy. Yung sakit talaga. Nilagay ni Dapper doon sa A side. Bigla na lang na ayakap yung setup doon ng Team Liquid. And from that point on, ayun na naman. Pero oy, gumagawa sila ng linya dito. Ang creative na naman, pero mas matalino ngayon ang Sentinels. They already had the idea of what's to come. Pero Yampi, shutdown na naman si Tens. Isa na naman round. Nawala sila Tens dito. Pero Sentinels, they've been picking up the stock so far. At isipin mo to, Rere, yung map number 2 kanina, yung Bind. Ang ganda ng performance ng Sentinels. Pero that was more or less the Tens show. Lahat talaga ng pagpatay ni Tens. Lahat na lang nakikita na pinapatay niya. Pero look at this time. Dito sa map number 3, siya nag-struggle. And who is picking up the pieces? Everyone else instead. Dapper, Shazam on the board. Nandiyan si Zombs. Scream though, in the meantime, mapapatay niya si Shazam. Pero dito talaga natin Sentinels at team waiting to work together. At si Zombs na naman naghahanap. Link daw nasa may default lang. Mapapatay siya. But Tens is there to get his revenge. At 10-8 na. Dito na talaga lumalaki yung agwat ng Sentinels sa Team Liquid.
Oh no, ito na ba? Sentinels is waving na ba? Makakatulog na ba? Yung mga fans ng Sentinels, dahil feel ko kanina sa mga 1.5k tayo. Pero ngayon, mukhang nakatulog na nga ibang fans. Pero this one, it all connected. Ang patient ni Zombs talaga, nasabi niya, hindi ko aasinin to mga to sa backside. Hihintayin ko yung mga teammates ko. And that's how exactly it happened. Even if Scream, he tried to take on with those frags, fortunately, he won't be able to. Pero itong mas exciting thing, dahil si Yampi, ready na ngayon ang kanyang ultimate. Ready na ang Cosmic Divide.
Ay na, handang-handa na. Tingnan nga natin kung magamit dito ng Team Liquid. Kanina, tinanay na gamitin yung isang Volt para makatransition. Yung Toxic Screen, tapos biglang huli siya. Huli ng Agila. At yung ibon talaga nung Sky, bigla na step out talaga. Nakita na meron tao nakatago dyan. So Shazam, will he do it again? Inisip pa niya na may tao pupunta dito sa may garahe. Ayun na lang naman, Shazam! Ano ba to? Parang yung mga ibon, wini-whisper dito kay Shazam. Intel kagad, just the instinct right now to throw it out in this side. Seeker Send para ma-confirm na mas marami dito sa may B-side. Pero ang problema dito ng Sentinels, di dapat... Uy! Napolyo, ginagawa mo dyan? Hello? Hello?
Nabangga ang reform.
Nabangga. It's actually helpful though in a way kasi meaning lang nito, nasa gitna pa rin yung Team Liquid. So, okay. Oh, thanks, I guess. Sige, kaya mo yan.
Okay, thanks. Oh no!
Talo pa rin.
Wala sila nakuha, pero kay Zombs tayo. Oh no, Scream! Naglalakad, matatag lang. But Shazam will just be denying him. He's already 10 HP, but Link will be able to pick him off. Tignan natin if ka-contest pa rin ba ni Stikto together with Dapper. Narinig! Oh no! He can actually get this! He will be getting on there. Pero Dapper, he's just gonna be denying. Sayang.
Sayang yun.
Hindi nakuha. Kung nakuha ni Sik yun, this could have been an 8-11.
But you have to give it to Scream, Again, out-dueling Tens in the first place. Ang ganda ng opening na naman. Pero Sentinels rin eh. Kita talaga na gamit nila utilities just to get rid of that factor na parang talaga maghihirapan dito ng Team Liquid in the first place. Pero kaya nga yung banda niya yung kumikitab dito kay Scream mo. Nag-iinit. All about those takedowns. But there you have it. Dapper with the impact. Trying to win that round out. Under na noses ng Team Liquid. Pero mukhang nabantayan pa rin naman ng Team Liquid ang kapwa nila. At ito na, Tens, it's time to shine. Do or die. Gusto nyo na ba umabot na playoffs? O maglalaro pa ba kayo sa lower bracket? At si Scream, nabura na dito. Finally, nagising na si Tyson dyan. Mukhang na-shoutout na ni Kaide. Pero si Soulcast naman, mag-blast back muna. At hindi pa yung second shot. Tens, so backing all the way already. Last sa active flashpoint na yan. Nagaling but si Zam with the takedown on the board. At Mako, Tens, sige nga, kutsudyuhin mo na malapitan. Di naman didikit ang ating race na yan. At si Tens, iniisip pa niya, may tao ba dito? Pero si Nevera naman, ang mapapakita sa harapan ni 6-3v3 situation operator pero nahawak dito ng Sentinels. At ang tanong, paano sila papasok dito sa setup ni Nevera at sa setup rin ng Astra ni Yampi? Team Liquid ngayon, ginagamit yung vision pero nawala na rin ang setup nila. Shazam gonna go on in. Andyan rin si Dapper, nagbabatay pero si Soulcast naman ang tatama sa isa. Tenso, naghahanap ng paraan pero si Soulcast mag-pop off dito at si Yampi at Tagalines 10-10. Iisipin mo na yun na talaga. Namatay si Scream, mamamatay na ba dito ang Team Liquid? Pero hindi. May isa pang taga-step up. Si Soulcast. 21 takedowns. At ano na ang operator dito ang Sentinels?
Biruin mo na outmind lang sila ngayon ni Solkas together with Nevera. Nagkalituan sila. Dax, Ticket, OT na ba to? OT part 2?
nako.
10-10, Maker. Wala pa to 11-11, pero to 10-10 na kailangan ipakita sino ba ang mas magkakaroon ng nakalamangan dahil Sentinels. Kita mo naman. Eco round.
Uy! Dapper backing on the way. Very really quick, Ray. Isipin mo, may 2-10s na naman tayo dito. Pero kakaiba talaga sa map number 3 sa dulo pa talaga. Dito, dikit na dikit. Pero, yun lang ginawa sa Sentinels. Biglang, uy, pistol really quick. Tapos sabi ng Liquid, ayoko na dyan. Back na tayo. Huwag na nga. Pistol lang yun. Pero ayaw pa rin. Pero, uy, Nevera, line up pa dyan. Sige nga. Okay, take notes. Class, take notes. Step 1, papunta yan ng rap. Step 2, may tulong dyan. So, pwede pa rin pang fake out to actually ng Sentinels kasi tatlo pa rin nakatambay dito at yung Team Liquid, Ray, handa na naman yung toxic screen para sa push nila.
Ang ganda talaga ng lineup na to. Although it's really crucial, but then nakakuha talaga, nabablock talaga yung vision na titingin sa'yo sa may heaven, titingin sa'yo, of course, sa may alley. But then here it goes. Magpapaka-aggressive ba ang Sentinels or will Link will just be cutting right through to the line of sight the Sentinels has? But this crossfire, will they actually be prepared sa side ng Sentinels? Talagang waiting na lang sila. Napakagandang call to. Tatimingan lang nila, sinabayan pa ng yanig nga. And speaking of, they'll be able to get that baby as Scream starts the game. Sumunod isa-isa, 30 seconds left. But the owner of Shazam denying, yep, kamuntik, pero nga lang lahat lumulusob sa'yo. And Team Liquid finally with that 2-round advantage kayo ng Sentinels. Nakahabol na rin sila with 3 consecutive rounds of win.
At ito na talaga. Do or die time, palapit ng palapit. Kanina 6-6, Ray. Ngayon ganito kadikit. Pero minsan lang tayo makita ng pause dito. At mid-break time tayo para i-breakdown yung action so far. Pero it's really interesting sa pag-value ng mga ultimates, dun pumapalag ng Sentinels ngayon kasi hindi gaano nakakuha ng pagpitas dito si Ten so far. And Scream, on the other hand, parang na-transfer yung lahat ng powers na kinuha ni Tens kanina doon sa first 2 maps or at least the first half ng first map at yung buong second map ng Bind, nadala na ni Scream kasi all day, every day, dito sa series na to, let's be real, parang tulog si Scream. Hindi pa siya ganun kahanda. Matagal bago nag-step up dun sa breeze ng konti. At yung tipong nakakuha siya ng Wagbanyas power spike, 0-10, 1-11 sa dulo ng half na yon. It's a completely different effort from a different performance. At dun sa kabila naman, yung naghihirap yung sa duelist ng Sentinel na si Tens. Paano pa rin sila in this game though? Just a step up from everyone else. Sick has been insane on that stage. Going for the snake dance. Ilang beses lang. Kaya nga minsan siya nag-flex dun sa Phoenix nun dati, if I remember correctly. At the same time, she's a Zam rin. Showing that he can play that sky. Showing that talaga yung mga angles dito ng Sentinels saktong-sakto sa pag-push ng Team Liquid. But that was just a round na, yun nga, lugis na sa barrel. And I wouldn't be surprised nga na overtime tayo dito, Ray. Kasi palagi lang dumidikit ang laban dito. It has to be someone tipping the scales in their favor ngayon na sila talaga mag-clutch para sa team nila.
Talagang nakakatuwa makita tong mga to. Tatandaan mo, Dax, sa kabilang bang-bang. Nangyari na to before. And sobrang happy ako to see na napakadikit din ng laban as what I'm expecting coming out of them. Pero here we go, leading by 1 Team Liquid. They win this, and that's already a bye-bye sa Sentinels. Pero as for Sentinels, ready si Shazam with that Seekers. Ready si Zoms with that Cosmic Divide. And ngayon na nilabasan ni Solkas ang kanyang showstopper. Meron ba siyang mapipigilan? Makakarinig ba siya ngayon? Wala!
Sayang! Isipin mo, tapan niya sa screens yan, libreng kill kay Dapper. Pero ito na, ang ating boombot, naghahanap paraan at mukhang si Dapper naipit na dito. Pero ito na, reinforcements have arrived galing sa Sentinels. Nagdidikit sila dito sa may screens. At the same time, ayun, 1v1, Shazam versus Scream. Sino mananalo? Ang leaders ng mga teams natin. Pero mukhang Team Liquid nakapwesto na dito sa may A side. At ito na naman yung Viper Spit. Pero si Nevera sabi niya, ang ganda ng Viper Spit. mo kanina, Dapper. Sige nga, mine na yan. At sasabihin ko, ako gumalag-invento ng Viper Spit na to. Original content, do not steal. Nevera to, hindi Dapper. First Scream, hindi siya makatawid na maayos. Ayun na si Sam nag-iitay sa kabila. Dapper don't get the take that po, face full of lead. She's a Sam. Lead gonna get on the board, pero ito na ang wall. Sinet up niya agad ng ating stage. Ted's gonna go on that. Scream is there. And Team Liquid looking for it, but stick. He will go for a takedown. Saktong dismiss galing kay Scream. At wala ka na magagawa kung multo lang ang nasa harapan mo. Match point para sa Team Liquid.
Liquid! The setups, the everything. Alam mo na sino yung point person, na sayang showstopper, yes. Pero hintay nila si Nevera pull off ng kanyang ultimate. And that's how they'll be able to maximize all of the other options. Soulcast, nope, we have Nevera. Nevera, nope, we have Scream. And kitang-kita mo, na ni-risk na lang talaga ito ng Sentinels dahil wala silang no choice. They don't have those type of course, utilities to just tackle on sa ginagawa ni Vera with that Viper Spit. And just like how Dapper was able to eliminate them on those previous rounds, sila talaga ngayon ang magkakaroon ng momentum. Match point it is. And Sentinels with this timeout, gumastos sila on that previous round na parang wala lang nangyari. Para ka lang gumastos sa wala. Walang ROI. Pero ngayon kaya, will this be the change that we're waiting for? Or talagang itong matchup na to is really one of the best scenes that we've seen dahil ngayong band, yep, napakalayo ng differences. But as we look back into the basic Syrian split, looks like the bagong matchup ngayon ng Sentinels is really different. But then, yung advantages ng meron kang Reyna, na meron kang double duelist, mukhang mas mag-work pa sa side ng Team Liquid.
At ito talaga sa Team Liquid. Huwag natin kalimutan, guys. Never pa natalo ng official series ang Team Liquid ever since sumali si Nevera. Isipin mo, sila pa una natamaan talaga ng quarantine restriction. Hindi yung swerte. Siya talaga yung the missing piece. Siya talaga yung the one na inahabol talaga ng 4+1. And Team Liquid, iniisip na marami na sige, abot sila playoffs, kaya nga ang lakas ng pag-pick up nila. Pero to beat Sentinels right now, the problem is yun nga, yung mga restrictions yung nangyari kay Nevera in the first place. It might have been a factor, but no, Team Liquid shrugging off any kind of sickness at shinag-off nga nila si Sick kanina. Pero ito na, nakita na natin talaga itong mga scoreline na ganito kanina. Ray no first map, Team Liquid, 12 points na matagal, na comeback pa ng Sentinels at sa overtime pa kailangan manalo ng Team Liquid. At the same time though, ito na talaga ang tiwalang loadout ng Sentinels. 4 na Spectre, isang Guardian, Zombs, may Cosmic Divide na handa. Pero at the same time, Team Liquid, last in the ults, pero mukhang titiwala sila dito. Entry na kagad, galing sa race natin. Soulcast, nasa itaas lang. Wala siya makita though in the first place. And there you have it, Shazam. He goes down. Team Liquid, they get 2! And this is big here, Ray. Team Liquid, nasa kanila na ang A-side. Pero Tens, dalawa kailangan mo para sa Blade Storm. Ito na ba talaga ang tunay na wake-up call ni Tens ngayon?
Wake up call nga ba to? Or tulog na nga ba talaga ang mangyayari? Here it is. The Cosmic Divide. Tulog. And that's it.
Attackers win.
Too late for all of the calls. GG's, mabilis ang pick lang on that round itself. And even if you had that timeout, walang magsa-stop sa Team Liquid. Dax, kanina guys, pinag-uusapan natin sino ba ang gusto mong manalo. Pero all of those possibilities, and I think agent selection pa lang, naniniwala talaga ako sa side ng Team Liquid. Double duelist, yep, workable, pero nga lang yung breach talaga. Even if di makakapag-kill at all si Link, alam ko na ito yung magiging calls na gagawin ng Team Liquid itself. Although, yung mga rounds na yun, sobrang nagkaroon na ng kalamangan ng Sentinels. Yung mas mahalagang na round, doon pa natatalo yung Sentinels. And Team Liquid, they just got it all.
Yun talaga, guys. Perfection pa rin sa Team Liquid. This is a team that's looking to win. At yun nga, dinamay lang. Sabi ko nga palagi, di ba? Umuwi lang si Scream isang araw. Sabi niya, "Uy, gusto mo na sumali sa team ko?" At sabi ni Vera, "G lang. Ito na tayo, kuya. Tara." At kitang-kita natin, perfect pa rin ang Team Liquid. Pero pinaghirapan ito against Sentinels. This is a potential finals matchup. This is a potential matchup talaga sa ating playoffs. Kasi Sentinels, ang ganda rin naman ng formula na pinakita dito. Pero at the same time, you can really see it here for Sentinels. They were trying to go for more. Ang ganda ng value, especially na pinapakita ni Sig. Pero yung factors talaga, yung duelist potential, nag-tip naman papunta sa Team Liquid. Kasi sino bang nag-init? Si Scream. Yun nga, nakuha na rin yung form niya. Pero si Soulcast talaga, ang ganda ng step up dito ni Soulcast. Pinakita sa atin paano mag-raise dito sa split. And while Tens was getting a few highlights here and there at hindi na komportable pa rin siya, it was Team Liquid just having the control that they wanted in the first place. And thanks to their duelists, they kept on alive. Nakita nga natin, worry, asa na yung options sa defense, asa na yung insta-win na Rolling Thunder, kasi puro na lang sila Soulcast at si Scream. Pero at the very end, team effort yun para sa Team Liquid at sila pa ang unang mag-move on sa playoffs sa ating quarterfinals sa group nila. So Team Liquid pasok na, nasa top 8. At ako, kung ina-underestimate nyo tong team na to, think again kasi hindi pa sila natatalo as their rendition right now, as their edition. And you can see it here. This is the best Team Liquid we've seen all year.
Guys, alam nyo, marami namang possibilities na makapasok pa rin yung Sentinels. It's just that sobrang on par talaga na skill set nila. And the fact that it's 13-10, with medyo skeptical nga pa rin yung lineup ng Sentinels sa split, and si Tens talaga hindi siya nagpa-pop off, alam mo na na sobrang laki ng advantage ng Team Liquid. And I gotta say, sobrang beautiful talaga ng Reyna ni Scream. Sobrang in love talaga ako ever since we have seen him pop off, especially in their own LCQ. We already saw the potential of them coming in to champions, but at the same time, guys, huwag kayo mag-alala sa mga Sentinels fan that it's either Crew or Furia. And for me, alam ko na it's gonna be Sentinels talaga na makakapasok. Pero nga lang, di sila yung top seed na makakapasok, but at least we'll be able to see them. But as for the other groups, marami talagang nangyari ngayon. We haven't seen much of the other announcements pagdating sa ibang decisions nga na nakita natin. Pero ngayon at least meron na nga tayo mga teams sa mauuna. First is Gambit, that's what we've seen. And second na nga kagad ang Team Liquid. Nakaka-excite, to be honest. Nakakatuwa na makita silang manalo. Pero I think out of all the matches that I've casted so far here in Champions, this one is my favorite.
Diba? Ang ganda nung series nila. At huwag natin kabutan, yung Fnatic rin, pasok na. Kung tama pag-aalala ko, Ray after their win against Vision Strikers. But what a way to end the day. At Ray, dalawang series lang. Pero parang pabukas na, umaasenso na at umakit na ang araw na iniintay natin. 6 o'clock on the dot. Mukhang ang ating magiging katupusan dito sa Filipino broadcast ng Valorant Champions. At laman na natin tong matchup to, Sentinels versus Team Liquid. It's something to watch out for and I would love to see it again. Paano kaya lagay next time? At paano kaya magiging bukas? Pero eto na guys, it is time for us to call it a day kasi alam ba ang unang match mamaya? Narinig ko, may maglalaro. Pakakilala nyo, pangalan nila ay Team Secret. So, ayun na ba? Papalag na ba ang ating Filipino team? At papanurin na ba natin lahat ang sa kanilang pag-asenso sa lower bracket? Abangan natin dito sa PPGL. But from us to you, time for us to say good morning and good night. Ako si Dax, kasama si Ray. At this has been another day of Valorant Champions Filipino Broadcast. Kita-kits mamaya at cheer on natin ang Team Secret.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
This could be the day I die for you.
What an end to an incredible series. And welcome back to Champions Berlin, where Team Liquid joins their EMEA brethren as another squad to book a ticket into the playoffs, and they do it in pretty stellar fashion.
Oh, what a series. I mean, just absolutely incredible from start to finish. Okay, well, Bind may be a little bit wonky, but Breeze and Split were just a treat, just an absolute treat.
Yeah, absolutely. Bind, like I said, I could do without that one, but having these last two was just incredible. Just back and forth there on Split between both teams, just counter-stratting each other round over round. Also, sometimes just throwing strategy out the window and just getting down and dirty with it.
Yeah, I mean, it was 6-6 at the half, and then the second half went 2 rounds apiece, back and forth, until TL was able to put the final 3 together to go from 10 up to 13. And the man who rightfully has the MVP tag on that side of the Team Liquid roster, Scream. You heard Sean throw the stat out again. It was the 0-11 start on Breeze. So what a ramp up. What a return to form for him in this series to bring his squad over the line.
It's just incredible. I mean, he just really started taking over with this. Reyna was finding great value out of the dismisses and the devours. I mean, out trading TenZ there when TenZ is holding the angle is nuts, and then he just gets the follow-up behind the box. I mean, a little bit of an unfortunate, look there from the outside by Zombs, but still, he was all over the place in these finals rounds to clutch it out, and who else but Scream would you call upon in these moments?
Yeah, it was really crazy. I mean, we're sitting here watching this game going on. You got Sean DDK yelling over there on the other side of the casting desk. I'm yelling, as well, because I'm saying, oh God, Scream, why are you peeking this? And then he's just coming up with all of these repeat kills. It was just beautifully done from him. TL continues to destroy in the headshot percentage.
Yo, those numbers. If you are staring at Team Liquid as a future opponent, that's something that you can't strat around that, right?
No.
That's the thing. Is like if they're just hitting the shots,
Just
they're
don't get shot in the
hitting
head.
the shots.
Don't get shot in the
Crouch.
head.
Everyone's gonna start peak crouching. I don't know how you avoid losing to a team that's near 30% every single map on their headshot.
It's been Scream's MO since day one, for example. He's always been one of those players that just has a high headshot percentage, and the rest of the team, Yampi and Nivera as well are constantly clicking heads. So, I mean, this is just great crosshair placement, great practice, a lot of discipline with their micro mechanics.
Great to see them all performing at a high level. The person who was most consistent across the series for us, I think, was Link, and we're lucky to have him standing by with Yinsu in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. That's right. I'm joined by the Clutch King himself, Link. Hi, Link. Congratulations on the victory today. You guys make it to quarterfinals out of your group as the first seed. How pleased are you with that result?
It's actually crazy. Like, when we came in versus Sentinels, it was like when we get in a group versus Sentinels, we thought, oh yeah, it's going to be maybe a bit tricky, But we came in, you showed them EU, baby. And yeah, like we just came through, smashed them. Well, maybe not smashed. The second map was a bit dicey, but you know what I mean. Yeah, came through really happy.
Well, this is one of the most highly anticipated series we've had in a long time. Back at Reykjavik, we wanted to see you guys play against each other. You didn't get that chance. Now you have played against them. What are they like? How good are they?
Crap. No, I'm trolling. But like, you know what I mean? Like, of course they're good. Like, they were the best in NA for well, I'm pretty sure they are still the best in NA. But yeah, of course they're good. They're drilled. They know what they're doing. Like, their players have all played through CS, a lot of experience. They're hard opponents, but we just showed that like Team Liquid's here, baby.
I love that. Now, I know you don't want to talk about the bind, but I kind of do want to ask you about it because it was a little bit uncharacteristic of you guys to lose in that fashion. And what happened on bind?
I don't know. We just kind of suck. But like, it doesn't, like, a lot of stuff happens where like, I honestly think we got really unlucky in the first couple of rounds. I was shooting my judge into a wall. Like, there's just a lot of stuff going on that probably shouldn't have happened. So yeah, I honestly think we got really unlucky in the first couple of rounds and it just snowballed out of control.
Yeah, but we'll put that one behind you. You're still the winners today. Now, Bala said on the desk that he believes you are the most underrated player in the world. What do you think about that?
I mean, I'll give it to me, I guess. I mean, I'll take it. I don't know, like, I just do my job for the team, and that's really all I can ask. Like, sometimes maybe not putting up the highest numbers, but some people, that it's not always about the numbers. It's, it's everything you do for your teammates and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, I'll take it. I'll take underrated.
I mean, do you feel like you are underrated, perhaps? You know, on the team with players like Scream.
I got Scream, Yampi, and Navira in my team. Like, it's hard to be rated above them. You know what I mean? Like.
I think you're pretty underrated, Link, and you've definitely shown what you can do. Now, lastly, with your qualification to the quarterfinals today, that means out of the 3 groups we've seen so far, every EMEA team has gotten out as the first seed. Now, how strong do you think your region is in this competition?
I mean, we're showing it. Like, I mean, it speaks for itself, doesn't it? So, you know, what else more to say is that? Like, and they need to fix up, apparently.
Thank you so much, Link, for joining me. Congratulations once again. We'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
Now, that's it from me and Link. I'm going to throw this back to Dash to wrap up the show for you guys today.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Hard to argue with the man when 3 of those EMEA squads are already through to the quarterfinals. While he may have entered the tournament as the most underrated player in the world, I'm willing to bet he's not going to leave as the most underrated player in the world.
No, definitely not. Not after this group stage that he's had. He's been incredible. I mean, the whole team's been incredible, but him in particular has been a lot of fun to watch. So many multi-kills on those defensive holds and those, you know, late rotations or lurks, whatever you want to call them. He's been just wonderful to watch.
Yeah, he's also, not only is he just amazing at the game, but he's also mastered, like, respectful dissing. Like, he's spin Gambit, and it doesn't even sound that rude, but he's still talking the trash. I absolutely loved it.
Well, because he still manages to, you know, talk down himself, too. The comment about the judging into the wall. By the way, he's one of those players who averaged over 30% headshot for the whole series.
And he was using a judge.
Well, using a judge straight into a wall. So, I mean, again, I don't know how this team is going to be stopped when they're playing the way they are right now. To me, of the 3 teams that have gone through, do look the strongest. You are, of course, going to talk about a map like Bind if you're going all the way to the finals and looking at a best of 5. You know, are they going to get into trouble then when they have a weakness on a map like that? But up until that point, I think it's going to be hard to take this team down.
Yeah, I mean, they still look incredibly strong. I'd say Fnatic is nipping at their heels, it would seem. But otherwise, like TL, they were one of the first teams that really impressed us here in the event, and they continue to do so with this win.
I love to close out the day on an incredible series like that. EMEA tops the tournament at the moment, but we got plenty of incredible Valorant action coming your way just tomorrow. We're going to take a break. We're going to shut the studio down. We'll light it up tomorrow in 24 hours, and we'll see you right there.
Well, everybody in this tournament wants to take down Gambit, and today we'll find out if Brazil will be the ones to do it in Team Vikings. And based on their last matches, they very well can.
Chronicle gets a second. Chronicle needs one more to win the round. The classic swinging around the corner. You gotta land the shots, but no!
This is a dream match for fans. This is what you wanted to see. Pretty much expected it with the group draws, and we got it. I mean, this is going to be huge. This is Valorant history in the making.